After a few months off for the Christmas break, it's time to come back to the 24/8 Series Esports Championship. We've already completed 2 rounds of our 23-24 season, but now it's time to go over to Silverstone. Still 30 hours remaining in this season, a very long way to go indeed. But now we turn over to the British Isles. The fast portions of this circuit you can see here, Maggots and Beckett's will challenge these drivers just as much as the slower speeds portions towards the end. Great overtaking opportunities around here, great chances for good racing within classes, and hopefully some multi-class action and interest as well. My name is Ewan O'Leary alongside Lorenzo Bonda for the first half of this race here today on RaceSpotTV with Iku Murakala taking us through the day as broadcast director. Welcome in, Lorenzo. Good to have you alongside me again for this 6 hours of racing for round 3 of our championship. It's going to be good around Silverstone. We're sort of debating amongst ourselves what kind of race we're going to see today.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the capital of Speedway or Speed, if you want to say it, in England. It's always a good race. Can be quite chaotic, especially with the difference of speed coming into like GT3 cars and DCRs or GT4. So we always know that traffic management over here is always key. So I'm looking forward to see what Silverstone brings us this time in comparison to what I think we ran last season.
Yes, let's see where we're going on this calendar. By the way, there have been some changes to the calendar, so we do end up in the start of May now, but effectively on the first Sunday of every month we will be coming to you live on RaceSpotTV with the final 4 rounds of this championship. It will be Monza in 4 weeks time for another 6 hours, and don't let the 6 hours of Nürburgring on the 7th of April fool you. That is the full Nordschleife we are going to be using as well, so watch out for that in April. And then we've got the 12-hour at Barcelona. It's a nice schedule here, Lorenzo, and the fact that it ends out with a 12-hour race as well is very positive, and kind of gives it a grand finale, if you like, with a proper 12-hour race to end off, a proper endurance race at the end.
Absolutely, and we always come down to Barcelona. Barcelona is one of those tracks that can bring everything from the cars, and the strategy makes it quite interesting. But I like the fact that we're running the full Nordschleife. Can we say the good Nordschleife? Because like only the internal circuit is good, is already good, but the full thing, the full 28 kilometers, just makes everything more special, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be a special race indeed when we get there. These are the classes that we'll be going through once again today. The 992, the only spec class that we have, but the fact that you can get more cars in an iRacing session now means that we can have all of this variety in GT3 and GT4 especially. And there's, of course, a manufacturer battle in TCR as well. Let's have a look at the point standings going into today. And there is some things to note, of course. Since the last round of the championship, Mercedes-AMG Esports Team Urano have unfortunately folded. And so they have withdrawn from the series. And they are no longer, well, they are the championship leaders still, but they won't be after today. PS Competition are in effect the leaders in that case, with Maniti Racing just 1 point behind. Sabre Esports and Drago Racing, I've got to say, are the surprise packages of the top 5 for me. Simify got off to some great performances last season with the win at Spa, for example, in 2022. They're 6th place, just tied with the reigning champions. WSR Esports Bookkicker with their new name in 8th place had a Mag Performance SRT and the other Urano car, which will fall outside the top 10 here this afternoon. In the 992 Cup standings, we don't have the reigning champions anywhere near here either. It's not been a fantastic start for Williams. They're down in 6th behind Share Esport, who are on the top of the standings. Autos Esports 2nd with Valkyrie XP and Bonjour Racing in 3rd. Maniti Racing and Simify Esports have a second class top 5. Already spoke about Williams in 6th. They're ahead of Visceral, Olympus, Wave Italy Racing Team and Hydrace Geodesic Racing at the bottom of the 992 standings. There are 4 more there on very low points at this stage. In GT4, we also don't have the reigning champions on top here. SimRC are, though, and they've had a great start. 2 wins out of 2 for them so far has given them a 12-point lead over Impulse Racing. 07 Racing are 3rd, ahead of Zenith Esports, who have actually taken pole for this race. Wave Italy Racing Team are in 5th place, ahead of X-Racer. Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward are 7th, just a point ahead of Sebo, and then it's Movano and WSR who round out the top 10 here. And then finally in TCR, Team Huisingveld, not a surprise by any means, but it's them at the top once again. 2 podiums for them so far. As is the case for Impulse, who are only 2 points behind them. RD SimSport are third, head of Waverley Racing Team and ERACE who are inside the top 5, much to Lorenzo's delight. Entropic are in 6th place, ahead of Race for Cat Motorsport, 7th. Then it's Obsidian, Carlar and MA70 Esports to round out the 10 TCR cars. So that's all we've got in TCR, by the way. That is your entire run through. It's an early point to be thinking about that kind of thing, Lorenzo, but it's a good snapshot of where we are, and it's unfortunate really in some ways to know that we are going to get a GT3 championship lead change today no matter what happens.
Yeah, unfortunately the absence of Urano just kind of like shifts the horizon on how things are going to go in this season. But at the same time, I was looking how dominant, how BS competition was in Sebring. Even though Urano put up a good fight over there, but they were so overly dominant on that track. It's kind of like we could say Sebring is BS competition track, and it also kind of became Altus track as well in the P Cup. So these are teams that we expect them to, jump up places, kind of like make an impact in this race. And in the GT4 and TCR class, I think is everything kind of like more evened out. Even though we know Team Hoisting Valve are starting to run away in TCR, so looking forward to what is going to happen for the next 6 hours.
Yes, we certainly will. The qualifying has just about ended, by the way. I don't think anybody is going to have a chance to set any more lap times here at this stage. And so that is the 4 classes complete. There have been some penalties as well, by the way, assigned during this qualifying phase, and both of them in GT4 for whatever reason. And it's some pretty big names that have been penalised as well. Zenith Esports, as I mentioned in the intro, have taken pole here. However, they've got a 10-second time penalty for making contact with the car 491 Sabo Esports, who qualified in 5th place. And so 456 have got a 10-second time penalty to serve at their first pit stop. And the 476 has also got 10 seconds worth of a penalty. That's the championship leaders, SimRC, for making contact with the 407, which is 07 Racing in 2nd place. So some big names with some penalties, Lorenzo, and it's really unnecessary to get them in qualifying.
Yeah, but the good thing is like Silverstone is one of those tracks that if you had said maybe 2-3 years ago even, I probably would have been concerned getting those penalties early on and trying to recover yourself in the race, because this would have been one of the slowest pit stops in the entire calendar. Probably the slowest pit stop with about, I think it was 50 to 60 kilometers, the whole run through of the pit lane, because it picked up the W12, the Mercedes AMG the W12 and W13 from the F1 teams. It bumped up to 80 kilometers, so it makes the run much quicker. I think it's one of the quickest this season in terms of length. So it's not a bad thing. It's recoverable. We've seen that before, but never a good thing to start off with already a penalty on your back.
Good afternoon to everyone who's tuned in on YouTube, and let us know who you're cheering for. Seeing a bit of Share Esport, RD SimSport, ERACE let us know who you're supporting, and indeed where they are on the grid. Let's have a look at where we have got to after qualifying, which is just about complete, starting with the overall leaders in GT3. It's Tobias Gruncutter who's got the pole here at Silverstone for Team 75, Bernard by SimRC. Maniti Racing in 2nd, along with Simify and Drago Racing 3rd and 4th. It's Porsches in the top 3 and another one in 5th place. Leon Penn there for SimRC, and then Mag Performance SRT. 5 Porsches on the front 3 rows. BS Competition in the 89 car, the first of the BMWs, alongside Obsidian Racing. Then we got the reigning champions Williams alongside Sebo Esports on row 5. Damon Woods driving for Falcon Sim Racing Team is 11th. Head of Lightper Esports is Max Monterman in 12th position. Dory Sports are 13th position, and they'll have a 1-minute penalty to serve, by the way, for a driver infringement early on in this race. They're ahead of ATRS Esports in 14th. Team Hoistingveld and Astro Racing share row 8 ahead of Pure Sims and Impulse Racing. Then we've got the other WSR Esports by Butker Car in 19th, head of Movano Corsa GT in 20th place. That's the biggest of our grids. This is 992, and it's the reigning champions Williams on pole here. Simify alongside them. Autos Esports and Share Esport share row 2 with Apex 1 and Olympus Esports on row 3. What a top quality first few rows that is. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing on next with Oystein Hereford. Vince Peters is 8th ahead of Maxime Marriott, and then Joe Vegard Godestad in the top 10. Philip Hammer for Impulse Racing is alongside Matteo Coenza of Wave Italy Racing Team, and then it's Harvu who round out the top 13. Zenith, and that's all we've got in that 992 by the way. Zenith Esports are the pole sitters in GT4 alongside 07. Movano Corsa and Sabo Esports behind them, with GridandGo.com Esports and Pure Sims Esports, the first of the Aston Martins. They're sharing row 3. Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward are 7th ahead of Wave Italy in 8th place. Then it's X-Racer and Sim RC. On the next row, we've got who have we got next? Raw and Impulse. Then the other X-Racer car with the Racer Esports team, and Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, who will start from the back after not qualifying. Then it'll be Impulse and Wave Italy who start on the front for TCR, with Entropic and Huizenveld on the next row. Audi Simsport and Obsidian on row 3 ahead of Eurace BR, Race for Cat, MA70 and Carlar to round up the top 10 in TCR as well. A huge entry of 58 cars ready to go racing again in 2024 of the 24H Series Esports Championship. It's green flag here at Silverstone, and 6 hours of racing is set to get underway. It's the pole sitter Tobias Gruncutter who's gone off to the best start for Team 75. He takes the initiative through turn 1 and takes the lead into the first couple of corners. Now the 992s will get underway, and it is Williams Esports making the best use of their pole position to take the lead through there as well. So 2 pole sitters have converted into 2 leads and make that 3 now, with Zenith Esports taking the initiative through turn 1 in their Sol McLaren up inside the top 5. They are leading the field around, and now time for TCR. A bit closer here, but nevertheless, pole sitter once again taking advantage. That's Norbert Leitner in the Impulse Racing TCR, who's gotten off to the best start, and it's a pretty clean one for those at the front of most of the categories, and for the pole sitters of all 4 of them, they've held on to the lead so far.
Yeah, which is good to see. We also saw 3 wide coming into turn number 2 right after Abbey for the TCRs. That could have made a little bit of a scary moment right there, but everybody got away unscathed. And now I think just following closely one another and see how these cars will perform around the track. Of course, we haven't talked about BOP, but we're looking for what it looks like. The top 3 being Porsches and the 4th place being a Ferrari. Looks like might be the car to talk about in this race, but we'll never know. It's 6 hours.
It is. Top 3, sorry, are all Porsches at the moment, and they do seem to be running well so far. The big movers forward, by the way, here. Team Huizenveld have made a very good start in GT3, but WSR Esports Butt Kicker in both of their cars have made fantastic starts, and they're moving forward very quickly already in GT3 as we come to the conclusion of lap 1. Lucas Lindqvist, in fact, is in more battles. In fact, he's trying to hold on to a place ahead of Liper Esports. They go side by side now into the final chicane here at Vale, and it looks like WSR will hang on, although it's a long way round for Lippert. Maybe they'll stick it out there, but no, there's slight contact. That was a huge save from one of the Mercedes. It was Astro Racing and Carlos Moreira de la Chica who had to get it all crossed up there on the front straight.
Yeah, fortunately managed to survive this ordeal coming into the final session. And that final session is always tricky, right, Ewan? Because it kind of, you think you can go two rounds right there after Vale, and then go to Club, and Club kind of fizzles out into one lane, one singular lane that you have to take, and everything just makes everything more chaotic. But we're still one car following the other on one big train.
We are basically from Tobias Gruncutter right the way down. There's no gap bigger than a second in GT3. That's the same in 992, where Williams Esports Academy and Camo Grabowski have gotten off to a good start. There they are at the front of their field. Not too much positional change around here, but Matteo Coenza has probably made the best start. He's up to 9th in the Wave Italy Racing Team 916, and there was plenty of side-by-side battling going on the first lap, but that has also sorted itself out. In fact, it's the same in all 4 categories. There's not a single gap bigger than a second, and that is promising after the opening lap. Everyone's still very close together.
Yeah, which is always good to see. And now Porsche is going to be the category that I probably want to be looking the most, because I think we've seen time and time again, Ewan, that especially in the Portuguese Sports Super Cup, when they come to Silverstone, the game is not burning the rears, especially when it comes over here into this section. Mag expected chapel, so it's so easy to kind of like oversteer the car just with the slightest rotation on the acceleration or the corner entry that you do with the car. So let's looking forward to see how they manage the tires on the long stint, especially with the cold with the cold track for them at the start.
It will be for now. We'll have a look at temperatures and time of day and discuss that a little bit later. But for now, the racing is on at the end of a couple of laps. And it's so close as well with the leaders. Exceptionally close. It's not been the best title defence so far for Williams Esports Academy. They were third at Sebring last time around, but it wasn't a good start to their defence. At the 6 hours of Spa, they were third last of those who actually completed the race. Not a good way to start their defence. Side by side in GT3 again. This is ATRS Esports along with Impulse. I suppose there's Pala on the outside, or he was on the outside in the Ferrari. Now looking for the inside maybe at Brooklands. He's not going to get himself there. He needs to brake very late if he wants to go all the way around here, but he might well do just that. That gives him the inside for Luffield, and in the end that was a very well executed move.
Yes, and kind of bring Door Esports in itself on the inside, near making contact on the outside when you're looking going down to Woodcut. So everything just kind of fills out one bit. But the problem is battling way too much kind of makes you distance away, especially with the car in front from what looks to be the Seabelt car that is driven by Patrick Sell right in front. And you need that tail. You especially need that tail within the first few laps up this race for you to manage the fuel a little bit. Tires are not going to be so important. You're going to be burning out the left anyway, and you're going to change out force kind of easily. So the rest is kind of like how you negotiate fuel and how you stretch out everything. As apparently we have a battle for the lead.
Very close to. We've got other battles for 5th place, I think this is. PS Competition versus Team 75, Bernard by SimRC, the number 75 car, and that's another Porsche now inside the top 5, is it? Not quite, but Ruben Bonga not willing to give up just yet. He goes round the outside through the first part of Vale, gives him the inside for the right-hander, but he can't quite stay there. The exit from the Porsche was actually very good. The old rear engine DNA still very much within that machine, and it holds on to a top 5. So that is Leon Penn back into the top 5 again, which is where he qualified. At Ruben Bonga back to 6th as we've got Filip Mitrevsky off the road.
Yeah, right outside club going into the Lewis Hamilton straight. So looking forward to doing the replay to see what made that thing happen. Meanwhile, Manini was trying to have a little bit of an opening to try to overtake the Team 75 Bernhard by Tim RC, but didn't find that room just outside club.
Not quite. We'll see a replay of that and anything else that's gone on the opening laps in a few moments' time. I think there's been a few goings on in TCR actually in terms of incidents, so maybe it's just a speed thing for the moment, but for whatever reason, Carla and MA75 Esports, or 70 Esports, sorry, are right away off the back of the pack at 3 seconds or so. It's Harold Stadler and Mato Homola down at the very back of the field. And there at the back. Let's see what happened here in GT3 first, though. We're on board with Astro Racing, and that is, well, on them, probably, by the looks of that.
Yeah, it's slightly important. That's probably going to be a slam dunk penalty for them. One thing to observe here, Ewan, looking at the TCRs, you're just coming into the front straight, so expect maybe this GT3 traffic catching them maybe by the end of next lap, or if not, in 2 laps.
There's the two who I mentioned were detached from the back of the pack. Maybe they haven't had any problems, they're just detached for the moment. The rest of the TCR train, by the way, is also split into 2. Impulse Racing have got Waverley and Entropic with them, but there is then a gap from Obsidian, or back to Obsidian Racing, who are heading a group for 4th place. So it's starting to split up in TCR, which is a surprise, maybe slightly less so that it's splitting up here in GT3. That battle for 5th place has created a gap to the top 4, and they're starting to get away a little bit. That gap 1.5 seconds there.
Yeah, and you were talking about TCR. I think the biggest thing is I was having conversations with the race drivers. I think from their perspective, the Hyundai has lost a little. That power loss they had, I think, made the car, and also the weight, made the car slightly slower on clean air, like by 0.3 of a second. So I think maintaining that draft, I think, might be the key for those Velocities to stay competitive against the Civics on this round. But let's see what this goes on as Cup class kind of like calmed down a little bit from the looks of things. While Valkyrie tries to look for an opening on turn number 3.
Can't do it on this occasion. That was Matteo Coenza going through on Valkyrie a couple of moments ago, so he's on the march again. That's 4 places gained so far in just 10 minutes for the Waverley 992 driver. He's up to 8th place now, chasing down Visceral Esports, but it is all one long line. The real race here is going to start when the traffic starts. I think you're probably nearly corrected in your prediction that we'll be there by the end of this lap in GT3. I'm not sure they're quite going to be there in time, but if not, then it's going to be just on the other side of the next lap. And as I say, that's when the real race starts, when the traffic is starting to be a factor for those leaders.
Yeah, 100%. And we've seen, not just in this series, but other series as well, because you have so much difference in terms of speed and approaching the corners and downforce and everything, that the first pass around is always the worst thing, because you just don't have one like small packs of cars. You have the whole field going around you. It's kind of like swerving left, right, up and down, and you have nothing then just continue your own line. Even maintaining your own line can be slightly complicated. So fingers crossed everything goes fine.
Yeah. So over the end of another lap here. And it's going to be close now to time for lapping TCRs, as we mentioned. So still in this single file formation. In GT3, this is going to break up though in the next few moments. It is still pretty close, and Servote Esports looking maybe up the inside of Huizinga there into the loop, but not deciding to go for it just there. Probably a good idea as well to wait for that exit. And wait for another time, in fact, to make that really with the situation we've got. Just over 10 minutes into this race now. The 6 hours of Silverstone in the 24/8 Series Esports. And it's still 4 for the lead. And there's GT4 for one of the first times today. Zenith Esports are still leading here. And this is one long line. This is further back in the pack. Side-by-side racing going on at the moment, right at the back between Geodesic and Impulse. Wouldn't expect to see these two teams so far towards the back, but that was Justin Rehm passing Timo Hayden for 13th place. That is a surprise to see them battling for such a lowly position.
Yeah, and being far way back in comparison to everybody else, you can see them broken away from what is like the first car in front, which is Roar Esports. Now you can see the Racar Portuguese team kind of going down on the inside, making the overtake right after Abbey on Geodesic. So Geodesic faded out into last place in the GT4s, but the thing is, catching up to that traffic right in front is going to be a little bit complicated unless they have battles up in the front.
It is. Now back to GT3, because we're upon the lap traffic into the end of the next lap. There's the view from the air at the 2 TCRs at the back of the field. This is MA70 Esports with Pato Hommler and Carlar Esports with Harold Stadler, who are going to have not a great time in the next few moments, because the GT3s are going to come through on them. A flash of the lights there from Tobias Grunkotter, who's already had those first 2 cars go in his favour slightly.
And Drago, you can see, kind of have to lift a little bit of the gas and avoid hitting the back of Carlar, and now going for race for Cat. Just makes more the MA70 Esports car rather, so it makes things more complicated. But now they're going to catch the bulk of the TCRs right after over here, coming outside the turn number 6 is where every TCR is located. You can see right outside of the distance of the frame is where the first car of the E-Race PR is located so far.
There they are. That's Obsidian now up to 4th place. Gio Cortese has made a very good start here, now ahead of the likes of Fabian Siegman and Daniel Martin, and so those are probably the closest together after having battled earlier. Now Grunkotter's gotten through nicely here into Woodcote, but I think he's going to be slowed through Copse, which is not ideal. The GT3s hold a lot more aerodynamic downforce than the TCRs, and there's the slowdown for Tobias Grunkotter. Just has to lift off a little bit and just be patient in that moment, does the German, but he does so. Now he's down the inside, and now he's got the pressure on him into Maggots and Beckett's. The slalom begins, not only through the turns but also through the traffic inside at Beckett's. It's nervy times for everybody, but we're getting through here nicely so far.
Everybody just getting away unscathed. Just minor loss of time, especially for those who are, I would say, right about where the Williams car or even the BS competition is located so far. But you can see now the TCR is starting to break away a little bit because of all this.
Looks like it, and look at this now. It is carnage on the way towards Vale. Ruben Bonga didn't quite know whether that gap was going to remain or not to the Obsidian car, which leaves the outside open so that the inside will be free for the final corner. Will he get overtaken as a result? Fabian Siegman was close to making a move there on the Obsidian car. Didn't quite do it though. And Nicholas Last and Tobias Grunkotter are basically pushing one another past the TCRs as well. Difficult to know where to look at this stage, not only for us but also for the drivers with cars all around you.
Yeah, it kind of looks like you're bullying the other driver around. You can see Obsidian with a massive dive on their teammates, but managed to get it done just fine, and everybody else following suit. Gap to the TCRs from Obsidian all the way back, kind of like closed out a little bit because of everybody going around. So back to slightly to the status quo. But the thing is, from Obsidian all the way forward, it is winding up a little bit to the top three.
There's the battle for 6th place between PS Competition and Williams Esports, sort of the best of, or some of the best of the non-Porsche runners, although there is a Ferrari in 4th place, a Drago Racing, that you can just see go through shot there, the Ferrari, the sort of darker red livery. There he is, 4th place for Ricardo Rico. It is at the wheel of the number 69 car so far. You see very often a lot of different drivers in that one. They've actually got 6 signed up for a mostly Spanish or half Spanish driver lineup. Not be using all of their 6 drivers today, you wouldn't imagine. So that's the first bit of traffic done for the GT3s. I'm not really sure it spread the field out as much as I was expecting it to, actually, but it's, I don't know, there are only 10 TCRs after all.
No, I don't think it was a major breakup. I think everybody's still being able to follow the tail of one driver to the other. What it did, I think, effectively is kind of like break a bit more the TCR field, the top 3 to the I would say mid half of their pack. As you can see, Impulse managing is still leading, Wave Italy following closely. P3 is also following. Entropix managing to follow them closely, relatively, but after that it breaks away quite a little bit. But that wasn't a major thing other than, you know, just distance, relative distance being broken away by a few seconds or tenths of a second.
TCRs certainly have been spread apart here by the GT3s. There's the ATRS car coming back through. TCRs as well, by the way. That's taken them a little bit longer, of course, because they're still very detached from the back of the pack. But only 18 seconds behind Filip Matrevsky will be Kamil Grabowski. And then it will be time for the 992s to go through there. And so far, the 992s have seen very little overtakes and very little positions gained or lost. Austin Hereford has been going backwards a bit, and Matteo Coenza has been going forwards. But other than that, it's been pretty difficult to make up time so far in 992. But we've had a good start to this race at the very least. We've not had anyone down on pit lane yet, which is a success for everybody.
Done the thing. I always see clean races what we want to see, right, Ewan? Everything just makes a little bit more, of course, at the beginning of Irving, but other than that, when it comes down, it's really good, while Zenith is under massive pressure. We did,
yeah, here we go, too wide, excuse me, for the lead in GT4, and it's nearly a look up the inside from 07 Racing, but not quite. They'll stay behind. Alessio Bernardini it is. Excuse me, it's Movano in 2nd place, then it's Bernardini in the 3rd place. Fraser Williamson, excuse me, is trying to take the lead away at the moment. He's currently sitting in 2nd in that Mercedes. Very close through 1 and 2. Does he look for a dive at 3? That's the move. That's the prime position to go for this, but he's not quite executed it down at Village. And that's going to only send him to the outside for Alessio Bernardini to fill that void. And so Movano might go from looking at the lead to back to 3rd place very soon.
Managed to get away just unscathed. I think the Fraser got pinched on the entry of the corner. Slight contact, back to you.
Wow, side by side again. This battle looks like it won't end for the moment. Movano back onto the inside here, and surely they'll have it at Luffield. And Bernardini wants to tuck back in line again because Grin and Go are right there. And that was pretty close. That was Steen Ledger looking for moves as well, but he couldn't quite get there in time. And now all of a sudden it's even closer in GT4 than it was previously. Look at how long this train is now as you get some word through of our first in-race penalty for actions in the race. It's 15 seconds for Astro Racing for their contact with the 13 car. That was the ATRS car they spun around at the final corner, and I have to say that has been expected.
Yeah, not a massive surprise. We knew that from a mile away.
No, or yes, we certainly did. I mean, TCR traffic for the 992s then, just as the GT3s will catch the GT4s. Going to get very busy with two pretty big clumps of traffic on opposite ends of the circuit for the moment. That's Valkyrie looking for a way past Matteo Cuenza there after they get slowed down through Aintree. But there's not quite the run that they were hoping for maybe into Brooklands on this occasion. And so Matteo Cuenza will hang on to that place for Waverley Racing Team. That's 8th position in the 992 class so far. But this is splitting apart the 992s, and this has been needed for a little while because nearly the whole group was absolutely together at the start of this race. But now we start to see some separation. The real race is beginning, as I say.
Yeah, the real race has, we can say, kind of like beginning for these cup class cars because we kind of expected them to, you know, suffer more from, you know, having a lack of ABS and traction control than the GT3 cars does. Of course, still have some real good mechanics, just aerodynamic downforce and mechanical downforce, but struggles in comparison to, you know, approaching the TCRs, approaching the GT4s, and managing them around, and it makes everything just more chaotic as Altus goes on the inside.
That's a big move at Brooklyn, at Stowe, excuse me, down the inside for Carlos Feneosa, and he very nearly pulls it off as well. Unfortunately for him, Olympus Esports are right there ready to take 4 from him, so if this goes wrong he could be going backwards, and Scherer dive deep into the next turn. That's very much to help them out. Now the knock-on effect goes back to Olympus, who are shoved backwards. It's Mateusz Luxak of Apex 1 down the inside now. Here we go into turn 1. Is he going to shove him behind that TCR? He can't quite. That's an unbelievable dive at turn 1. That TCR is not going to be pleased at all with that, but the 992s are coming through.
I know Gunnar is not going to be pleased whatsoever with the dive from Luxak and everybody in the back. But that's the only way they would have made it, you know, without a little bit of, you know, aggression. You know, if they were aggressive, there probably would have been a deathly contact between everybody around the Cup class cars, involving also the ESPORTS TCR. So it's tricky how these Cup cars negotiate. There was a near contact between Renhofer and Gunnar on Vale before. Well,
side by side a bit further behind as Visceral right round the outside of the Hoisingveld TCR. And it was brief when they were side by side on some ahead of them as well. They were trying to get through on the Apex 1 car. It hasn't finished either of the races so far, by the way, in this championship, the number 992. Hopefully today is going to be their day with regards to that, if they want to get some good results this season. Now then, it's GT3 traffic time again, and it's GT4s they're overtaking on this occasion. Tomasz Grunkotter's had the run of things early on, but the battles haven't stopped. It's Nicholas Last who's had to hold on to second there. That was very close down into turn 3. He's held on for now, and here goes the Team 75 car. Drago Racing under a bit of pressure, but it looks like they've held on.
Yeah, they managed just in time because they had the geodesic GT4 kind of like blocking the path on the inside of the corner of the second hairpin.
Bonga.
Now it's opened up again.
Bonga, Ruben Bonga down the inside for BS Competition now, taking advantage of that knock-on effect again. And the reigning champions, Williams Esports, are there as well, but Ruben Bonga to the inside, into the top 5 as well. That's exactly how to take advantage of traffic.
No, that was perfect from the Bonga drums, and that's what you want to see from the Dutch driver of PS Competition. Even though it kind of broke away a little bit from Drago, you're still within the draft. And more importantly, I think for Team 75 Bernhard, the number 24 car, look at the gap they had on Molini. They were like a few laps back, 2 tenths separated from one another. gap widened up more than 2 seconds.
Yeah, that's exactly what a battle and some traffic can do for you. It will close again here, though, as Grundkotter is in the midst behind, ironically, one of his teammates there. That was not good for them. Now Nicholas Last hasn't had a very good run off of Maggots and Beckett's and through Chapel, and now he's going to be under pressure from Gonzalo Gara, surely, into Stowe Corner. Maybe it's a bit of a dive to make from that distance back, and so doesn't, and he'll be very unnerved about the problems that Last is having technically just up in front of him as well, I'd imagine.
Yeah, imagine having a blinking car right up ahead of you, you know, giving that a predictability of where the car is going to be and where it's going to be positioned. I've seen time and time again, especially with the officials on Sebring for him, like IMSA this week, where some slower cars, especially when blinking, that are blinking, are caught off guard by those who are driving around.
It's something to contend with. Down into turn 3. It's always very nerve-wracking when you've got a GT3 heading down the inside here. We've got one Obsidian. No!
Oh,
Straight down the inside on Sabo, and they've gone clattering into one of the WSR Esports by Buckinger cars. Now the group will scatter. Who's going to come out on top? Which of the? It's Ross McFarlane in the number 16 car. That's the unlucky candidate. But it's always a danger at turn 3. It always happens when you're trying to make a move on someone. You've got to think about who's in front of them so that you don't clutter into the side of them like that.
Especially when you come around Village and Loop, where you normally expect these kind of, you know, big hits, you know, because they kind of fight for the massive dive bomb. It is so wide. It's probably like 3-4 lanes, fiddle down maybe into 2 lanes, and you don't know what to do. That is what happened over there, and thus the contact made. And not only WSR by Buttkicker got affected by it, I think the Impulse team got affected by it, but I mean the Impulse GT4 rather than the GT3.
Well, Race Control have had a fairly quiet time of things so far, but it's about to get busy for them, I would imagine, with that bit of contact and some other things as well. So, oh dear, that's Simol C very out wide in the GT4 car. Not sure what happened there. Vince Pete, oh goodness me, it's there's cars everywhere on the hangar straight here as well now, with GT3 and GT4 still sort of mixing, if you like. It looks like Vince Peters has got through on Matches Kutsak, by the way. This is a replay, though, of what happened into turn 3.
Yeah, you can see the Obsidian car just around the safe out, and you can see the turn approaching, and he kind of misses out on how to brake the car into the corner and make the corner appropriately, hitting the WSR by Buttkicker car behind, allows the Impulse to go to 1 for 2, and the other Impulse GT4 has to leave outside of a village to avoid the contact and lost a lot of some positions.
And they're still getting through here. This group has sort of been very much affected by that. There's cars everywhere within it now. So that's a bit of a problem for everybody. You see the Obsidian car getting pushed wide, but further back. But here's the battle with Lutzak, who is being shuffled back now. Vince Peters just got through, and now it's the turn of Matteo Coenza to try and get his way through into what will become 7th place. He's looking on the outside, though, of the first part of Vale. Can't get through the inside at the second part. So Apex 1 have at least stopped the rot in that respect, but 992 has split apart slightly over the last few moments. Still pretty close, considering we're half an hour in, though.
Yeah, trying to look at the relative gap over here between the Cup class, the 992 class. Just gonna grab it real quick. Besides the William Esports and Semify, it's kind of like it widens out after, I would say, Olympus, and after that it creates a second group of cars trying to follow one another. Still close between everybody. You have to still be honest with the car and manage the gap that you have on right now.
It's not exactly completely ruined the race so far. It's been good so far in 9 and 2. There's a look from Coenza. It's a rather speculative one, I would say, into Brooklyn's corner, but it didn't come to anything anyway. I mean, just to give an example to that, the top 5 are completely nose to tail. And here we go with GT3 still. This is Astro Racing looking for some moves. They'll have a penalty to serve, of course, at this first pit stop, but that doesn't affect them for now. They don't have to go in and serve it separately. And so they're looking for 16th place now. Round the outside through the first part of Vale gives them the inside at the second, but It's the run around the outside for Leiper. They just get on that curb and they will not retain 16th place.
Yeah, it's slightly a little bit of a letdown, but Astro Racing got through. They still have that penalty they have to take on the pit stop. Don't forget that, right even. But I think there was light contact between Leiper and Astro coming out of Stowe from the way the cars kind of like swerved outside of the corner.
And there may have been, not really sure. The 33 car has been given a 15-second penalty here. That's Astro Racing again, is it? Or is that one? It's a previous one, sorry, that I'm reading again. I didn't realise it was 15 seconds there. That's fairly significant. And a contact! Simify Esports go for the lead, and they come off second best in that battle. Williams hang on, and Simify are down to 5th.
Somehow, someway, they managed to avoid a full spin. It was kind of like a 1/4 spin for Simify, but fortunately for them, just staying in track, just trying to stay with the big pack. And meanwhile, Wade Vitaly has to fend off Apex 1 right now.
Oh, that is aggressive from the both of them. By side they'll go, into turn 3. But the run around the outside is just going to prevail for Matthews Luxak, and so he holds on to 7th place. So that's a nice cutback from Coenza. He can't get alongside for Aintree, which would surely give you the position. He's going to force Luxak to go sort of half defensive on the way towards Brooklands, but not enough. He can find some space on the left-hand side. Late on the brakes he goes, down the inside, and it's going to remain like that, side by side. Looks like we'll have the inside for Luffield, and so we'll hold on to this place, and Coenza's got to be careful of Valkyrie, who is sitting in waiting behind.
Oh, they're just waiting. They're lurking, waiting for the strike on both of these teams, but so far, really good battle between those 992 class cars and SimRC, fading off for the time being the Roar Esports team. So the Hispano-American team not one place up for the time being.
They've sorted themselves out. Looks like it's hang on, and Coenza's suddenly dropped 2 places there.
Yeah.
Valkyrie and Maniti
did he have
gone
contact?
Maybe. We'll find out. He's going slowly as well, it seems to me, at the moment. Let's see what happened. He looks to the inside here. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, boy.
Lutzak defends aggressively. Coenza goes for it anyway. And, well, there's a bit of sort of front to rear contact, if you like. One of those ones where you get sort of carted out wide. But that could have been worse for Wade Whitley, really.
Oh, I think on our picture-by-picture, they also had another incident with what looked like to be a cup car? Which cup car that got spun around on Stowe?
It's like Impulse to me has gone through. So we'll stay with this in the main part of your screen to see what happened into Stowe Corner. So he's backing off, and Geodesic also go through, or try to, and side-to-side contact, and they very nearly spin around in trying to make that move. So my question now is, why is Coenza so slow?
I'm trying to remember if there is a slowdown right after Cops, because he went so wide outside of Cops and he kind of merged on the track without kind of like going out. He went outside the curbs and into that green teal zone, and I think there's a slowdown right there, but I'm not sure if it is 100% a slowdown. I would have to drive around the track and confirm, but that's what I expect from Coenza right now on the track.
To be honest, I think he's damaged. I think he's got damage from that contact, and he's
struggling. Surprise me.
It would as well, but that's the only thing I can really think of at the moment. I guess he did go wide at Cops, didn't he? And that might constitute a slowdown, even though he didn't gain any time. He was very wide at Cops Corner after all.
Yeah, which would, like I said, wouldn't surprise me. Getting a slowdown. I think I've gotten slowdown like driving on officials, but I haven't driven so long around Silverstone that I can now 100% confirm. But the car looked sluggish, but it didn't look like it was damaged or anything of the nature that you could classify. Oh, they have to come to the pit.
Well, we'll see the lap time at the end of this one for Coenza, and we'll have a bit more of a look at that. But thankfully for the leaders, they're not splitting apart at all. They're absolutely together. In fact, Rafael Runhofer is really on the move here. 2 places gained so far. Sport now second, and looking maybe for the race lead, although nobody seems to really want to pass Williams Esports right now. They've led all of the 35 minutes so far, and I'm not really sure there's much point in going through on Kamo Grabowski at the moment. It's probably worth following him, saving a bit of fuel, and seeing where we are at the very least after the first pit stops.
Now, which we're not that far away. We're about, I would say, 20-minute-ish from our first pit stop regularly for those who are willing to take a early pit stop. But we fully expect the GT3s to go around.
GT3s on the TCRs again here. So this is another thing for them to contend with. 3 wide to the final chicane there. That was Team 75 hanging on to a place ahead of the number 1 car, Sutamuto. So Bonga's gone up to 5th place, or stayed in 5th place at least. Leon Penn was under pressure from Sutamuto there for 6th position, but it didn't work out. That 3 wide move was enough to save him and enough to save the position, but it's remarkable that they've had to overtake the TCRs twice now in 30 minutes. Going to have to lap them about, what, 18 times in this race?
Something like that. The lap delta is about 50, 60 seconds-ish. So, 15, 16 seconds a lap, and they do around 1:59 to 2 minutes. I mean, it would be more.
I suppose it could be more, depending on where we are. There's another dive from Team 75. Get past the Impulse Racing TCR on that occasion into Brooklands. TCR now still being led by Norbert Leitner of Impulse Racing. That's 1.1 seconds now. Gonzalo Fabi not in the slipstream anymore. As it's side by side here in GT3 with the other Impulse car. Well, one of them, that's the Ferrari, which was on the inside of Dory Sports briefly there, but couldn't stay ahead. And that's been a great start for Jonas Vanner so far. It doesn't look great on paper, however, he did drop to 18th, 19th off of the start, and he's already back into 12th position, so he's recovered well, and indeed earlier on had a penalty overturned for, well, someone had a penalty overturned, sorry, it wasn't him, so he's still got that minute penalty to serve, hasn't he? So it's going to be a difficult day for Dory Sports, actually, now think about it.
Yeah, it's only pain for the beginning from the Mercedes, and the Mercedes doesn't look like it's overperforming. I'm trying to see which is the best place Mercedes. I think that is Sutamuto, the best place Mercedes so far in 7th place.
You are indeed correct. There is the 20 seconds time penalty for Obsidian for contact at turn 3. I think that was to be expected.
Yep.
That's the only penalty from the last few minutes that has come through, by the way. Oh, actually, other than Team 75. Oh, sorry, that's not the right car. Looking for... No, that is correct. That is the Obsidian car that's been given the penalty. So there are some more being looked at, is what I should probably say at this juncture. Race control very busy, working away at all the incidents that have gone on. And actually, I don't know if you've had a look at the sheet at the moment, Lorenzo, but the first half an hour, the first 20 minutes, I should say, only had a couple of incidents with it, and only one was penalty worthy. So actually, we got off to a great first 20 minutes or so, and now race control is sort of having a bit of a catch-up with that. I guess when you have a good start, everybody stays very close together and stays very invested and very quick and very up towards the front, if you like.
Yeah.
If they all have a good start, and that maybe creates problems about 20-30 minutes in.
When everybody's driving okay, everybody's happy, right? The race control is going to be happy, broadcast is going to be happy. Well, we're seeing plenty of action. We're not seeing overtakes. We're observing car behavior out of everybody, trying to save fuel and everything else, right? So it makes the broadcast look greater. Is it going to continue for the next 5 hours and something? I don't know, but we always do look forward to see, clean races, especially on a track that, for me personally speaking, hasn't seen the best of clean action for multi-class racing, so I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, it's great multi-class racing around Silverstone. I always enjoy it. The 992s now with the GT4s, and you can't imagine the GT3s are very far away either, although, well, they are about 35 seconds behind the 992s at the moment, at least the leaders of those, so it will be quite a while. Now, here's an interesting call. Edu Fernandez Morales is in for Obsidian already. It's not a stop-go penalty, as far as I can work out. It's a time penalty that he'll have to serve in a separate box, but he's decided, or an Obsidian have decided, let's incorporate this into our strategy and pit early.
Might not be the baddest of ideas, in my opinion. You know, you take the time law, you take TL right now, and you go with the fact that you took already your first pit stop, the first pit stop, already kind of like halfway through your stint, or 60% of your stint, and you just try to do your best to manage that as you go on with the track, and you know you have 90 minutes, 100 minutes to take away the penalty, so you might not be within that time frame of, you know, being okay. Can we take that penalty without, you know, doubling our penalty?
I think it's 90 minutes, by the way.
Yeah, roughly.
It actually used to be 2 hours in real life. I wonder whether that's been decreased in real life as well, or whether that's an esport penalty. There we go, side by side in TCR. This is for yes, 5th place. The other Obsidian car and RD Simsport going side by side. Gio Cortese still ahead of or now ahead of RD Simsport. Daniel Martin at the wheel of that one. And so they're still in the wheel tracks of Fabian Siegmann. Now, Huizinveld are 4th place, and I say that, you know, I hesitate to say that's a bad result for them, but I mean, they've not finished lower than 2nd yet, and they are, well, at least in my opinion, they're sort of the TCR masters. They are the standard. If you want to be better, or you know, if you want to be one of the greats in TCR, you've got to be better than Huizinveld. And right now, for them to be 4th is a bit of a surprise to me.
Yes, I agree. I agree, and if I remember correctly, I think that is their lowest place position since Spa. I think Spa they were 2nd place. They were 4th place at a point of a race, and because of all the issues that kind of like conspiring on going as the race went by, they got 2nd place. And managed to get away, you know, kind of like okay. But we have to take away Spa, because Spa was, let's just say, Ewan, was probably one of the oddest races we ever seen in 24-hour series for the TCRs. Kind of like with Italy, Entropic, and I think Impulse, I think, died within the first corner of the race. So it was a little bit of a weird thing to go on. But other than that, a good recovery from the German, Finnish, Dutch team.
Side by side for 4th here in 992. Sorry to cut across you there. Olympus and Simify are going for this, and it's going to remain so into the final turn. That was brave from Thomas Cope, who had to go for that right round the outside of the final corner. David Bosco wasn't going to give in, or I thought he wasn't going to. Eventually he had to, but Thomas Cope hangs on to 4th position, and they have now detached themselves from the top 3. Oh no, contact! Scherer off the road, and they were off the road in a big way there. They went backwards through shots. Off the road, they're at least still 6th place, and they don't seem very damaged, but that was it must have been contact, surely.
Yeah, but I think more problematic for Randhofer right there is going to be the fact that his tires are going to be scorching hot, and it's quite hard for you to cool down the tires in the Cup class. Meanwhile, still battles going on for 992 up in the front.
Great battling in 992 as they work their way through the GT4s for the first time for these guys. Both of the X-Racer cars have found each other pretty close together here, which is somewhat surprised given their qualifyings. The 992s have to work their way to the inside of these, then the outside for Rennhofer. We'll get a replay as to what happened very shortly to him, but you know, you never want to arrive backwards at turn 3 really, under any circumstances. So I'm looking forward to seeing how he got there. It must, it must have been contact, and we won't speculate on what happened any further until we see it for real. But the TCRs are almost here now as well. For whatever reason, saw one of the TCRs going through shot there. I think it could have been Carlart and Harold Stadler. So this is now just constant traffic for the 992s. Especially there's the shot. This is on board with Autos Esports. Then this is the replay on board with Corners Feniosa. Does he tip them into a spin?
Oh, he
yes.
does.
And everybody else is
what an
supremely
avoidance.
lucky.
Who's that GT4 that managed to do like a last-second avoidance? Was that
It's X-Racer, but I
think
don't
it was
know which one.
Yes. But what an avoidance, kind of like last second. You can see the Altus coming in like blazing hot in front of you, and kind of like a truck without direction and everything, without being able to steer, and you kind of managed to survive the ordeal just in the last second.
It was either, I think it might have been Kari Kortelainen, the other one being driven by Aju Hakaleto right now, but I think it was the 412, the one in 10th place at the moment. But anyway, it doesn't matter. It was great driving avoidance, as you say, and thankfully no one else was taken out in that. I think that will be a penalty as well, but actually in the grand scheme of things, it's really not disadvantaged anyone too much. Renhoff has lost, what, maybe 4 seconds as a result of that, and considering how many cars were around at the time and what speed they were at the time of the contact, that we've gotten away with one there, really.
No, he did, but the problem, like I said before, the problem is going to maintain the level, the grip level of those tires as he goes on the track. Like, even the slide has been even it can damage the long run of the Porsche. This car is very, very sensitive within the rear, so for Renhofer to have a contact already on the rear end, on the tail end of his stint, especially with a track, despite being at one of the coldest tracks that I think we ever raced on this season, if not the coldest, right, like in terms of average, it just makes things more complicated as we look towards the Williams Esports Academy trying to break away from Altus. The thing is, are we expecting a penalty from Altus? I think we are.
I think so. Let's see if it's being investigated at the moment. I reckon it is. Yep, it is. So Feniosa may well find himself in a small bit of bother for that one, I'm afraid. But there's Kamil Grabowski still leading in 992. Zenith Esports leading in GT4. You can just see them in the background there, in sort of lime green and black. Actually, both in a bit of lime green, aren't they? Two class leaders there. And we've got Impulse leading in TCR, and they've not quite been caught yet, those leaders in TCR. But the GT3s can't be far away now. The back end of the Porsches are probably 20 seconds ahead of the GT3s on the road, so almost all of the traffic on the road everywhere is going to be, I reckon very soon there's going to be a lap where the GT3s have their last clean lap of the race, and every other lap after that is going to be at least one car overtaken.
Yeah, it's going to turn quite chaotic in a little bit. I just looked the leader. I think the leader just went around Bale and Club, so I think we were due to see this traffic kind of like spread out in about maybe 2.5 laps, give or take. But other than that, it's just make everything more complicated. Meanwhile, more penalties for Obsidian. Context on what it looks like.
I don't think that's another one. That's the same one, I think.
Oh, the same.
The 20 seconds. There have been some more penalties accumulated for people, though. There is the first of them. 5 seconds for Impulse. That's the Ferrari you can see on your screen with contact at the 476. That is the SimRC Championship leading GT4 that they've got a 5-second penalty for, so clearly nothing too bad, but it's enough to give them 5 seconds. And now these are bad penalties. 35 seconds in total for the Apex 1 car. First 30 seconds for blocking, and then the next 5 for contact with Matteo Cuenza. I've got to say that doesn't come as a huge surprise. Blocking is never going to be looked on too kindly.
No, it's not. It's in a track like Silverstone where you want to block, right? Your nature is like to try to block, try to have the line and everything. Just makes things more complicated as you go on and race on in this track. But other than that, no, just unfortunate for 35 seconds, just in a small amount of time for them.
Yeah, it's not long into this race now, and there's the 60 seconds for Door Esports, by the way. A registration infringement, and just to explain what that, well, I'll explain that in a minute maybe. Maniti Racing getting dived by Simify, who have really recovered well here. Gonzalo Vergara has been trailing Nicholas Last for quite some time in this race, and he still can't find his way through. 50 minutes now he's spent behind the green and black Maniti Racing Porsche, and he'll have to spend another minute behind them for now.
The question is Vergara trying to actually look for an opening to try to do that overtake, though? Because from what it looks like, he's kind of like giving them a bump trap of sorts, coming out of still, not looking for the overtaking, and because they know they are losing ground to that number 24 car. It's 5 seconds, even though it goes up and down because of traffic and everything else as it goes forward, but other than that, it just makes things more interesting as the top 5 battle goes on GT3s.
It does, and it goes into more traffic again. So the TCRs and GT4s are still lapping one another, and that's going to make things extra difficult for the top class. And we are going to get towards the first pit stops of the day now as well, seeing who can get to the hour mark. Here's side by side for Coenza again, along with Maniti Racing, or which position is this for now? 9th place at Maniti Racing, and Maxime Marot did hold, but now Coenza gets through, and he's up into the 9th position. Again, still only 8 seconds off the lead, though. That's how remarkable this race has been in 992 so far.
Yeah, and lost a little bit of momentum. Coenza coming out outside of the corner. I think Maniti just took advantage of having the better line on the exit. Now you can see the Maniti car going on to the outside, and Coenza having to defend. For the time being, he's going to retain, but the question is for how long.
Will it even be into this chicane here at Vale? It's going to be a look here, surely. No, they won't on this occasion. 992s are not quite finished with traffic just yet, but they're nearly there. And then it would be the GT3s to overtake them. But they're actually on pretty similar speed, so I'm actually not sure whether we're going to see them lapping each other at that point, or whether we'll have to wait for after the pit stops, because the best GT3s are in the low 2 minutes. The best 992s are in the mid 2 minute 3s. I mean, at maximum, there's 3.5 seconds between them on pace. It's really not a lot.
Yeah, which is insane to think about.
Yeah, it's a big change compared to previous years. 3 wide on the front straight. Maniti Racing still hang on to 2nd place, but it's the battles in GT4 which have really stumped them there. Nicholas Last having to do a lot of defending now from Vergara into turn 3. He is still there. In fact, it's Traeger Racing, and what a move that is. Round the outside for the Ferrari, and they're up to 3rd place.
Caught him sleeping. That's really good. It's really good to see Ricardo Rico making that overtake and jumping up 1 spot. Meanwhile, we also saw on the same frame that the Geodesic managed to make the move on the X Racer car, and now going against the Impulse as well.
So Ricardo Rico up to 3rd place in the Traeger Racing car. Ahead of Simify Esports. There's an all Spanish battle there, by the way, between Rico and Vergara. Now back to GT4 as they get overtaken again by some of the lower GT3s. There's a lot going on, and there has been a lot going on in this first hour. It's been pretty busy out there on the circuit. Nearly 3 wide again in the background.
Yes. And you can see the flashing of the lights from the door, yeah.
Up the inside, and they get through. They did drop a long way back, actually, Dora Esports, as I referenced earlier. I think they've overtaken 8 cars so far. They're now up to 11th, and then they're just ahead of Mag Performance SRT and Impulse Racing. And unfortunately for Giacomo Murgia in the Mag Performance Porsche, it's not been such a good race for them. They qualified in 6th place, but now struggling to hold on to 12th.
Just not the best of races for the 12th place car, and you can see Murgia trying to defend the inside, but I think the Impulse car just has too much carrying speed coming around still, and Balazs Pala just makes the overtake quite cleanly and brings from what it looks like the WSR by Buckhacker team, the number 16 of Ross McFarlane just right behind. Actually, that's a Lundqvist car instead of a Ross McFarlane. Yeah,
McFarlane got spun around by the Obsidian car earlier, and so they're a bit further back at the moment. There's the battle for 2nd place again, and almost as if they're trying to repeat the move, Simify looked to the outside at turn 3. That's exactly how they got overtaken a lap or so ago by Ricardo Rico, but now it's the roles reversed. Out through Aintree they go, and he couldn't quite execute it. What is happening though, this battle for second place is very exciting and all, but it is increasing the gap to the leader, and it's all the way back here as well. Team 75 with not a good run out of Aintree at all, and the reigning champions are looking down the inside. Big move down the inside, in fact, not only for the class position but also to lap one of the TCRs, and so Williams Esports are up to 6th place.
And they managed to overlap, I think, the RD Sim Sport quite aggressively, I should say. You can see the blinking of the headlights going in front of the Williams car, diving down on the inside. I thought they were going to make contact right in the middle of Will Brooklands, but they did not make contact, which is always good to know, to see that. But Race still going fiercely for second place, even though, you know, that Team 24 car from CMRC is just saying thank you very much, or I forgot how to say thank you in German.
Danke?
Dankeschön. Dankeschön.
Yes. We know German. That's about the only German word I know. But anyway, that's all.
I know a little bit more, but don't take my word for it.
Don't take me to Germany. Battle for 3rd place is still raging. It's a big dive from Rico as he closes on Nicholas Last, who can't decide whether to go left or right behind the Waverley TCR. He finally decides just in time, but now he's got 2 cars right close up behind him all over again. He just can't seem to separate themselves from each other at the moment in this fight.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's always good to keep that enticing eyes from Ricardo Rico and going up against Nicholas. And Nicholas is doing a really, really good job. Meanwhile, in the back, you can see the Simify diving down on the inside. And now, does the door open over here for Jago? Outside move. Can he seal the deal? Not at all.
Oh dear, we've had a big crash. We've had a big crash.
Oh no.
Team Hoisingvold involved in the GT3, and Dory Sports are involved as well. There's confirmation of their registration penalty, but they've got bigger things to worry about now. They've lost the front bumper and the rear wing. This must have been a big bit of contact. And speaking of contact, Autos Esports have got 10 seconds for theirs into turn 3.
We kind of expected that when they made contact with the Shatter Esports. We're going to look on the replay from what involved 3 cars, from what it looks like. Hoisingveld and maybe one GT4 and also the Door Academy car.
I'm going to go with at least 2. Hoisingveld and Door were definitely involved because we saw them still having the accident when we cut to the front straight. Let's see if there was anybody else involved. Just a bit of a weave on the straight there to avoid lap traffic. This was a battle for roughly 10th position in the field. Just outside the top 10, in fact, as we were running. But now it's promoted pretty much everybody up the field with nearly an hour gone here at Silverstone. And now we'll have a look at what happened. On board with Jonas Vanna. So he's just hanging back and he's taking advantage very nicely. He's taking 3 wide into the final turn. Up on the curb, straight into the side of the Ferrari.
That's not ideal. But, like I said, Club and Vale, you can take 2 wide, but the corner kind of like already fiddles out to 1 single lane. Because if you take that corner, that entry of the corner is not good on the GT3s. That curb is aggressive on the GT3s. You're going to get fizzled out to the outside. Maybe TCRs would keep that more straight in line, but you're going to look from the other angle, the aerial angle, that how aggressively that door car is going to be pushed around.
I mean, yeah, Hoisingveld gave them the room there. Dog just got on the curb and straight into the side of the Ferrari there for me. They were the ones who had more damage, so there's going to be quite a lot of penalties to serve, and if that penalty gets assigned before this pit stop for Door Esports, then they're going to be spending a lot of time in the penalty box, add to their registration infringement, which is going to cost them a minute as well in this race, so not a good first hour for them in the end, despite making loads of overtakes. Maybe that was a 1 step too far in terms of aggression. I mean, often, to be fair, these days, the driver on the inside is almost always given priority under any circumstances, but I don't think that's correct. I certainly don't think that should be the case in that one there, where he wasn't making an unjustifiable move down the inside, was Jonas. I think he was entitled to have a go there, but yes, he did hit the curb and go straight into the car on the outside of him, and so should get a penalty for that.
I agree 100%. It's just, you know, being slightly aggressive, as I think we have issues on the TCRs.
Your team are going to get in trouble for that, Lorenzo. I'm sorry. But although they may have been pushed in the back by the GT4, I'm not sure. That will be the only saving grace, I think, based on that first view. We only saw it in real time there with you at home, of course, but that didn't look great, and unfortunately it's the RD SimSport car out in the grass now at Luffield.
Yeah, I am probably going to pin that on Eric, because Daniel made the overtake. You guys are probably going to see on the replay. I'm watching their car in service, so that's the only thing I'm going to say. But the car, you know, just loses the momentum outside of Brooklands and does the contact this way.
Let's have another look at what happened. So this is good driving from RD SimSport, first of all, by the way, to take advantage of the lap traffic and dive down the inside. That's a very nice move, actually. And then USP will try and come back and go straight into the back of the RD SimSport car. And so that is just as slam dunk as we thought.
Yeah, this is probably going to be like 20 seconds or something of the nature. Of course, like I said, the car would lose a little bit of traction. RD just came in too hot off the corner, had to brake at the mid-corner to try to make that grip work on the car, and that rotation still working. But other than that, it's unfortunate, but that's what racing is all about. Unfortunate to know that.
So coming up towards the end of the first hour here at Silverstone, and we've only got one of the GT3s in so far as I can tell, or two, excuse me. Obsidian are in again. So I'm not sure why they're making a second stop of the day already, but other than that, 18 cars have stayed out until the hour mark. So in terms of fuel and making this on 5 stops, everyone's looking very good so far.
Yeah, we expected them to kind of make over the hour. Of course, I think those who actually came to the pit lane that had the penalties, especially Obsidian, would go on this different strategy. But there's still very wide open race within this first hour, and that's very good to know.
Very good for us, of course. Yep. And we'll have a little bit of a rundown as to what's happened so far and where everybody is when these pit stops have finished. But Simify have just come into the pit lane from 992, for example, and the overall race leaders are in now as well. Ruben Bonga comes into the pit lane. The other Team 75 car is in too. Seems that the Mercedes can go a lap longer than everybody else, although maybe only this one, because Falcon Sim Racing are also into pit lane. So we're in that time of the race. It will get a little bit quieter out on the circuit and a lot busier down in pit lane.
Yeah, now I'm looking forward to see those who actually go longer on the pit stop. I'm just trying to pull up an image. We haven't talked about BOP, haven't we?
Nope.
Because I think this could affect the fuel, the fuel and stuff a little bit. Only the AMG has a lower fuel limit range than the BMW, the Mercedes, the Ferrari, Lamborghinis, or the Porsche as well. So on paper, they would have to go and do more pit stops. Let's see if this is actually true.
Well, I just want to clarify something on that, because this is something I actually don't know, and I don't know why I don't know. Is it a limit on the size of the tank or how much they can put in it?
No, it is the size of the tank.
Okay,
so they are limited to fuel only up to 98% of the fuel range.
Okay, because I know in real life 24/8 series racing, there's a big disparity between, you're allowed to use all of the tank you can possibly muster, but you can only fill for
up to a certain limit of the fuel.
So I remember that the cars, certainly, it's been a little while since I've followed quite so closely, but you know, used to have GT3s, and this is, you know, the 488 Ferrari I'm kind of thinking of, used to have like a 130 litre tank, but they'd only be able to put 100 in, or, you know, you get the idea. So if you come in early and you've still got that sort of 30 litres in the bottom, you can fill it all the way up to the top of the tank. But if you run it empty, you can't, and you can only do 100 at a time, but that doesn't apply here, so that's okay. We'll let those cycle through in GT3. Still waiting a little bit in 992. However, as I noted, Simify have already been in. David Boschke, it was 56.8 seconds, and he is the only driver and the only team to have come in so far. So they've been left on their own very much with that, and now the leaders have gone past for a second time. That is surprising.
Yeah, it is 100%. That quickly, though, is what I think surprises me a little bit more.
What, 56 seconds?
Yeah, I would expect maybe a full minute in terms of pit stop, not 56 seconds.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm wondering whether they're splitting this into 6 equal parts and they're slightly short filling every time, whereas everybody else is going to have a splash at the end maybe. But let's find out about that. Obsidian have been in for nearly 4 minutes now. This is a very long, or 3.5 I should say. This is a very long stop for them for some reason.
Oh, looking over here. The average has been like for 1 minute and 6 seconds.
That seems a little bit on the long side for the GT3s. Yeah, 40 seconds or so for the GT3s. Let's see who comes out first. Grundkotter is out in the lead again. Drago Racing have gotten up to second place. Nicholas Lass now, Nicholas Lass has got into second place just at the end there, so it can't be a big gap, and it isn't. Only half a second between Maniti and Drago. Simify's GT3 is now fourth. Williams have jumped PS competition and they're up to fifth place.
And that's the only big thing. Even though Ruben Bonga's pit stop was slightly quicker by 0.2 of a second, but there might have been something that I think Sota might have done better to get the advantage on the number 89 and get P5. But other than that, it's kind of like it's the status quo. Everybody just haven't moved up or down. It stayed up pretty much the same as we have one more hour of racing. So hour 2 begins.
Hour 2 does indeed begin. We'll wait and hang fire on the rundown because GT4 are still making their pit stops right now as well, and we haven't even seen them in 992 either. But for now, we'll just enjoy the racing. We're very much in that point in the race now where the field is scattered. There's cars all over the circuit. If you were to stand on the circuit somewhere and just watch, there'd be a car coming past you on average every 1.5 seconds. And it's, or maybe 2 seconds. It's very, very busy out there for now. And that means there's a lot of traffic to contend with for especially those higher classes. But also you've got to think about the TCRs. That's a lot of getting overtaken by higher classes.
Yeah, but I think what eases up the job for those who are driving around the TCRs is that the field has been kind of like thinned out. You don't see a lot of cars following one another in TCRs right now. I think the closest gap in TCRs might be Entropic and Wave Italy. That's the only closest thing we can see around the track besides our DCM Sports and Race for Cat, which would say would be the largest trains in the field.
Oh, it's very close.
Yeah, way close to call.
And yeah, wow, that was nearly contact. Apex 1 here with input at Olympus Esports. That's for 5th position still. Waiting on those pit stops in 992. And as I mentioned, Simify are doing something different. 992 is going to be the most interesting category, I've got to say, in terms of strategy. I always find that it is, because it's the only class in the field where you don't take tyres and fuel at the same time, and that's a wonderful thing.
Yeah. Are you? I think I brought you this question before. Are you a fan of simultaneous fueling in tires? I think you said no, if I remember correctly.
Well,
right?
Not as a general rule. If there are safety cars, which there are not in the 24H Series championships, then I would approve of them a little more. But in a series like this, where it's 6 hours long, and this is the beauty of it, we know there's going to be no stoppages, no Coach 60s like you see in real life, no safety cars like there are in other series. It's a pure 6-hour race. What I want to see in a pure 6-hour race is different strategies transpiring over the course of it, and you can't have that if you change fuel and tyres at the same time.
I agree. It's kind of like the fit. You want to be finicky, right? You want to see something different. You want to see like back in the old days, if I remember correctly. When you do 2 tires only, there were back in the old days only 2 tires over here to be changed, and it changed the entire complexity of the race.
Exactly. That's why I love the 992 category. I'm not sure why that's the only category that it is the case for, but it is. So there we go.
I mean, I think it's the only one. Of course, iRacing kind of uses IMSA regulated pit stops, so I think because of that, 992s don't run on IMSA, so I think it makes a little bit of more sense.
I suppose they don't do well. No, not in a not in a category where they make pit stops, I suppose.
Yeah.
So it makes sense in some way. Sim RC briefly got to the lead in GT4. They are the championship leaders, as I mentioned earlier on, with 2 race wins so far, but at Spa and Sebring. But Silverstone has not started so well for them. They qualified down in 10th position, but did make up some places early, but haven't been able to hang on to them all. And we'll see just how many they will hang on to here in this pit stop phase. They are the first of 4 cars onto pit lane here on this latest lap. Karim Habbert's at the wheel of that, but when it all cycles out, we're going to see Jaume Domasis Torres in the lead for Zenith Esports by the looks of things. 07 Racing are just behind them, admittedly, but I think we are going to see them get back to the lead, yes.
Because did he take pit stop this time? Sorry, the penalty this time.
Zenith, oh, that's a good point. Zenith did have a penalty of, oh no they didn't. Oh no, they haven't got a penalty, it's fine. They had a penalty earlier, but it was later revoked because they said after further review, to give the whole story, Zenith initially were given a penalty for the same thing that Door Esports were in GT3 for adding a driver after the deadline. However, after Race Control reviewed it again, the driver that was added after the start of FP1 was just a duplicate driver of someone that was already there anyway. So they've decided not to give them a penalty for that because they haven't really added a driver that after the deadline, because they've not really added a driver at all. They've just put someone in twice. I don't know who did that or how that's even happened, but Zenith Esports have avoided a penalty as a result. So yes, they are in the lead again, and that is correct indeed. Because they didn't have a penalty to serve, so hopefully that clears that one up and they can then get on with the race now.
Right, because I see also they had another penalty for... Oh, they actually served the penalty. Yeah, just they had another penalty for a 5-second contact with the number 407 car, but they served that already. So that's a big issue.
I think I misread that earlier as well. That's the 476, not the 456. So that's someone else. I misread that earlier as well. So I apologise for that. Autos Esports then, just being overtaken by Visceral in towards Stowe Corner. That was for second, but it doesn't really matter. Carlos Feleoza into pit lane, and now he'll kick things off in 992. We have had some other stops there. Geodesic, Maniti and Olympus have all had pit stops nearly 10 seconds longer than Simify. Valkyrie and Impulse also come into pit lane, so the pit stop games have really begun now after an hour and 10 minutes. Although we're edging towards the point where some of these 992 could do it on 4 stops maybe.
Interesting. Kind of like on the same lane or the same field as the TCR class kind of like does. TCR class goes for 90 minutes, so it's always for pit stops on the clock.
It's always always so interesting in 992. I can't describe how much it's better than changing fuel and tyres at the same time. But anyway, we've been through that, so that's fine for now. This is the SimRC GT4 that was in a couple of months ago. They're up to 6th place at least, so they've recovered all right. 4 places gained for Karim Habert so far. That's Maciej Euler just behind in the Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward car. But they're recovering okay, and it's these days that win or lose your championships, isn't it? They need to get the best out of a bad day, just SimRC in GT4.
But the funny thing is, even if you think they would be having a bad day, it's up. I think it would be enough to retain them in the lead, just because the point gap to 2nd place, which is Impulse, it's really big. Yeah,
it's a very big championship lead that they've got so far, 12 points, which means that where can they finish and still retain the lead? Probably 7th. They could finish and still retain the lead no matter what happens, so that stands them in good stead for the end of the race and sort of the end of the season as well, really, doesn't it?
Yep.
If you got to look at those gaps. Admittedly, Urano last season in GT4 had a very big gap going into the final 2 rounds, and there was one stage where they had provisionally clinched the championship on the road, but then a crash at the Nordschleife and then at Barcelona as well, that Movano won the GT4 title last season. It just says that anything could happen, and it's very early still in this championship.
Anything, it's still very early to call. It's kind of weird to say that we're halfway point into this championship, and we're saying that it's too early to call.
Much too early to call. So the 992 cars are in. Time for some more penalties, though. The 488 has got a 5-second penalty for contact. That was who was that with? X-Racer it was. Arto Hakaleto, who went off the road. The number 20 car has also got a 20-second time penalty. That's RaceSpotTV again. At this time for contact with car 48. That was the Huisenfeld contact that we saw. And car 137, U-Race BR, will also have a penalty for the contact with RD SimSport. So we've seen all of those, Lorenzo, and I don't think anyone can disagree with them either after having viewed them.
Sorry.
That's all right. 992 pit stops complete then. Will Simify get to the lead or not here? Because Grabowski has also had a minute-long pit stop, and almost all of them have. Yeah, Bosco will be in the lead here. Oh no, not quite. He's nearly there. Very close, not quite. Grabowski will just about hang on. And they just go through shot there. There's Camo Grabowski. So somehow, he's had a 10-second shorter pit stop as Bosco, but he's actually not taken the lead. That is somewhat puzzling.
Yeah, unless Williams had a penalty to serve or something of the nature, that's why probably the massive the lead isn't quite massive.
Side by side for the lead. Simify with nice warmed up tyres in the groove. Bosco looking for the space here, and Grabowski still trying to get those tyres in the window. And Simify eSports take full advantage into the lead for the Spanish team. And now they have hold the advantage. But once again, as I said earlier, I reckon Simify could end up making an extra stop compared to everybody else today, as could Valkyrie, which could really be a problem for them later on. Surely the pit lane here is so long and so slow that you're just going to lose too much time making an extra stop.
Yeah, but I think the one thing we have to be talking about is if he, like I said before, if he had said this probably 3 years ago, prior to the launch of the WW13 cars, this would have, damaged them on the long run, because I think the speed was about 60 kilometers. Now it's much more than that. It's one of the shortest runs of pit lanes, while Valkyrie goes on the inside.
So these guys have gone for a slightly shorter stop as well, and then down the inside of Scherer, and one of the driver changes, Julian Raymer, at the wheel of that one. And then Proceed Sports also coming through. Thomas Coper stayed at the wheel, and he has now gone through. It is slightly bizarre, I've got to say, how many driver changes there have been here. Alexander Tiber is at the wheel now of the Visceral Esports car in third. Valkyrie have changed driver also, with Roger Fridstad Christensen at the wheel there. Who else has changed? Adam Kotarski for Impulse Racing is now at the wheel. Moritz Weinrich for Geodesic. Timo Kornen for Harvu, and that is it. But that's about half the field in 992, changing driver after an hour and 10.
I wonder how much of a driver, like a physical effort you take driving a D Cup car around Silverstone in comparison to the other cars. I think it would be much more of a workout.
Maybe, but I would have thought these guys could sustain that length of stint, I've got to be honest. Side by side with Autos here and Wave Italy. That's Connor Fenollosa just recovering from his penalty, and now up to 7th at least. It's going to be a bit of a recovery drive here now in this stint for him.
Yeah, I don't think Fano is going to waste any efforts of, saving fuel and stuff, given the fact that now the gap to the 6th place in his class kind of like widened up a little bit more than he probably anticipated.
Well, let's see. It's scattered field at the moment here at Silverstone, and just about an hour and 20 gone. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC are leading the race overall, and we haven't checked in with the battle for 2nd place in GT3 for a while. It has grown in number since we were last looking at it. Drago Racing still at the front of it, but Maniti Racing and Simify have been joined now by Williams Esports and BS Competition. There they are into turn 3. Ruben Bonga on the outside of Sotomuto as the concertina effect happened in front. He looks up the inside, just Bonga, and he might well have the place. Muto's going to just have to back off. He could have forced the issue free wide, but it wasn't worth it with 4 hours 41 to go.
Yeah, it's still a long race to go, so they have to know when to make that right decision of, going for it. You can see the Falcon team right behind trying to follow them closely as Mutos looks down on the inside of the Wave Italy GT4, but so far really good work from Bonga to make that overtake. Didn't seal the deal while still hunting the Gonzalo Vergara for the Semi-5 Porsche for 4th place.
It is a lot closer in GT3 than in previous laps, got to be said. Grunkart is still getting ahead of the field as a result. That was very close. It was Gonzalo Vergara down the inside of Karim Havertz into Kopp's corner, and they all just about got away with it. Now Falcon Sim Racing are coming up on it as well. And just to complete the top 10, the other Team 75 car is in 8th place with Leon Penn. Then it's about Esports and WSR Esports butt kickers Lucas Lindqvist has made up 9 places to get into 10th position. So that's the top 10 in GT3, and arguably is a bit closer than maybe you'd expect at this point in the race, but very encouraging. It's been very entertaining so far, this class.
I think we could say this is the best class in the field in terms of battles.
That may be. It's certainly the most numerous, so the chances, I guess, increase with that, but even so, here's the 992 class, which hasn't been bad either. Simify Esports at lead here, by the way, 1.9 seconds the advantage as well, by the way, with Williams Esports and Visceral Esports battling for 2nd. Then Valkyrie are leading the group for 4th place, Olympus Esports and Share Esports trying to find their way through there. And then you get to this group for 7th. Connor Sveniosa leading Matteo Coenza and Maxime Marriott. 3 very experienced Porsche Cup drivers, along with Adam Katarski to round out the rest of the top 10. It's been interesting in 992, but not maybe as much variation as you'd see on another day.
I think what kind of made things more interesting were the penalties for Altas, kind of like putting Altas on the back burner to start this race and put them like in a position they would be with their backs against the wall and moving on with this race as it goes on by. And more interesting enough is for me is the fact that the team that is right ahead of them is if I see correctly is Scherer. Scherer is leading by 3.7 seconds as Julian Reimann is driving that car, and we know it's P1 and P2 in the standings so far, so it would probably be a battle for the championship. It's with 4 points gap between them.
True. Neither of them have finished outside the top 5 yet this season, so that's something or something to bear in mind. Now, what's happened here in GT3? No positional changes just yet, but Sotomuto is looking to re-overtake Ruben Bonga again. He was inside the top 5, was Sota, but got overtaken very nicely so as well from Ruben Bonga. It was a really opportunistic and well-executed move, actually. And he went straight through into 5th position. Sotomuto looking to reply again, but the traffic is just so thick at this stage of the race. There's nearly 40 cars for them to overtake, by the way, slower category cars if you're in a GT3. There's about 20 of them and 58 in the field, so there's the math for you. 38 slower class cars for you to overtake. It is so much for these top class drivers to work through.
It is just like nerve-wracking moments as it's what kind of lines do you do? You can see there's a little bit of a unhappy moment from Gonzalo Fabi on the leader, on the overall leader, as now Entropy goes down the outside. Really aggressive move from them. So can Kadlicek seal the deal? No, he can't. So far, he has stuck down into the single file line and kind of give some time away to the other TCR that is following them. You can see not far behind. There is Impulse. No, sorry, not Impulse, but Hoisenfeld following close.
Yeah, Fabian Siegmann has finally got his skates on here. It's taken him a little while in this race to qualify only 4th and to be off the pace in the first hour was a bit of a surprise, but he's back onto it now. And I wonder how far we are away from pit stops here as well, Lorenzo. We're getting towards the end of 90 minutes, which these cars can do in TCR.
Yeah, I would say maybe 5-6 more minutes. I would argue, depending on how aggressive you wanna be, when you come around, it's even more than that. You can kind of like stretch out maybe to 92, 94 minutes because you're lifting away so much. Ooh, that was close from Bernardini right there.
It was. He gave just about the right amount of room to Team 75. He went for it. That was Gonzalo Vergara looking up the inside there of Nicholas Last for third in the Manetti racing car. An all Porsche battle for the final podium place, and he couldn't do it again. He's been in this situation for 84 minutes now in this race, and he still can't find his way past the Manetti racing Porsche up ahead. It must be frustrating for Vergara because he is trying to go through, but he's still yet to be successful. Now at the final corner, he'll have a bit more speed as Last got held up behind Siegmann. Still, he can't do it. The lap traffic this time probably thwarting him a little bit.
Yeah, unfortunate right there for Vergara, but I think he's going to try to look on the inside maybe here on the braking. Bonga with a very aggressive braking for the BS competition number 89, but have no space whatsoever. It was just to get around the way Vitaly TCR, but things are heating up for the final top 3 spot.
Around the outside goes Bonga of TCR, and through goes Sotomuto as well. Falcon Sim Racing are here now too. Leon Penn, you can see, is the next Porsche in the black and white just behind, but it's all for third place. They're continuing to lose time to the leaders, and actually, or the leader, Tobias Grunkotter, and actually they're losing time to Manuel Troncoso as well in the Drago Racing Ferrari. That car is now second, 12 seconds off the lead, but these guys are a second behind that car now as well, which is a bit of a surprise. I mean, when Last was leading the group, he couldn't get away in second position, but the fact that Drago Racing have been able to do it almost immediately maybe says a bit about Manetti Racing's pace in this one. That they seem capable of keeping people behind them, but they don't seem capable of catching the leader or indeed staying with anyone who gets ahead of them. It's maybe slightly concerning, moderately concerning at this stage for Manetti Racing.
I wonder how aggressive is the setup on the Ferrari that is driven by Ricardo Rico right now.
It was him.
Now Troncoso's driving.
Yeah, it was Rico. That's what I mean. There's been a lot of changes after just 1 hour in the driver stakes. It surprised me today, to be honest.
Yeah, I wonder if this is the way to go because just to keep the drivers warm. I think I want to be right. I hope I am right because I think this is one of those streak tracks, you know, or that you cannot take this coldly. You cannot just grab the car out of the blue, even though you can, you know, warm up, stretch out, and things like that. I think this is one of the tracks that you need to be active because if you grab the car like after 3 hours and you haven't driven or prepared yourself previously, even though if you've driven just like 30 minutes or something like that, just to get yourself warmed up, it can make a lot of problems for the driver as it goes on by.
Well, most of the ones in GT3 have decided to go for 2 hours, at the very least. Trying to see if anybody else has changed driver. Mark Calver has gotten in for Mag Performance SRT, I suppose. Pierpaolo Repucci has gotten in the Movano Corsa car. But that is about it. René Lenz for Team Hoisingveld. Yeah, that's it really. Just 2 or 3 from GT3. Which is about a 6th, 7th of the field. Certainly not more than 20% of the field so far that are here today. So certainly in the minority, especially compared to 992. And GT4 seems to have even less driver changes than that. Although there are a few there too. So I'm not sure what the thinking behind that is. I guess it's only a 6-hour race, and so I'm not particularly worried about getting off to a 2 or 3 hour opening stint just to set the team off in a good direction for a 24. It's only 6 hours around here today. Nicholas Last once again will be looking in his mirrors with Gonzalo Vergara so close behind on the way into Stowe Corner. Good run through there for the semi-fi driver, but again he is stuck behind, and I said this earlier on, he looks as if he's trying to go through. Sometimes you see this and you see someone behind another driver for ages and you think, well, they want to be there. They're benefiting from fuel saving and so on. But Vergara doesn't seem to be enjoying being sat there. He is looking on multiple occasions to try and make his move.
I think he's just trying to find that opening, and try to do that overtake as fast as he can, even with the fact, especially with the fact that you got Bonga right behind you, and Bonga, you know, he's not gonna fail to be opportunistic and try to do that overtake if the opening kind of like is the door is open to him. So that's the tricky part of you being in the middle of the sandwich, right? And you are close, but you have cars like stuck on your rear end. On what do? Do you just follow suit? Do you just try to follow the wing of the other car, try to manage everything as you go lap by lap by lap, maybe build some frustration in turns with it, or try to find that opening, try to do your overtaking as aggressively as you can, and maybe see the gap right in front of you just wide open in front of your eyes, and maybe you're not able to catch everyone in front of you, but in due time. So it's those key decisions of studying the other car and see what the other driver is doing to make that appropriate decision that makes drivers great or just that good.
Well, unfortunately for Vergara, he's still not found his way through here. This is the end of the lap where you're most likely to see something. We've seen a lot so far with regards to moves. It's been entertaining, but Vergara hasn't been able to take part in it so far. He trails through Stoke Corner. Does he look for the run here into Vale? Well, no. Is going to be the answer to that, and maybe he'll now be waiting for a bit of traffic, really. His teammates in the 992 class are still leading. David Boschke is still out front in the 914. That gap now 1.7 seconds. In fact, it's crept up to nearly 2 seconds at times, which says a little bit maybe about the strategy for them. A lighter fuel load, certainly 4 new tyres for them. It may be putting them in good stead, but they need to do this if they're making an extra stop. They need to pull a gap.
Yeah. I think more, and also speculating, maybe it is a big statement from Bosco and his former team, given the fact he was a Williams Academy driver, and I think I don't know if he ever made it to the main team, but it's a good thing that Bosco, just showing his pace and aggressiveness and be able to break away from a very competitive driver within Kamil Grabowski.
Was a big jump on the curve for Grabowski there. These cars can take it, of course. They're not bad at dealing with the curbs, but it's not a particularly ideal one to play with, really, the final chicane. Do want to avoid it if possible. There's a big clump of cars going into Village just up in front of them as well there. That was into turn 3. So busy. David Bosco wasn't a part of it. It was part of the TCRs actually involved here. A GT4, a GT3. In fact, all 3 classes on your screen right there on the Wellington Straight. And this is a nice part about this stage in the race, Lorenzo. It's scattered a little bit now, the field. It's not so formulaic with when you catch the traffic and when you don't. You're pretty much always having someone to overtake, and you can get some nice moments like this where all 3 classes are in view at once, which has just happened for us there, and it just will not be quiet again for the remainder of the race. It will be busy, and especially in one of the top classes, you'll be overtaking someone almost every lap.
Yeah, I like this nature of racing. It's kind of boring for you to drive all by yourself. Don't get me wrong, like, for example, if you drove around Le Mans, it's great, and but even though the gap's kind of like you want it out, you're driving all by yourself. But here you always have to find a small pocket of action every single lap or every couple of laps, so that's really good. You're fighting traffic and you're having to navigate every single time, even though you're gaining or losing each lap that you go on.
There's the Valkyrie car with Olympus. It's Christensen versus Cope, and Julian Raymer has lost time here. Share Esport are now down in 6th. Well, they're still down in 6th place. They've not lost any places, but they've lost time. You see the gap that's opened up in front of them there. So into the chicane they'll go, and they're still absolutely nose to tail. Mercury also on that strategy of pitting a little bit shorter on that last stint there, pitting a bit earlier, maybe splitting this into 6 equal parts.
TCR spitting.
And we are, yes, TCR's time. So they've made 90 minutes, and that's the important thing, I suppose, to make it on 3 stops.
Yeah, not only that, but they made much more than 90 minutes. So that's something to talk about. You can see the Obsidian car that is driven by Joe Cortese going to be overtaken by the Valkyrie. Now Olympus try to follow suit on the outside of Loop. So impressive to make them more than 90 minutes. I think we haven't seen them make way more than 90 minutes. I think that was like 93, 95, the max that we've seen them out of these cars. Does this mean something that we can see 95 as being the standard in this category?
Maybe. I don't remember it ever being a struggle to make it to 90 minutes. I got to be honest. I was a little bit surprised when you mentioned 92, but you know, this seems reasonable for me in regards to how long they should be staying out there. And I've got to say, I do enjoy these long stints in 24/8 Series Esports, because in other competitions like that hold the TCR in an endurance setting, they're often restricted to about 2/3 of their tank, which puts them at around a sort of GT length of fuel. But I don't particularly like to see that. I want to see these TCRs out there for like an hour and a half. I think it's good to see.
Yeah, I like the fact they're going for an hour and a half and going further than an hour and a half. I think because this track you have a lot of time on your foot down. I think more than Sebring and of course Spa is a different beast. Your foot down pretty much the whole time. But I thought because of Silverstone and the nature of the track is kind of like laid out, they probably would have made around 95 to 98 minutes. But then I'm speculating, and then the fuel range coming down to the final pit stop kind of can make things more interesting. It's just how you manage the front tires, because they do take a beating around this track.
Defence from Waverley Racing Team there into the final chicane, but not really necessary. They hang on to the 8th place in the standings now. Maxime Marriott just behind, and Carlos Feliosa has gotten well away from them. I think that says a lot about Autos Esports so far in this race. He was with these two not so long ago. Now he's 4 seconds up the road. So very good stint so far from Feliosa. There he is, in fact. He's back onto the back of the Scherer car, actually. He could be in this group for 4th place very soon. He's made up almost all the time from the, well, not all of it, but a lot of the time from the penalty. He's making up positions already.
Oh, which is really good now.
Yeah, very good for Autos Esports. There are a couple of investigations happening again now, with some incidents in the last 5 minutes or so. First of them being investigated is Astro Racing, who, as WSR Esports make a move by performance there. Astro Racing are under investigation after contact with the Waverley Racing Team GT4 car, currently being driven by Jeremy Royot of France, and I'm not sure what happened to them, but there is an investigation ongoing there. And there is also now an investigation going on between one of the TCRs and one of the GT4s, which is a little bit of an odd interaction. In fact, it's the championship leader, the 476, excuse me, Sim RC, being investigated after contact with the 111 Obsidian car. But the fact the Obsidian car's first suggests that maybe they were the ones that protested it. I'm not sure, but there's the 2 investigations that are ongoing now. We haven't seen what went on there, so we'll see what the time penalty, if there is one to be assessed, will be. But there has been a quiet half an hour or so up until that point, and now unfortunately we've got some investigations again. Yeah,
which is interesting to look at all of those penalties, how it will progress. One quick thing though, I think well mentioned by our producer Iku Mericala over here, Ewan, is how short was Team Huisenfeld pit stop, and it wasn't by small fractions, it was by 50 seconds.
Exactly, and what could that be down to in a class that takes fuel and tires at the same time?
Are they taking like half the stint?
I don't see what benefit that would give them, though, really.
I think you might be bear with me. Are they thinking of what would be final pit stop right now and like anticipating the pit stop and just making the normal 2 other pit stops just with the regular fuel and everything? That wouldn't be a bad strategy, in my opinion.
It's an idea, yeah. However, these guys did about 95 minutes or so, let's say. This is the end of the first flying lap for Roman Paschke, where there was a driver change as well, by the way. But they would have done, 95 minutes, let's say. So that gives them sort of their final pit stop at 85 minutes to go. Sorry, 75 minutes to go. They save 15 seconds of fuel, or 15 minutes worth of fuel. That's about a sixth of a tank. They've saved 15 seconds on their. But they've saved about a quarter of their pit stop time, whereas they've not taken a quarter of a tank. As far as if we are going with the fuel theory, they've only filled up 3/4 or so of their stint. However, they can only afford to lose 1/6. So I'm not sure how that's going to add up.
And I think they only put front tires as well, from what it looks like.
I think that's a more plausible theory.
Yeah, I just looked up. They weren't up by a whole lot in the pit stop. I was looking locally over here, but it doesn't look like they were up too much on the pit stop stall.
Although I was under the impression that the TCRs only did fronts at the first stop anyway. That was the norm.
You can kind of do the fours of sorts, but the fronts over here are taking like a massive beating. Like it's not even funny. So especially the Veloster, I think the Veloster, due to the fact they have more, more weight than the Civic does. I think it takes a little bit more of a beating as it moves forward.
Well, we'll watch that one as it transpires. I'm puzzled, though, I've got to be honest with you, about that one. A good afternoon to Gerard Martin and Joe Vega Godestad, who are both supporting Valkyrie here this afternoon in YouTube. Make sure you tell us who you're supporting and keep us company this afternoon in 24H Series Esports. We've still got a long way to go. 4 hours 19 on the clock here at Silverstone. A very good afternoon to everyone watching wherever you are watching from today. Carlos Fenollosa now looking for another move. Share Esport have dropped off the back of the group that they were in for whatever reason. They're no longer with Valkyrie and Olympus, but they're on their own, and surely Autos are going to overtake them while they are there for the taking. Yeah.
And I saw this gap coming down lap after lap after lap. I think traffic played its part as well. And aiding Altus to come down and cut the gap short. But I don't think Altus is going to hold this way too much and go for the move. There you go.
Side by side. Fenollosa gets to the inside for the first part of Vale, but that run off the final part is enough. And he's just able to sneak in front by the final turn. And he will be ahead by the lap's end. So that is Autos Esports up to 6th place. Unfortunately, though, this is going to be one of those races where they look back a bit and wonder, where could we have been without that penalty? Well, they probably would be 4th at the moment. And it was pretty, annoying for them to receive that. It was with the car they've just overtaken as well, of course. So they'll be very glad to get that move done without contact on this occasion.
100%. Meanwhile, we're still looking into this battle for the top final 3 podium spot, and you can see Falcon nearly making contact with the X-Racer GT4. That could have been deathly for them.
I think everyone got away with it. Falcon certainly lost some time, and the Team 75 Porsche has lost a lot of time in that bit of traffic there. It's partly as a result of what happened between Falcon and that GT4 Mercedes. But they worked their way through, and they've figured it out between themselves. So we're not that far from the end of another hour actually here, and the GT3s will be in at its end. And you wonder whether Simify are going to do something to get ahead of Maniti, because they do seem maybe a bit quicker, but it's been nearly 2 hours now of trying to overtake, and they've still not managed it. And once again into Brooklands, they're not close enough to go through.
and Maniti is going to find the Aurora GT4 right in front, so he's going to lose some time in the beginning. You can find the opening for Simify, and he doesn't go for it. So that, I'm going to be honest, I'm slightly shocked that you're being conservative. I know there's still more than 4 hours of racing ahead of you, and you want to be in the track as long as you can, as conservative as you can, with the best car available to you. But isn't it a bad thing that if you find a small gap, even if it is a gap that you can put the car side by side and try to go for the overtake quite cleanly, would you go for that? I like, in my opinion, there's no loss in doing that if you're not going to lose a lot of time.
I guess not. I mean, I'm not really sure, personally. Side by side, does Euros BR get overtaken here by Audi Sinfort? Now, these two are back together again after contact. Excuse me, that was Race for Cat Motorsport, was it?
I was going to say that.
Sorry. Why are Euros BR 30 seconds behind this car?
Because of the 10-second penalty.
The actual stop was 1 minute 17.
They had to take the penalty, and I think they put up a different strategy to try to just be on the track.
Okay. Very similar livery there for Race for Cat Motorsport. From a glance, I know you'll be able to recognise immediately that that's not.
Mile away.
But exactly. But yeah. But to me, they're both red. And that's.
I think we had a running gag. Like, we're seeing too many teams with red. I think Redline kind of like started the train back in the old days, and every team kind of like followed suit, and we were like just jokingly saying, "Oh, every team's now going red."
And there's more black and red.
Yep.
It's Wave Italy Racing Team in TCR. They're currently running at third, by the way, behind Martin Asher. You can just see at the bottom there for Impulse in TCR. And then just in the background, the slightly darker livery is Entropic. They've got sort of metallic grey going on with their car, and some rather bright green writing on the side with Entropic, of course, very brightly labelled on the side of their car.
We have to mention PFBR. I think it's Pikes Beach or something like that, or something like that. Pikes Beach Racing. Otherwise, Timutka is going to come on our chat and spike us all the way back to Philly.
It's Pike from Beach Racing.
Pikes from Beach Racing. Yes, there you go. Thank you.
But he also says that today there is no one from that team on the Entropic lineup. So there are Pike drivers entered, but not today. Speaking of having up to 6 drivers in a car. Now back to third place in GT3 again. Past the yellow and red of Mixing Primaries car. Controversial for MA70 in daylight. But anyway, so it's third place battle will continue. Ruben Bonga gets close to Simify now. He's starting to have a look here. Maybe have a go as well. Maybe he wants to move up to 4th position. Drago Racing as well. Manuel Troncoso really got caught up behind that bit of lap traffic as well there. This is getting closer in GT3 all over again.
It is getting closer as they go into one more corner. Just Manini avoiding making contact with the GT4 out of the way of Italy. Gap is not going to open up on the inside out of Gonzalo Vergara to try to attempt an overtake. But meanwhile, Sota, I think that is Sotamudo driving the car right behind him. The Japanese, just trying to follow suit and being as safe as you can outside of the corner, while Jago Racing lost some time, but still managing to break away a little bit.
Well, this is getting exceptionally interesting now. Drago Racing, 2nd place, but being caught, and it's side by side, right in front of Simify and Maniti. Maniti have gotten to the inside. Nicholas Lester's taken the risk, but round the outside has gone Vergara. He's taken the risk himself as well. Now he goes free wide through the middle as Ruben Bonga gets to the inside at Woodcote. Side by side, but it's going to be BS competition with the legs here on the old pit straight, and he's going to go through. Vergara seems to just breathe off the throttle, but great opportunistic driving, using the traffic again from Ruben Bonga to make another place.
Hey, Ewan, remember when I said that Bonga is going to be opportunistic and he's not going to fail at that attempt? Meanwhile, Falcon just goes up wide into the entry of Maggots, and he has all the momentum on Maniti.
Here we go. He's using the slipstream of Apex 1 and then of Maniti. Oh, my word. He tried to go to the very inside. He couldn't do it. And I'm not sure whether they'll complain about that as a block, because it was a pretty late one from Maniti Racing to defend, but I think they'll get away with it. I think they'll be okay. That was very nearly 2 places in 1 lap. Ruben Bonga is on a charge, and he's braking late again into the chicane. It's side by side behind. Falcon are going to get detached as they go side by side with Apex 1. It's difficult to pass those 992s, but if you use them correctly, as Ruben Bonga just demonstrated, you can get through with them.
You can get through. You can use them to your advantage as a little bit of a slipstream. But I don't think that was a door block. That was slower. That was a door slammed right in front of you. Even that was quite of a statement from Niklas Last to defend his position from the bonga drums, and the bonga drums were roaring quite strongly when he actually had the.
Oh, look at this. This is great. Ruben Bonga looks to the inside. Oh, I'm not sure.
That's legal.
Yeah, I couldn't quite hear whether he actually lifted off there, but it seemed like he did, Bonga, just to make sure there wasn't contact. That was nearly so smart from Bonga, because normally when you see lap traffic, you think, well, or sometimes anyway, you think, they're going to be slower than me, so why would I bother with slipstream anyway? Why would I bother getting into the slipstream? Because I'm just going to have to duck out and around them again anyway in a second, so why would I bother? But Bonga recognised that the 992s have good straight line speed especially, and he used the slipstream of then almost perfectly to go for a move. That was very nearly very well executed.
Not only that, I think he used to a perfection the fact that he has a very good car in terms of reacceleration coming out of the corners as they go through the RT Sim Sports GT4, and I think there's one more GT4 right ahead of him. I think this WSR GT4 they just gone through. And you can see the momentum coming out of the car again, and he has the momentum to try to overtake the Maniti car.
I just don't and he's very cleverly used the lap car again there to break the slipstream on this occasion. Can Ruben Bonga get to the inside anyway, though? The BMW is becoming relatively difficult to stop. He does miss the apex at Stowe, though. Maybe get a bit overexcited into the final part of the lap. He will hang on, though, to 4th position at least, with the presence of Steen Ledger and the Grid and Go Aston just alongside him there. So Ruben Bonga hangs on to 4th at least, and the group will calm down again very shortly. But goodness me, what a great battle this is. Now Sotomuto on the defence. Falcon looking for the move here.
Did they make contact? Looks like they made some slight contact on the Lewis Hamilton straight.
Another look down the inside. No chance this time for Damon Woods. And it's Leon Penn joining in the background as well, by the way. This is from 3rd place down to 8th. 6 cars in one long line in GT3. Nearly 2 hours into the race. There's no safety cars here, by the way. There's no bunching of the field again. This is just a pure green flag race that has given us this exceptional train 2 hours in.
And we wish to see this kind of racing goes on for every single hour of this 6-hour race. I'm all up for it if they want to sign us up for it. So let's take that opportunity and just go with them. So somehow that Williams car looking really good on the corners to try to defend the position out of the Damon Woods Falcon Mercedes as well. So in same car battle like in terms of Mercedes, but in GT3 class always fun to watch.
Yes, it's fantastic racing so far here at Silverstone. Just over 4 hours remaining. What's been a very entertaining one so far. This battle, the most constant of them. They're just about to pass the GT4 leader, by the way. Jaume Delmas Torres is still at the front here. They've just gone through on Alessio Bernardini. Well, they just are doing now. That's him in the Mercedes there. And then they've got Torres in the McLaren, with the sort of lime green and black. Big late braking manoeuvres again. Damon Woods, one of those late on the brakes, nearly getting into the back of the Williams car. He's just keeping that pressure on. And speaking of pressure, Ruben Bonga's under a lot of it. Side by side, Vergara tries to get round there at turn 1. He can't do it. Maybe he'll have a look at 3. I think he's too far back now all of a sudden. Now he's ducked in behind, struggling to stay close enough, and he won't. But it's defence to attack to defence again if you're in the middle of this group.
I'm starting to wonder if that semi-fi car has just a little bit more wing than the other Porsche of Maniti does to try to, do the overtake and break away out of the corners. It's just that it looks like a conservative setup, even though he's still running the back wing out of the BMW from DS competition while we look into something regarding Astro.
They've not had a particularly easy day so far, Astro Racing. And this is only going to add to it. Well, they're still okay. Until they're not at turn 4. So they go around. Spin to the middle of the grass, but it'll rejoin again, and it does so safely. So after this, apparently, they retired from the race. From what we're hearing, I still see them in the timing, so how can that be possible? Let's continue to watch here. Oh no, they have indeed quit. It may have been a disconnection looking at that. They looked to be still moving at the time they disappeared, didn't they?
Haven't been able to see that.
Not entirely sure. Don't know. But it seems that Astro Racing's difficult day is going to come to an end early, and they're not going to complete today's race. You need to complete 70%, excuse me, not 70%, 60% of the race to be classified. That's in terms of laps. So what's 60% going to be around here? That's difficult to work out, isn't it? About 3 hours and 40-ish, 3 hours 36. I'm going to go for 3 hours 36 minutes, which we are still around 90 minutes away from doing. So they won't be classified. And in any case, they are outside the top 15, which is where you need to be for points anyway. So that is that for Astro Racing. Once again, a difficult day really, and sometimes in these races, especially when there's no safety car and it's just a green flag race, it's difficult to come back from those kind of things.
Yeah, something like that, and it is just the rough things of racing as Filip Mitrevski comes into the pit lane without a rear wing.
Oh, did he? I thought.
That I haven't seen a rear wing on that car. You can correct me on that, but I haven't seen a rear wing.
Okay, maybe I couldn't see properly. It looks normal to me, but maybe I was, I'd say not. Maybe I couldn't see quite correctly there. We'll find out whether that's the case or not. We did have those verdicts come through for the 2 investigations I was talking about earlier on. By the way, the 33 car got a 10-second time penalty. That was Astro Racing, by the way, getting a 10-second time penalty. That's no longer going to matter. But the championship leaders in GT4, Sim RC, do have a 5-second time penalty for contact with the 111 car. That's one of the TCRs of Obsidian Racing. Michael Polisek currently the wheel of that one. They've got 5 seconds, have Sim RC. So they'll have to serve that in a few moments' time when the GT4s come into pit lane. The 13 has got an investigation ongoing for contact, and that is ATRS Esports. Are they blaming the 170 for their lack of a rear wing, or is it the 170 blaming them and they've both been into the wall? We'll find out.
Good question.
We'll have a replay. So the A70 car is in the red and yellow, the only TCR you can see on your screen. Then we've got ATRS round the outside. Oh, that's an odd one.
If you have to issue a penalty, by the way, good 360 no scope from MA70, but I would say either this is a racing incident or just because you cannot anticipate the speed out of the TCR, this is on a TRS.
I think so. Let's have a look on board. Does he leave enough room here? It's going to be difficult to tell from the cockpit view, but no, they don't, by the looks of it. Swipe down the side of the MA70 car by the looks of that, and so yeah, I think that may well be a penalty. There's been some very famous crashes through that corner, and there's a reason why going around the outside at turn 2 is particularly precarious.
At least none of them have been on the same level like Guanyu and Joe.
Or I was thinking of Brendan Hartley actually about 8 years ago.
Yes, yes, true.
That's endurance based. Look it up if you can't remember. Was it 2016 or 17? I can't quite remember, but it was one of them.
I think it was 2017, if I recall.
Oh, I would have said 16. Maybe it's 15.
It's been a long time ago, though.
Yeah. Goodness me. LMP1 days, they were back when the 6 hours of Silverstone used to start that season, of course, but no longer. back further in the pack in GT3, where we've got WSR Esports Bookkicker fighting with one another. Lucas Lindqvist and Lucas Prada fighting over the final spot inside the top 10. Going to be interesting to see how the teammates work this one out.
As long as they obey the rules of teammate overtaking, they're all good. That's the one thing.
As long as they don't hit each other, yeah, they'll be golden. Into Stoke corner. It's interesting the way they've done their different liveries, by the way. They've effectively put the black where the white is of the other car, if you see what I mean, which has made them look very similar, but also not, in a slightly odd fashion. But I'm not against it.
I like that.
Yeah,
I like
exactly.
that.
I'm not against it at all.
I like that. You know, it basically tells them each other apart. It's not like we always say we kind of like have some beef with the liveries, because you have, like, let's just say Williams have 3-4 cars in the field. How do you tell them apart? Sometimes
it's very difficult. They normally just put red or blue at the end of their name, just because they coloured their end plates.
Still, or their side mirrors.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
How do you expect us to look at the side mirrors every single time?
It's very tricky. There's confirmation of the Astro Racing penalty, by the way, 10 seconds for them, although, as I say, it won't matter anymore. And SimRC have also got a penalty in GT4. They are the championship leaders. That's for contact with the Obsidian TCR. Karamovic, by the way, currently running in 7th place, so he's now behind Matis Ojala, who he was fighting with earlier on. And so now, yeah, that battle for 6th place has not particularly gone their way. Unfortunately, we've had a disconnection for Matteo Cuenza. He was the most positive and moving forward driver of the 992 class, actually. But he's disconnected out there on the circuit, and unfortunately that's going to send them almost to the very back in 992. Such a shame when a great drive like that comes to an end as a result of something technical like that. Unsure as to whether they'll get back in the race here, but Matteo Cuenza is going to be driving around on his own for quite some time after that. It's such a shame.
And maybe a lap down, depending on circumstances. It's the worst feeling you can get, like being a lap down, and there's no yellow flags, wave arounds, and things like that you can get your lap back.
Yep. Very tricky indeed. There is Valkyrie with Olympus again, and no longer fighting with Autos Esports, because sorry, Autos Esports are still catching them, I should say. Autos are no longer catching or battling with Scherer, who they were with earlier on. That gap 3 seconds now from Feniosa to these two. There he is, just in the background, in the Pesk winning livery. Not quite the same driver, of course, but that team, of course, does house the reigning champion of that series, and Jordan Caruso is indeed entered in the 24H Series Esports entry list, which means we could see him, and we already have seen him at some points actually this season. However, we have not seen him in this race, and I doubt we will now that the season is in full swing.
Yeah, highly doubtful. Unfortunate, though. It would be cool. It would be cool to see that.
Would be, but not today, I wouldn't imagine. Also, I can imagine it's quite early in the morning in Australia, so that's a problem in itself.
And I think he's busy with other endeavors.
Exactly. Leader in 992, David Bozga of Simify in the 914. So Kamil Grabowski will take the lead again, and we'll see here, Lorenzo, how long the pit stop is. This is the interesting part in 992 for me. It's going to be one of those races where we don't really figure out who's leading until the final pit stops, and so I'm very interested to see in what direction Simify take the remainder of this race, and that starts with this next pit stop.
Yeah, 100%. I'm starting, I'm looking at a field that one of these cars might risk only left tires. I don't know if you go up in the jacks, you change out Ford this time around. I'm not 100% sure, but I'm betting at some point in this race, maybe in the final pit stop or something, maybe most likely final pit stop, if depending on circumstances, some team might actually just take 2 tires and cruise with it till the end of the race and see if it goes all the way.
Maybe, but does it not depend on the temperatures here? If it gets cooler later on, then maybe, but if it's only going to get warmer, then it might be even more impossible.
How hot is the track? I wouldn't bet it is plus 28 degrees.
I suppose it is still quite early on in the year for temperature. Simify Esports make their way out, by the way. There they go. Just ahead of the overall race leaders, actually, by the looks of that. Okay. Daniel Sommer now at the wheel of that one. There come everyone else. Simify in GT3, and Tristan Iglesias has come out behind Phil Denez in the PS competition car, but not for long. His first corner, his first braking zone of the race, Tristan Iglesias is looking for moves on the outside of BS competition, and he's made it stick. Fantastic driving from him. On it, that's what you call, on it right from the very start. No getting up to speed for him, no waiting around and sort of easing yourself into the day. He's on it immediately, straight down the outside and straight through.
Yeah, no dilly-dallying, which is what you want to see right now. So what a performance from Tristan already at the start of his stint. No complaints whatsoever for the Spaniard. By the way, track temperature right now, 26 degrees.
Very cool indeed. There it is, 3rd of March. We're a month ahead of where we are in real life. It is the middle of the day as well, so I guess by the end of the day, the final pit stops will be being made about 4 p.m. And on the 3rd of March, that's, it's getting colder again by that point. So, well, I know it can't get much colder, but even so, it'll be a bit colder. Maybe, but my fear is for some of those guys, maybe for Simify, you might be right, Lorenzo, but I think for some of them, if they're doing a 4-stop race in 992, then their last pit stop will be 1 hour and 12 to go, which means effectively, even if you want to do 2 tyres, 2 of those tyres have to do 2 hours 24, 2 hours 25, and that seems like a long way.
Hold up, let me just do the mathematics while Geodesic has a problem.
That's just in Rame. They've had to come from the back today of Hydro Race Geodesic Racing. They started and didn't actually, were the only of the 58 not to qualify, and they've got the problem now of having no space to re-emerge again. They need to find a gap in the traffic, and in the end they're just going to merge sort of parallel to the racetrack. So Justin Rame drops down to 14th place, and only now Sabo Esports are still behind them in the race. We'll get a look at a replay in a few moments' time as to how that happened. But yeah, as I say, I'd be surprised if we see many tyres skipped in 992 with the stints as long as we're seeing for now. It looks self-inflicted, unfortunately, for Justin Rame. He's lost it entirely on his own, and that's a very big spin for the Cayman. Unfortunately, it doesn't really look like it's been the car to pick this season so far.
No, not at all. Even in like official IMSA Pilot Challenge, it's not the best car. They still have the issue with the suspension, so it is still a very bumpy suspension, especially around the Nordschleife. I feel for Geodesic when they come to Nordschleife UN. They're gonna suffer so badly with the fact that Nordschleife is so bumpy, and the unpredictability of the car is gonna set them off for ways that they can have a very short day around the German track.
Well, that's all to look forward to in 2 months' time, by the way, the 6 hours of the Nürburgring. More leaders coming into the pit lane, Drago Racing being one of them in GT3. Williams Esports, Sotomuto follows them, and Impulse Racing as well. But it's time for Sebo Esports to take the lead, as it turns out. Patrick Selva now at the front, and he will be the last driver to come down pit lane, so he'll probably have a slightly shorter stop at the end, but he's not going to cut out any stops. There's Daniel Sommer. He is 12.5 seconds ahead of Alex Bennett now, who has gotten away in second position, although that doesn't account for Drago Racing yet, to be fair. Manuel Troncoso hasn't come out the pit lane just for now. Now he will. And there he goes, just in the Ferrari in the foreground. And there's the Williams car as well. That was a good stop for Williams. And they're ahead of Maniti. Great stop for Sotomuto. It was 39.6 seconds. They've clearly taken a lap or two of fuel out of that. They've done a bit of saving in that last stint. well, they've been sitting the wheels for so long and they've been lifting and coasting towards the braking zones, and now they are ahead of Maniti Racing as a result of a slightly shorter pit stop. Exactly how you're supposed to do it.
And again, I think they've done a more aggressive pit stop than everybody else in the field. You know, taking advantage of the fact that the Mercedes, I think, is not the best car chosen for this track, so they're doing something extra. This is what I like about, you know, taking advantage of the things that are thrown out in front of you. It's kind of like you've been thrown lemons. You have to make a lemonade. Your car might not be the best car on track in terms of pace. What do? Show something different. Show a monkey in the range. And that is the monkey in the range for them, and it's working out.
Side by side in GT4 here between Grid and Go and WSR Esports Butt Kicker. It's for 4th place, and Steen Ledger looking to hang on the inside here. Eric Groves run round the outside though. Could be enough. There's a Mag Performance Porsche just behind. Are they teammates? I thought it was Mag Performance.
Former teammates.
Oh, former teammates, excuse me. Yeah, correct, yeah. Round the outside of Copse Corner. Up on the curb and through for Eric Grove. Fantastic move round the outside there of Copse. He already had his nose ahead, to be fair, and half his car ahead as they got into the corner, but nevertheless doesn't decrease from the impressiveness of going round the outside through there.
Yeah, 100%. And what makes it more impressive is how pacey was the WSR car around the outside. Nobody would think, oh, the car on the inside might have the better option coming out of the corner because you're in the corner itself. But there's a small patch of grass and a small bump that throws you offside, and that's what happened for Steen right there.
Still side by side. Ledger not wanting to give this one up. They almost rubbed doors on the way out of Stowe Corner this time. And wow, that was brave and well, brave or a little bit silly for the both of them. So Grove clearly wanted to come into the pit lane there, and Steen Ledger had the presence of mind to let him do so, because that was very close to a colossal accident, and clearly Grove was running out of fuel there. He could not have gone a lap longer, otherwise he probably would have, going side by side and being on the wrong side for pit lane there.
Yeah, and give us some more rub in his racing share. I think he's found an opening on that inside of Altus, but it doesn't find that thing in time. So looking forward to see the reset of the situation for Julian Reimer. But the problem is they cannot waste too much time while Fenelos's car gets a little bit sketchy on the outside. There's a Maniti car coming slightly faster than them on the lap-by-lap basis. Maximo Riot is flying that car a little bit in comparison to Portugal.
Why are these two together again is my question, because Altus was quite a long way ahead of Scherer before. To the tune of 2 seconds or so, and they haven't been into the pit lane as far as I can tell. No. So I can't work out why these two have closed back up all of a sudden.
One could say the power of love, but that would be a straightforward lie.
Yes. Especially since these two made contact earlier. They're certainly not the explanation at this stage. I don't know. Interesting that Thomas Coper's dropped a couple of seconds off the back of Christensen as well. They were nose to tail earlier, but now separated by a couple of seconds. Into Copse Corner, Reimer gets very close to Feniosa through here, and they're going to hope to both get through before Maggots and Beckett's. It'll be a squeeze, but they manage it past the X-Racer GT4 car. So with pit stops complete, let's do a bit of a top 10 in GT3. I'm still waiting for them to transpire in the 992 and GT4 categories. Apparently it's bad luck in traffic for Autos and nothing incident-wise for them. And actually they are going to be attacked here by Reimer on the inside at Stowe Corner. Just as we were about to do that. Oh, side-to-side contact too. Feniosa will hang on for now. And we'll keep an eye on those two while we do this. Daniel Sommer is leading the way in GT3 then. He's driving for Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, who coming into today had yet to finish inside the top 5 of a race, but now they are right up there. In fact, they've yet to finish inside the top 10 of a race, but they're in the lead at the moment. Manuel Troncoso for Drago Racing leads, or is second, excuse me, 8.5 seconds back for Drago Racing. They've had a bit of a better season, winning the opening round of the season, but 0 points in the second. Williams Esports reigning champions were third, and they've managed to gap Maniti Racing, who once again can't stick with those who have been able to overtake them. Simify, BS Competition and Falcon are all stuck behind them again as Julian Raymer gets himself down the inside and through on Carlos Fanayosa. Jürgen Frank is into the Team 75 burner by SimRC car number 75. They're in 8th place. Then it's Seba Esports and the first of the two WSR Esports bookkicker cars in 10th place. That's Ross McFarlane in the 16 car. So that's your top 10 in GT3 with their latest pit stops sorted out here, Lorenzo. It's, I guess the most interesting thing out of all of that that's happened is Williams Esports through on Maniti, and they're ahead of them now by quite some distance. Every time someone passes Maniti, the team is able to get away.
Yeah, I think it kind of goes on with the fact that I said I think Maniti's setup is very aggressive in comparison to the other teams. But more importantly, and this is something to take note, Daniel Sommer's gap has been at its lowest at this point of the race.
That is true. Well, it lows for a while, yeah, and it's coming down as well, is what I've noticed.
Yes, Troncoso's driving like a madman this stint, and he's closing the gap. Let's look at what happened to Simify on this lap.
Okay, this is the battle for 4th place. Is there going to be a lunge at turn 4? That's what you sometimes get.
You'd expect that. Oh no.
A bit of a slide on the way in there for Maniti and Alex Bennett, and Tristan Iglesias just didn't quite have the time to react. And so, spin for Simify, unfortunately. They dropped to 8th place, and now they've got an awfully long way to come back in this one. That was a slightly odd one, a bit unfortunate, but they've spun and they've got to make up the places again now. Look how far further behind they are now.
There they are. Yeah, right at the back of their sister 992 class car, and it just hurts the performance out of Tristan Iglesias. Well, we were thinking about, oh, this is going to be quite interesting. He overtook the BS competition car that is driven by Phil Denez, and there's something that we can work with right here. But I'm wondering if there was any contact with the Maniti car. I think there was a slight contact that made them spun around.
That is what I'm reading from it, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, that's why I say kind of unfortunate in some ways, but you know, at the same time, it wasn't as if anybody did something wrong for them to spin around. So it's difficult to say that with full certainty. Alex Bennett does hold a bit of a margin then in that 4th place now as a result, but Phil Denez surely is going to be able to catch up all over again. And once again, that Maniti car will be under pressure. I just don't understand why their race pace has been so much slower than their qualifying pace for whatever reason. They qualified 2nd, and they've continually been overtaken and pulled away from in the race.
Yes, which is insane to think about. It's kind of like you would think they're the lead of the train, right? They would be the conductor of this train, and they're kind of like blocking the path of everybody else. But they're doing just fine. I'm looking at the last lap for them right here from Alex Bennett. 2 minutes, 2.2, like 2 minutes and 0.2. They're on the same gap as everybody else. It's just overtaking them has been quite difficult.
It certainly seems to have been. So Phil Denez is the closest driver to Alex Bennett now in the Maniti Racing Porsche. Of course, his fair share of real-world experience in things like the Italian GT Championship last season. I'm not sure if I've heard anything about his racing activities for 2024. Actually, I'll have to speak to him about it. But I don't know anything about it for now. I bet somebody else does. I can let you know, but I don't. So anyway, no. So we look forward to seeing what he's got lined up next, because had a good year in the Italian GT Championship, and if there's ever a national GT Championship to go for, then that's got to be one of the ones top on the list. He's going to look at this 4th position very shortly as well, He's caught up to Alex Bennett already, and once again, the Maniti Racing defending will continue, but not for much longer, because Alex Bennett has been tipped around into a spin by Phil Denez, who is going to cop a penalty for that, you'd imagine.
100%.
Dear oh dear. Well, Sebe Esports are also going to have the chance here. Roberto Ferrari may well strike while he can as well. Alex Bennett moves to the middle of the lane now with 3 wide. Very nearly anyway. WSR forced right to the outside there, but Roberto Ferrari now goes through also. I mean, I've got to say, we've seen a couple of those today, haven't we, where the car behind us sort of hipped someone into a spin almost needlessly, and it's happened again there.
Yeah, it's unfortunate to see this kind of stuff happening. We're going to look on the replay here, even. Turn number 1, you can see, I think that's his TCR of Waverly. That is it, kind of like, no, RD Sim Sport. That takes the momentum away, and you're going to see the hard braking from Phil Denez just coming way too hot into the corner. And I think he doesn't anticipate the lack of speed coming out of the Porsche right in front of him by Maniti, and thus spinning around the number 78 and causing all cause of mayhem.
Yeah, unfortunately. And so the cork in the bottle has now been released. So what does that mean for the rest of the group? Well, it means that there's very few gaps below a second all of a sudden. Denez is even able to get away from the likes of Jonas Rutten in the Falcon Sim Racing Team car. Sotomuto is already 5 seconds up the road, having gotten through in the pit stop phases. And Simi-Fibes, he spun out earlier on. Jürgen Frank didn't quite get there in time. So it's a very dissipated group now. Impulse Racing got straight to the side of Waverley Racing Team there in the GT4. Now, where has that put them down to? Waverley are now down in 10th place as far as the GT4 stakes go, and you'd imagine Impulse Racing in GT3 might well get a penalty for that too. Yeah,
and nearly could have gotten a double penalty by taking both of the Waverley cars out. They took away the GT4, nearly took away the Porsche. They were flagging the lights. I know there's a thing of, you know, just trying to flash your lights a little bit and do your performance the best way of you can, and letting them know you might come in aggressively through the corner, but there is a certain thing of aggressiveness and I wouldn't say the silliness of trying to take the corner way too optimistically.
Oh, that's very deep into the corner from Alexei Loma. He's on the way out of his pit stop phase, I suppose, which is one reason for it, but Simolsi head their way down the inside, and the championship leaders, Adam Isaacson, is through. Damien Owen Harris there as well, looking to strike here too. Down the inside, an all Mercedes battle for ninth, and Damien Owen Harris gets through into that position. So a bit of a rude awakening there for Alexei Loma in the start of his stint.
Yeah, not the best start of the stint to Alexei, which is a little bit odd to look at. And Damien today, instead of being in the TCR, decides to go in a GT4.
Yes, he is often a TCR driver.
Yes.
Now, Waverley do have a car in this series in TCR. It's the 161 car.
Right now.
Yeah, it's currently in second place. He is entered into that one nevertheless. They've already used Gonzalo Fabi of Argentina in that car. They've got Anton Vetraduev in that car at the moment, and I don't see him entered in that car. So unless that's just not updated that I'm looking at the moment.
It's not.
He's not entered.
But Anton already
Oh no, he is, sorry. Excuse me, he is. I didn't see it. Sorry, he is there. It's fine.
Yeah, I know Anton already, I think, drove Sebring, if I recall correctly.
I don't remember. I didn't do Sebring. So
I think he drove Sebring with Damon himself.
Okay. Interesting. So at least they've got 2 in TCR. That's really what you need for one of these races. 6-hour race. That's awkward. Side by side in GT3 and GT4, and a flash of the lights from Adam Isaacson, who wasn't pleased with the Lipa Esports Porsche there.
GT3's bullying GT4s, where have we seen that before?
It wasn't Too bad bullying, I wouldn't describe it as, but anyway, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Now, I'm very glad about this. We've got someone going to have a chat with us in a couple of moments' time. Someone who's already been into the car and just stepped out of it, because the pit stops in 992 have just about come to an end. Apart from I say just about come to an end. They're actually right in the middle of a pit stop phase, but Olympus Esports have already made their stop. And Thomas Cope is now no longer at the wheel. Instead, Daniel Sedgley is. And so we can bring in Thomas Cope to have a bit of a chat with us. Thomas, welcome in to the broadcast booth. Good to have you with us. Drive for Olympus, of course. You did the first couple of hours of this race. Tell us what it's like out there at the moment.
It's crazy. With the GT3s on track and all the TCRs and GT4s, there's just cars everywhere. You don't get a minute to breathe, and as soon as you pass one car, you're already looking up 10 seconds up the road, and there's another couple of cars waiting for you when you catch up to them. So it's very crazy at the moment on track.
I can't believe all that, but is it any different to the first couple of rounds?
No, it's no different. It's just how you approach. Obviously, the track's a little different than what we were used to, and other tracks we've been at so far. So the overtaking opportunities are a lot different, especially considering like Spa. The opportunities are very much different. But yeah, it's the approach is still the same. You know where the TCR and GT4s can be a bit quicker, and you take that into every round you approach really.
Now it's a competitive class, 992, but you've not managed to finish higher than 7th yet this season. Has that disappointed you so far? Were you hoping for more coming in? And what's the sort of outlook for or what was the motivation for this race and prediction?
Yeah, obviously it's been an unfortunate start. I mean, round one we had the disconnect from myself mid-stint, which kind of took it away from us, and we were struggling then from there on out for the rest of the race. And round two was hampered. I was not able to race from my rig due to having things break on me literally a week or two prior. So I had to then emergency run onto someone else's rig, and pace was not quite there for that race, and so on and so forth. So coming into this one, it's kind of a bit of a different mentality. Both myself and Dan driving the Corolla Cup GB Championship, so we've already got some really good prep, and we kind of understand the track to a high level already. So we're hoping we can bring that in. It's a little different than we drove here last time, because it was a qualifying format, so running on a sort of high fuel set, and endurance racing changes a little bit, but nothing too drastic, and just trying to change the look around for 2024. Obviously, first race of the year, we kind of need to change it around and finish strong for the last couple of races.
Absolutely, Thomas. My question is more regarding of your performance with the car. I think this has been one of your main cars, if not the main car, since 2022, and I think, in my point of view, seeing Porsche Sport Super Cup and all the results in other leagues, I think you've been in my point of view, one of the most improved drivers in terms of pace and racecraft. And how was to get around? How was it to get around the car in such a year of 2023, late 2022, and now 2024?
Yeah, good spot. Yeah, thank you for that. It has been a tough couple of years trying to learn and understand the car, and I'm slowly improving day by day, and pace is now there. It's fine-tuning the little things for myself. I mean, I've gone from a 4K driver when I first started driving Porsche Cup, and sort of set my mentality, this is my car that I want to drive, to now I'm 7K and this is all I drive almost. It's kind of gone from there, and it's going well. I mean, my aspirations, I'm doing well in Corolla Cup GB. I mean, the first time I've actually drove inside the top 10 in that championship consistently and run pace there. So I'm hoping to get some good results in there through this season and show that I can compete. And then, I've got aspirations for PESC and everything, hopefully back end of this year.
Very nice. Just one last one on this race before we let you go back to your team. What have you made of the strategy that's going on so far? Not only for you guys, because I know you won't want to reveal too much about what you're doing, but it's so open in 992. There's a lot going on, and even as we speak right now, there's people in pit lane and people who still haven't stopped in this cycle. So what have you made of that so far?
Yeah, the limiting factor is not actually the car, it's the car, but it's not the traffic and how the car's performing. with fuel, it's actually the tyres for us, and a few other cars I think around us. I know a lot of cars seem to struggle towards the back end of their stints, and I'll admit we're struggling towards the back end. And this track uses quite a bit of tyre, so it's managing that and sort of trying to stay cool and calm on the tyres and not making any mistakes in those last couple of laps where I think our tyres are getting down to like 40-50%, so it's not good at the moment, but we know what we're doing for the rest of the race.
Well, all sounds good. Thomas, thanks very much for coming to have a chat with us. Great to hear from you again, and good luck for the rest of it.
Thank you very much, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks very much. Thomas Cope there of Olympus Esports 992, coming to chat to us here mid-race. If you are a driver listening in, by the way, come into the RaceSpot TeamSpeak, have a chat with us. Why not?
We don't bite.
Yeah, Lorenzo always says that. I feel like it's off-putting. I don't know. But yeah, come and have a chat with us. It'd be nice to hear from you, whether you're about to get into the car or you just got out of it, or indeed a team member. Yeah, come and have a chat with us and talk through a little bit from your perspective, because as I always say, we can watch the entirety of this race and sort of look at it from our perspective, but we're not on the ground and don't fully know how it feels to be down there on the ground, as it were, in terms of driving. So yeah, come and have a chat with us. But that was Thomas Cope of Olympus Esports. Daniel Sesley is now at the wheel of that car and currently running in 6th position. Julian Raymer has just gotten out ahead of them, actually, after the most recent cycle. And finally, after 2.5 hours in this race, they've finally finished the pit stop cycle in 992. It takes a very long time, and in fact, Maciej Lutzak is the final driver to do so. He's still yet to leave pit lane.
Wow, it's impressive how the range of this 992 class cars are going in this track. We normally expect them. I would expect to be slightly shorter. You know, I expect it to be maybe 70 minutes, 60 minutes to 70 minutes. It's going longer than that because this is a track that you use quite a lot of speed, but I think they're lifting kind of way too much and nursing the car around. But I think we just saw Viscera around Brooklands having a small moment of being overtaken by the Semi-Fi car. They just kind of missed the corner a little bit. But I like the way this is going. Still 6 seconds between Williams Esports Academy and Semi-Fi. Race still open. Still no contenders to see who would win this. I like what I've seen. I think you agree with me on that.
Yeah, it's been good so far. GT4 has also sorted itself out in terms of pit stops now. Zenith Esports are still leading by 2 seconds ahead of 07 Racing. And then Movano Corsa are in third with Simone Passoni. That's a new driver there. WSR Esports bookkicker Natalie Finch is fourth ahead of Johan Royer in the Grid and Go Esports car. Then Sven Group for Impulse is 6th position at a Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward. Sim RC, Adam Isaacson only 7th or 8th position even, excuse me, for the championship leaders. Demian Owen Harris 9th, ahead of Alexia Loma, the first of 2 X-Racer cars in GT4, and that's where we are. This is the second X-Racer car, currently with the Racer Esports team on the back of them, so it's all pretty close there, and that's all been sorted out in GT4 now to sort of be on the same cycle in terms of pit stops. So they've made 2 stops also, and this is a legitimate look at where we are in GT4. And to be honest, the gap between Zenith and 07 has never been really more than 2 seconds. It has been close for the leaders.
Yeah, you could roughly say that. That is quite interesting to see. It just leaves the race open, just leaves the race honest to everybody. And like I said before, that's all we want to see before in a race like this.
Now, Racer Esports are currently splitting the difference between the 2 X-Racer cars. However, just behind them, you can see Daniel Sommer. There is a 10-second time penalty for Apex 1 for not serving a penalty. So, I'm not sure what that was all about. Because that's a small penalty for not serving one entirely for incident 10 on time, which is the 5. Okay, so it's for the 5 seconds. I reckon they've done 30 seconds in the box, but not the 5, and maybe they've failed to serve it in that respect. So that's adding to their woes, unfortunately. So GT3 leader, Daniel Sommer, just goes through your shot there. And there's second place. Drago Racing in the Ferrari is only 2 seconds behind. That is Daniel Sommer versus Manuel Troncoso, with Sotomuto actually catching them both. He's only a further 2 seconds back. We could have a three-way fight for this race lead. It's been looking good for the number 24 so far, but all of a sudden they are being caught, and we've got some excitement for the race lead for the first time, and it would be the first lead change in a legitimate lead change on the road for all of this race. It's going to be an interesting one to see if someone can hold on, but I mean, he's not going to worry about that just yet. He can keep them at bay for now. As I said earlier, the 24 car has not had a good season so far. Their only finish was 12th last round, and unfortunately, as a result, as I say, they've not been inside the top 10 all season, but Drago Racing certainly have. They were winners at Spa, and the reigning champions, Williams Esports, of course, know how to win in this series, although they haven't been inside the top 5 this season just yet. They do know how. There's the Movano GT3, which you've not seen a lot of so far. Pierpaolo Repucci in the 14th place. And just see how similar that it is on the straights compared to the 992 class cars. Struggling to get through on the Olympus car. So that's the battle for 6th place in 992. Daniel Sedgley, the new driver in that car, being caught by Oscar Mangan now in the Ultra C Sports Porsche behind.
And I'm trying to remember if you ever seen Oscar being featured in the Cup in the 992 class car this season. I'm trying to remember who drove for Altus in round 1. I don't know if it was Simone, I think someone else. And I know round 2 was Jordan Caruso and Job Stewart. Just trying to remember if Mangan actually did round 1.
I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. He doesn't seem to be a new entrant on there. Because Oscar, I feel like he's probably done a round before. But he's also in round 3, trying to search for 6th position here. In terms of pit stops, how offset are these two? They're on very similar cycles, really. They spent a very similar amount of pits lane time last time around and only pitted 2 laps apart, so really there's nothing to choose between them apart from the fact that Autos may be a little bit quicker at this stage. They're just still working their way through the order again after that 10-second time penalty from the first stint.
I think we're following the natural progression, you know, being more accustomed to the car. We know Mangan, you know, highly experienced driver, you know, drove the Porsche Sports Super Cup with this car, drove multiple stints on, I think, already on the 24-hour series on seasons prior with this, so he knows what to do with this car. So it's just, you know, trying to cook the best he can. Daniel Sedgley right in front and do the overtake and go 1 spot up.
Let's see if he can here into Stowe Corner. Well, way too far back for now. This will bubble away gently. I don't know if you've noticed the gap for the lead here, Lorenzo. 1.2 seconds, 1.3. We really do have a race on.
Yeah, it's been slowly winding down. I'm wondering what Troncoso is drinking in that Drago car to be so blazing fast. I know Sommer's not having the best luck of with traffic.
There's an example of it. Sommer's caught behind the Apex 1 Porsche, which wants to stay ahead. Oh, and it very nearly did, and it will do. So Daniel Sommer will be now forceful through Maggots and Beckett's. There's contact between them. Side-to-side contact with the 2 Porsches. And now Troncoso is going to have a great chance already. The Apex 1 992 car making a bit of a nuisance of itself. And now Daniel Sommer's going to have to swerve through. Troncoso doesn't have anywhere to go now, though, either.
Why?
And now here we go with Lutzak down the inside again at Stowe Corner. The Apex 1 car not making life easy for these GT3s trying to fight for the race win.
Wow. I don't like this.
And again, Lutzak still on the outside, inside, excuse me. Troncoso on the outside, and he works his way all around there. Did I see Sotomuto wildly off the road there? I think I did. He's flashing the lights furiously at the GT4 as well. Everyone's getting a little bit frenetic now with nearly half of this race in the books.
Yeah, which is insane how these last lap developed. Soda actually being slightly faster than both of these guys, so Troncoso cannot sleep on the wheel way too much, and because this can get very, very nasty and dicey for all those three cars while we look into Lutzak. I'm going to be honest, like, this is an point that if you're the back marker, of course, you have to maintain your line constant, but chivalry and sportsmanship goes a long way on, you know, you might have to yield the corner or something like that, or even in the straights. No, you're just making the life difficult for yourself. Who you're racing against, you're making just things complicated for the leader. Yeah, I agree. And endangering everyone.
I agree, and in the same breath, though, it also does sort of speak to the lack of speed difference now between GT3 and 992. With the previous generation Cup car, that kind of interaction wouldn't happen, surely.
Unless you're in the Nordschleife in the Nottingham, that would be the only place in the track you would have this kind of generation. But because they evolved in terms of aerodynamics, you can kind of see this kind of interaction on small straights because they do gain some reacceleration. You want Altus up ahead.
Mangan has gotten through on Sedgley. Has he got a bit of rear damage there, or is that just the angle?
No, he does.
He does. Bit of rear damage, does he?
Hello there.
Yeah, he does. How did he get that then? I wonder if that was maybe in this battle here, because of course Autos was the one that made front to rear contact with Scherer earlier, but that was on their front and there's no evidence of that, but there is evidence of some rearward damage here at the moment. David Haynes, who's about to step into the commentary booth, is already more eagle-eyed than both of us. He said it was there earlier, so fair enough. That wasn't contact made in this latest battle. Speaking of latest battles, the leaders are together again. It briefly dipped below 0.3 of a second, and Daniel Sommer has got a real fight on his hands now to hold on. I'm not sure whether it's Sommer losing speed or Troncoso gaining it, to be honest, at this stage.
Now I'm trying to look into the last 2 laps of. Let me just look for real quick. I think it's just the fact that Drago picked up some speed and Sommer not having the best luck with traffic. At Sommer last lap was a 2:03. Previous lap was a 2:03, and now it's a 2:01.
That was the Apex 1 lap, though. To be fair,
yes.
Which really disrupted them. And in fairness, Drago Racing didn't have a greatly easy time with it either. Side by side for Sim RC. Championship leaders up to 8th place. Oh, that's a big dive from Wave Italy as well. Down the inside into Brooklands corner. Damien Owen Harris looking for a move on Frederick Schwartz here for 8th place. So Sim RC have actually got up to 7th, excuse me. And this is for 8th now between Wave Italy and Geeks Energy fiercely forward. Schwartz and Harris side by side. I think Harris is going to run out of room here on the outside.
Yeah, he's not going to have any room as the Semi-5 card goes on forward. The Semi-5 who's got a report under his name, and meanwhile the Wave Italy retained that position even though he got an off track.
He will have done, but we'll hope that those incidents are not to come back to bite them later. Sommer again, less than 2 tenths, and it's going to be side by side for the lead. I would hesitate to say here. Oh, not quite. I was just following the gap there on the top left, as I'm sure you were at home as well. On the way up to Stowe Corner, they were just ahead of the guys we were seeing there. Now into the final chicane. Drago Racing looks to the inside. Sommer gives them half the room down the inside. Troncoso uses it. So now he'll get the exit, but I think he slightly smacked that curb and won't get the exit he wanted.
Yeah, but it wasn't as a big smack in the curb, so he's going to be able to survive this ordeal. But the thing is, does he dive down on the inside of Impulse TCR? He goes in some way, makes it unscathed while they're still trying to navigate the top 3 in the TCRs.
They are. Team Hoisenfeld's still leading there by quite some distance, by the way, and that's to work out a little bit later on in this next pit stop phase. How is that race going to change? 3 wide for the lead, and Sommer with the move round the outside at Aintree will hold on. Troncoso still second, and now Sotomuto is here in the fight as well. It's 3 for the lead now.
Yeah, absolutely. So they went and took the opportunity. Sota just having the better luck with traffic instead of both of them, just cut a bobbing and weaving for both of the Team 75 Bernhard by CMRC and Drago. So that's why it allowed Williams to go closer. We have a three-way battle on our hands.
Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Into Cop's corner again. Sommer leads Troncoso, leads Muto. And then there's Phil Denez 7 seconds back. And Jonas Rutten and Jürgen Frank all within 10 seconds. What a fantastically close race we're seeing so far at Silverstone. Through Maggots and Beckett's again. GT4 in the way means that Sommer and Troncoso are both looking for the exit that they need here. And the Ferrari looks to have got it. The Porsche now to the middle of the road. Not really a defence that from Daniel Sommer. He's allowed Manuel Troncoso to the inside. And it looks we've got a lead change for the first time on legitimate speed. It's Drago Racing who now lead in the new Ferrari 296 ahead of Team 75 Bernhard by CRC, who are going to get dived now by Sotomuto, who hits the new race leaders. Too late on the brakes from him. Another bit of contact, but Sotomuto goes through, and the 24 car loses 2 places in the matter of a few corners.
Troncoso's stint has been nothing but extraordinary this time by. And Sota a little bit was it aggressive 100%, 130%. Does the contact could have looked a little bit, I don't know, silly between both of them. Yes, but it kind of fiddles out when you go outside a club. So that's just rubbing in its racing, and in just a blink of an eye, that T75 Bernhard by CMRC goes from P1 to P3. Amazing stuff.
Fantastic stuff. However, the next question is, who's quicker out of Troncoso and Sotomuto? Because the Williams Esports car has caught them both fairly rapidly here. I know we were watching the leading gap fall very quickly on the top left, but it was also the gap from second to third that was falling in that. So maybe the reigning champions have got a bit of speed at this in the race, and maybe they are going to be the new race leaders very soon. It's an interesting situation here, and I don't reckon this leading battle's quite done yet.
No, not at all. I don't think this is going to die down sometime soon. It depends on how Suto will counteract the Ferrari around the track. The Ferrari looks really strong on the straights, but the Mercedes just sucking up that air and grabbing so much speed out of the corners within the draft. You can kind of see now Troncoso giving way. All battle for the Altas and Cheddar on again.
Yep, down the inside at turn 4, and I'll just overtake Scherer for what feels like about the 5th time in the last hour and a half, but it can't be. Pascal Mangan up to 5th position then. Nice move in the end. Unfortunately, we're hearing that BS Competition have also had a disconnection here out on the circuit. Ruben Bonga has very quickly gotten into that car and gotten in for Phil Denez, who's had a disconnection here, but that's put them a minute and a half now behind the leaders. They're offset on strategy, and that is such a shame for the effective championship leaders.
Yeah, just taking a quick look at the points right here. That actually might bring Boniti into the vote. Or even Drago Racing into the vote as well.
I was thinking about that, yeah. Is it going to be Boniti, who are down in, what is it, 8th place now? Or is it going to be Drago, who are leading? I reckon it would be Drago Racing.
Actually, we haven't talked about Sabelt. Sabelt is in 6th place, and they're 23 points in the standings.
Yeah, true. They're doing okay as well. It's too early for us to be worrying about this kind of thing. We're in the first half of the season. We'll forget this and just enjoy the racing. Troncoso and Muto, I think, are going to have a fight. And Sommer's not being blown away here either.
No, he's following them close. I just think the pace that Sommer has had in this race so far hasn't been matching up to the pace that Troncoso and Sota are doing. It's just, I think, having some luck with the traffic and all.
Oh, big move
wow.
On the GT4 leader. That was Torres, who was waiting for his moment to turn in. And he was very nearly hit by Troncoso. There's some risks being taken in lap traffic now, and there's a flash of the lights to go with it as well.
Yeah, flashing from the lights of the McLaren coming from Zenith. A little bit aggressive. Yeah, 100% nearly. It was dangerous. 100% as well. Got away unscathed. The flashing of the lights is very legal. Meanwhile, Sota is now on the charge.
Weaving is Manuel Troncoso. Look at the speed of the Mercedes here. on the outside, and they didn't even follow the slipstream all the way through. Sotomuto breaks a little bit early, though, and doesn't choose to go all the way around the outside. Good run through Stowe, though. Great exit into the final chicane at Vale. Is he going to be brave again? I think he might have been slightly put off by a couple of laps ago where he was so late on the brakes. He actually hit the car in front of the one he was trying to overtaking, that car being Troncoso. These two did, of course, make that contact at the time, so maybe he's just thinking about that.
Yeah, 100%. But really good battle so far. One guy that we should not be sleeping on as well, Ewan, look towards P4 in the GT3 standings. Falcon is flying around the track in comparison to Daniel Sommer, so we can see battle. Oh, no.
Who was that? That was one of the
TCRs.
Carlar. Howard Stadler. And he's going to get overtaken by Euros BR as well, and Leo Miranda. Is he okay there? Oh, no. That front left doesn't look okay, does it? Oh, no.
No. That car is not looking good.
They're not outside of the pit window, really, in TCR. You probably can get away with pitting now.
Car is broken.
The car is broken, yep. Now, unless they already have pitted, Carlisle, then it really is annoying. No, they haven't pitted yet, so
no.
They might get away with it in some way, but their car is broken, as you say. We'll see who was at fault for that one, because there were certainly cars around. I think it was Sommer, wasn't it, who was nearest to Carlisle at the time we saw that TCR going off. Here we go.
Yes.
The two leaders go through, or the top two, I should say, go through. And then Daniel Sommer is going to appear into our shot very quickly, of course, and he's going to hit Carlisle. That's going to be a penalty, and it's going to be 10 seconds based on what we saw for the other car that did that, ATRS.
Yes. It is, I was going to say, it's the same incident we saw with the MA70 and ATRS, right? Literally the same incident at the same point.
It's almost an identical incident, really, to what we saw earlier.
The only thing we're lacking is a 360 nose cut.
Yeah, the 360 recovery was nowhere near as impressive on this occasion, unfortunately, from Carlisle. So marked off for execution there, but never mind. They've got bigger things to worry about for now. 3 hours 10 remaining in this race then. It's been a pretty breathless first half of this race. We'll be with you right to the end here, of course, on RaceSpotTV, as we will be for every 24/8 Series Esports round this season. Still a lot of racing to go. At the start of this race, there were still 30 hours in the season remaining and only 12 complete, so still had some way to go. We do have a new TCR leader here. Still trying to work out, really, Lorenzo, what Team Huitzenveld are doing on their strategy. A 35-second pit stop again for them on that occasion.
Only Team Huitzenveld can pull these kind of pit stops and weird things, and makes them work in the end of things, right? It's insane to think about what they're doing around the track, and the most amazing thing is you would expect Impulse is gonna come and overtake. Wave Italy might come and do the overtake as the wind on by, but no, they managed to keep him at bay, and Team Huitzenveld will show why they're probably the TCR masters in the entirety of iRacing.
Do you reckon they're doing 4 stops today? Because I reckon they might be.
It would be too aggressive. I see no point. I think they can make it on 3. But
well, I do, but I think they're going for 4 just as a different strategy.
Would it work though? The gap would need to be quite big for them to go on the pit stop for a 4th time. It would have been a short fill and tires. They have to make those 2 work. Yeah, but only tires, but with a very recent pit stop.
They've done 2 short pit stops so far. They're saying 15 seconds on the first stop, and they've just saved what's going to be 20 seconds on this next one. I reckon they could be doing 4 here, and they're only 30-odd seconds behind, 43 behind Wave Italy Racing Team now. That's the effective gap, but what effectively they're going to have is a lighter car for more of the race and shorter pit stops throughout, so they're going to be able to keep their speed up a little bit more. Their GT3, unfortunately, is not having such a good time. They've got a 5-second penalty for overtaking off the circuit.
Yeah, a lot of those punishments came in, flying around the track, which is insane to think about. Have we seen what that overtake was made? I don't think we have, right?
Which overtake?
From the Racing Dog.
I don't know which one you're referring to be honest. I think it's probably a lapped traffic overtake.
Okay.
I'm going to guess. And there's another 10-second time penalty there for Raw Esports in GT4, who are quite down towards the back anyway, 14th at the minute, for failing to serve a penalty in time. That penalty was just out an hour and a half ago. That was for making contact with the 413, so they will be serving a 10-second time penalty now. Waverley Racing Teams 161 TCR will have a 5-second penalty. That's important. They're the current race leaders, and that will drop them behind Impulse if the gap stays as it is.
Yes. I think that would put them right behind Intropic in front of you.
Maybe not 5 seconds. I think the gap to Entropic's over 10. But we'll see how much it drops them back. And Sabre Esports GT4 has also got 5 seconds worth of a penalty too. That was for contact with the 488 of Raw Esports we've just been talking about. So 5 seconds penalty there. BS Competition also, that was for contact with Maniti through turn 3. We did see that one, and that was a pretty obvious one.
Yep, slam dunk.
Yeah, 15 seconds for that. And there's Impulse Racing, who we did see as well. And I think that's all the ones we've brought you up to date with now. There are a couple of investigations going on. In fact, one has just concluded. One for overtaking off the track that's been given no further action. It's been deemed okay by race control. And there's another contact on as well for Daniel Sommer and the 160. We did see that one with Carlo, didn't we? So you'd imagine that one will come to a penalty too.
Yeah, absolutely. I think there's of all things we've seen around the track, only maybe one incident you could say might have been a racing incident, but other than that, all the other ones have been slam dunks.
Yeah, they have been really not many big surprises really in terms of penalties so far today. There is the battle for the race lead. It's closer than I imagined, to be honest. These guys have got to be low on fuel now. They've got to be getting towards their pit stops, but their battle is not relenting. Troncoso still under pressure.
Yeah, I like what I'm seeing from Troncoso. You know, trying to drive his best capabilities to hold Sotomuto. It's just that Mercedes looking so feisty coming around the corners, right? You can see the V8 AMG engine just being so good out of the corners, and it's easy to pick up drag and build up speed and maybe build himself to do an overtake.
Unfortunately, it's another disconnection for Apex 1 in the 992 class. Matthias Lutzek has done all of the driving so far, but he'll need someone else to come in and save him now because he has disconnected from the server, and a bad day for them may get even worse, and hopefully they can get back out so they can at least score their first points of the season. Troncoso gets the better run of things through traffic on that occasion, and when you do that, you just get a small advantage to start putting lap cars between yourself and your rival in Troncoso's position. There he does again. Sotomuto will have to lift off a bit more, and the gap all of a sudden increases to nearly a second.
Yeah, traffic gives and traffic takes. The traditional name of the game.
That's a phrase we'll be using.
By the way,
again.
Ewan, am I going crazy, or did I see smoke coming out of turn number 2?
I didn't, but you may not be crazy. I don't know how to answer that. I didn't see it, no, but
okay.
That doesn't mean. Then again, I didn't see. Was it ATRS with no rear wing earlier, and I failed to see that also. So.
Actually, I just took a quick look at the broadcast. There was a puff of smoke, but it was like a very, very subtle puff of smoke. It wasn't turn number 2. I think it was just outside the village.
Okay. We'll see if anything went wrong there. It doesn't look like it in that respect. Battle for GT4 honours is still very close, by the way, here too. We've actually got all 4 classes with gaps nearly under a second. 1.1 is the biggest gap between first and second in any 4 of the classes, and we're about to hit the halfway mark. That is quite remarkable.
That is remarkable. And not only that, of course, we have to take, of course, the potential penalty that Team 75 by Bernhard by CMRC might take, right, with the incident they had with Carlar. Falcon is not far behind. Their pace has been really good, and 2.5 seconds behind is the sister car of the CMRC Team 75. So the battle for top 3 is still wide with half a race to go, and that's always good to watch.
It is. Oh goodness, what's going to happen here? This is interesting episode of what happened next. There's a lot of traffic of all 4 classes in one line there, actually, indeed. So 3 wide initially, then the Lippert car decides to follow the TCR, has to wait unfortunately, then dives 3 wide, kicks energy fiercely forward. Unfortunately, the ones in the middle who feel the consequences of that one. That was an extremely busy moment in turn 1.
And luckily, the way Vitaly leading car didn't suffer that as well. But the gap is now closer to a full, closer to 0.3 of a second. That's the closest we have seen in quite a while now.
It is. So, Santeri Martikainen is the leader in 992. That briefly caught me off guard because I thought he was still at Visceral, but he's not. He drives for Williams Esports Academy these days. So we haven't had a lead change there. It's still Williams at the front. Simify Esports are still second, but you'd imagine they'll be in the pit lane soon, taking their shorter pit stops as they do. And there is our first leading battle in TCR for quite some time. Wave Italy Racing Team and Impulse Racing, nose to tail here, but how much does this really matter in reality because of Team Huisingveld, who are on an entirely different strategy?
Yeah, I'm curious about that as well whenever they come around the track and things like that. So pit stop having to find everything. TCR is still wide open though, and I like to see this race. I think this is the first time we've seen in all 3 races that TCR is still wide open and there's nothing decided yet.
Well, yeah, and I do wonder what we're going to see for the rest of this race here, Lorenzo, in TCR especially. I mean, we've got, would it be fair to say, 3 contenders for the win maybe, with Huisingveld, Wave Italy and Impulse? It seems that the others are a bit too far back at this stage.
We have to take account of the fact that Wave Italy has 5 seconds in the pit lane, so we can kind of bring in Tropic as well if they try to go for something more aggressive. So it's a possibility.
Obsidian are there as well. It's pretty open in TCR. I thought, by the way, when you said we've got to think about someone else, you were going to say your own car there, but fair enough for not doing that.
Not today, man.
Not today. Not today. 9th place for you guys at the moment. Nearly halfway in the race, and indeed we are about to tick over to 3 hours to go here in the 6 hours of Silverstone, the 3rd round of 24/8 Series Esports this season. A big thanks to Lorenzo Bonda, who's been alongside me, Ewan O'Leary, for the first half of this race. Joining me for the second half is David Haynes, who we can say good morning to now, and say good morning literally. It'll be us two bringing you to the flag with Iku Murakala, broadcast director for the end. Look at that lovely little sequence switch over there. David, welcome, and good to have you alongside me again for the second half of this one. There's a lot up for grabs here and a lot undecided, which is sometimes unusual, but it's fantastic that it's present along all 4 of our classes today.
Lorenzo's the bonder that holds us together, but multi-class racing is what gets me out of bed in the morning, and yeah, how exciting is this across all the different classes? And also I loved seeing a 3-way fight for the GT3 lead between 3 different brands, 3 different styles of car as well, sort of converging in the midpoint of this race. So we are poised for a very exciting and hopefully competitive final 3 hours here from Silverstone.
We are, and it's a good point you raise about the manufacturers as well, actually. Ferrari leading, Mercedes leading, Porsche right now, with the first BMW now 7th after the demise of BX competition. It's worth noting that in qualifying, the top, or 5 of the top 6 were taken up by Porsches. I thought it was going to be a bit of a one-horse race with regards to the manufacturers. However, we've seen that change dramatically, and that's a great thing for everybody. So Drago Racing lead in GT3 ahead of Williams Esports. Team 75 Bernard by SimRC, Falcon Sim Racing and the other Team 75 car all within 10 seconds. But Jürgen Frank comes into the pit lane now just over the other side of the hour and kicks off another cycle of pit stops. It seems in GT3 everybody can comfortably make it to the hour. We're going to see a pretty comfortable 5-stop race for everybody in this class this afternoon.
And pit lane here at Silverstone is so exciting that they used it as the set for one of the episodes of Black Mirror, but it's an interesting pit entry. It's a relatively slow pit lane speed limit compared to some other circuits as well, at 55 kilometers an hour instead of the 80 at most other sort of Grand Prix style circuits, because of that sort of shortcut you take on the entry.
I'm going to have to ask the embarrassing question of what's Black Mirror, but anyway.
Netflix series that was big in 2017.
Okay. I've not seen it, as you can imagine. Anyway, so that's...
It would have given you nightmares. You were probably 12 in 2017.
Thank you. Yeah, that's true. I was in the early part of secondary, so that's good. But anyway, that's another time. Here's the TCR lead. The overall leaders just overtook these guys, actually. And these guys can't actually be far away from their second pit stops of the day either. Simify Esports now making their third stop, so 992 pit stops have really begun. However, there's something interesting happening here, because Simify are doing hour-long stints, but I reckon the rest of them around them, like Williams Esports Academy and so on, can do an hour and 12 and so make this a 4-stop race. And surely, if Simify are not out in the lead even of this race when they're coming into the pit lane, and they're having to make up an extra stop as well, surely that's giving them a lot of catching up to do in this final 3 hours.
Yeah, we have this where the stint length of the 992 class sort of is a little awkward around these 6-hour races, because we know for GT3 it's sort of always 60 minutes plus or minus, a couple of minutes or two. But in 992 they got just that little bit longer again, where you do see some teams look to fuel save and try to go 4 stops, some to sort of commit to a 5-stop and have fresher tyres more often. So that's where 992 gives us some pretty interesting little strategy. Not that GT3 is devoid of it at the moment.
No, we've got Williams in now. Williams Esports into the pit lane, and Beckham Jasir gets into that car. So former fiercely forward driver, if I remember correctly, to Williams, and that's been the case for quite some time actually. However, he's now at the wheel of that one. Slightly odd time to make that driver change as well, but I guess they're just splitting it in half between the two of them. 3 hours to Sotomucho and the final 3 to Jasir, unless something goes dramatically wrong. You can't actually do more than 70% of the race, but even if you did 4 hours, that would still, and 4 stints in GT3, that would still be okay. So the leading battle in GT3 interrupted for the time being, but the advantage that Drago Racing have got is that they're running longer right now, and surely that means at the final pit stop they'll be able to take a couple of laps of fuel out and maybe gain an advantage that way.
Yeah, it's good to be out in front, have this pace, and then also be running just a couple laps longer into the stint. It either gives you that shorter stop later on where you save a second or so on the fuel hose, or it gives you a little more flexibility coming into the final stop as well. If you see you're coming up on a ridiculous amount of traffic, you have some opportunities there, or maybe you run longer at that final stop and the drivers and the teams you're competing against, they've got to stop a little bit earlier and they rejoin in some traffic that you manage to avoid. So you've just then got a couple laps of leeway, a couple little options that those you're battling against don't have, and that can always be very useful coming into the final stint, and that's sort of what you're setting up to at this point.
Daniel Sommer who's now 6 seconds behind Beckham Jasir at the moment, so that's the battle for 5th place, but it will become 2nd and 3rd. However, that gap was not 6 seconds before the pit stops. Sommer has lost time somewhere, and Jürgen Frank has caught him as well, which suggests to me even further that it's Sommer who's had the issue here in this one, and he's going to come out behind the Drago and Williams cars. That was going to be the case anyway, I feel, but the fact that the gap is so big is probably the surprise there. Drago Racing on the button there, flashing the lights to SimRC to get out the way. They won't, of course. They're just as entitled to the racetrack as them, and so they'll have to work their way around. These are crucial laps now, the in laps for Manuel Troncoso. He's got to, at the very least, match Beckham Jasir in his out laps for the moment to make sure that he doesn't lose time in this pit stop sequence, and make sure that he comes out in the lead, which he's held very well since that overtake about 15 minutes before the top of the hour.
SimRC should try daylight savings if they're losing too much summertime.
I'm looking forward to summertime returning in Europe. Timing-wise, Ika Murakala's not. Apparently, he'd much prefer winter. There you are. What do you mean?
I put to you, with the greatest of respect, that Iku is slightly more insulated than you and I.
That is a very good point. We're fairly insulated, but I will admit we're not quite like Finland. So that's true. That's very true. But I'm looking to the side of it. It's 5:15 in the evening. It's dark already. Who wants to see that? Anyway, that's besides the point. It won't get dark here in this race, by the way. It will be about 5:15 when we finish tonight in sim, virtual standard time. However, it won't quite get to those points, not least because things work a little bit differently, but also because it is March in iRacing, about 4 weeks forward to where we are in real life right now. So that's worth bearing in mind. We won't see any darkness running, although it's felt like one of those races and one of those days in sim where the sun has never really come up properly, and the sun it's been out, but it's sort of been annoyingly in the eyes of the drivers and some of the TV cameras as well over the course of the afternoon.
Race on to pit lane from some TCR competitors here.
Now then, it's the two leaders in together, Impulse and Wave Italy, but they won't be the two leaders soon. Martin Asher and Anton Vetradrev in the pit lane. Michael Parsek will take the lead, and there will be driver changes for both. Norbert Leitner will get into the Impulse car, and we're waiting to see who gets into the 161. Gonzalo Fabi, the Argentinian, back in again. So it looks like they're just crisscrossing, because you can't actually do 3 stints in a TCR and satisfy the drive time rules. You've got to be careful of that in TCR. So Fabi will get at the wheel, but they've got to do something about Roman Pashka, and I still can't really work out what their strategy is all about here, Team Huizenveld.
Of course, it's interesting in this championship, it's not a minimum drive time, it's a maximum drive time. No.
Sorry, did I say
driver.
minimum?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
You're just talking about drive time generally, and I was going to point out that the options that are available to the teams is sometimes you do see a 3-driver lineup in these 6-hour races. Typically, we're seeing a lot of 2-driver lineups, but because it's a maximum drive time, not a minimum drive time, you could have one driver drive the 4 and some hours and then split that remainder between 2 other drivers. So there's no minimum drive time. One driver could drive 5 laps, so long as it was, say, a 3-driver combination where the driver who drove the most didn't drive more than 70%. There's this GT3 pit stop from Troncoso, who hits the lane. Nice little angle there in the pit box as well to make a speedy exit, but it won't be him who makes the exit, because it will be
Ricardo Rico back in again. He started that car, did Rico, the Spaniard, but didn't go on any further than the 1 hour. And actually there was an abnormal, well, what I would describe as an abnormal amount of driver changes after just 1 stint. Drago Racing being one of them. Now then, in the main part of your screen, Williams Esports in the number 1 car, and down in the small picture on the right you can see Drago Racing. This is the battle for the race lead as of right now. It's still supremely close despite 3 hours gone. Rico gets rolling, and he'll be out in front here. He'll be out ahead despite Williams Esports' best efforts, and they did undercut quite nicely during the 2nd pit stop phase. During the 3rd, it's not quite gone their way, and Drago Racing have not only come out ahead, but they've actually gotten themselves a little bit more of a cushion than maybe they had before the stops.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad there. Getting up to speed still with the GT4 car, that maybe just taking away the lines that second place would want to run through Village in the loop there, and now onto the Wellington straight released. You can see the gap to the lead, and that is incredibly motivating when you're in second place. But you have to say, around that pit stop phase, the race pace, the in-lap, the stop time, decent for Drago Racing.
Speaking of motivation, Jonas Rutten is going to have a lot of that right now. Daniel Sommer didn't have a great time in things through the pit stop phase there at all, and now he's been caught by the Falcon Sim Racing team. And Jonas Rutten, who is at the wheel and has been for quite some time actually. Jürgen Frank not too far behind. These guys all inside the top 5, as many of those previous protagonists have fallen by the wayside. Simify Esports with a spin at turn 4. Maniti Racing, with a spin at turn 3. They're now 6th and 8th respectively. PS Competitions disconnection has sent them back to 11th place. Ruben Bonga now back at the wheel after Phil Dinez's internet problems. So that's all worth bearing in mind, and that's why it's so spread out now in the top 5 compared to what we saw an hour ago. But Jonas Rutten's got all the speed here. The Mercedes seemingly quite powerful in a straight line. Daniel Sommer didn't even seem to bother defending. Falcon down the inside, and they go through into the 3rd position with Jonas Rutten at Stowe Corner. And I'm not sure what's happened to Sommer, but he has been lost now 3 places in the last half an hour. For whatever reason, he's not been able to hold on to the lead that was given to him when he got into that car.
In the absence of having the weather data, if I said, oh, you know, the track's heating up and it's going away from the Porsche, that'd sound like a reasonable thing to say, but there isn't really that much variation of the track temperature compared to the start of the race. It's still pretty cool on track, so there's few things that could have changed to have disadvantaged the Porsche at this stage of the race.
Is there any credibility to a claim that maybe the Porsche was a lot stronger in qualifying than it was and is in the race? Because there were 5 of the top 6 places were taken up by Porsches in the qualifying session. I thought, wow, this could be a bit of a Porsche fest at the front. Could have 2 Porsche Cup classes, if you like, at the front of GT3. However, that's really not been the case in the race. Is there any level of credibility to that, or is it just the teams individually and the way they've worked around this race, qualifying versus the race and their setups?
I mean, there are certainly things that affect your pace in the race that you don't have to worry about in qualifying, or ways of getting pace in qualifying that you wouldn't be able to get away with in the race. And so your key thing is sort of the tyre longevity. How's the pace in the back half of the stint? The other thing is also then, you know, fuel consumption, fuel burn, fuel saving.
Sorry, that was Team Huizenveld making what I would describe as nearly suicidal dive bomb down the inside of Leipa Esports, but it wasn't in the end because they both lived to see the end of it. It's Eric Enders who's gotten through into 14th position, and Keanu Blum, who has been displaced in another one of those Porsches. He's lost 3 places so far. Mad Performance have lost 6, Maniti have lost 6, Simify 3, and Team 75 have lost 3. So I can't see very many Porsches at all in the order who have actually not lost places, which kind of says all you need to know about this race so far, really.
Well, if they all qualified up front, how could they gain places?
That's true as well.
Yeah, so certainly the things that would make you quick in qualifying would also make you pretty quick in the first, 20 minutes of the race as well. And then, you're up front the first time you work through all of that traffic, which typically tends to be a pretty solid advantage into the first hour or so of the race. But then slowly seems to be evaporating a little bit. It seems like in the slipstreaming and coming off Maggots Beckett's, the Mercedes have been strong there. Ferrari certainly has its strengths as well. Doesn't seem like it quite rockets off the corners as well, but it seems to be carrying decent speed through them and also not lacking too much straight line speed.
It's going quite all right for Ferrari at the moment with regards to the new 296 introduced for, well, not specifically for this season of 24H Series Esports, but it was in time for this. Drago Racing, the best placed of them so far, in 5th place after their race win at the 6 Hours of Spa. They didn't pick up anything from Sebring. And actually, not many have taken the plunge with the Ferrari this season. Zenith Esports come in from the lead in GT4. Now, it was a close margin between themselves and 0-7 throughout most of that stint, and it still is. Alessandro Quintai is able to go on one further, though, and will take the lead briefly here. So, still a lot to work out in GT4 at the same time. Simone Passoni is only 5 seconds behind as well. Some very interesting races here today that really don't have a conclusion just for the moment. There is the new leader in GT4. Once again, there's not much variation here in GT4 though. The fact that they change tyres and fuel at the same time kind of means that it's a battle on track more than a battle in the pits.
Come on, iRacing, give us harder tyres and then we'll throw limited number of tyre sets at this championship and it'll get interesting.
That's what that's what I'd like to see anyway. Because to be fair, as Thomas Cope was, me and Lorenzo were talking about changing fuel and tyres at the same time, but would that really help if what Thomas Cope was telling us earlier was true, was that actually they're having to pit in that Porsche Cup car when the tyres run out, not when the fuel runs out.
Yeah, we've also had multiple changes too, sort of the compounds and all that of the GT3 tyres as well that went with the changing of their pit stop ordering as well. So that's why I'm sort of slightly more durable tyres, and then just give them one less set than that otherwise like. Someone's got to double something somewhere. And do you do it early when there's lots of traffic? Do you try to do it late after building up a gap? Do you do it through the middle of the stint? Do you have a setup that works for it? Do you have a driver who comes in the middle of the race to do that double stint while you're sort of a driver, qualifying driver, closing out driver, double stints? And these are just some ideas.
Exactly. It's so much more interesting than just having full fuel and full tyres every time. But that's the way we've got it in iRacing at the moment. Simone Passoni comes into the pit lane in the reigning champions Movano GT4 as well, so it will sort itself out there very soon. These are the two teammates in 4th and 5th. Daniel Sommer has not only been overtaken by Jonas Rutten, but now he's being pulled away from now as well. And Rutten indeed took 7/10 of a second out of Yassir on that last lap, so maybe we've got a battle for second coming soon too. It's still encouraging the amount of drivers we've got in just small margin at the front of GT3, but unfortunately for Team 75 it looks like they're not really well, they don't really possess the pace to stay with the leaders, and that's wide from Sommer again into the Vale chicane. Does seem to be struggling in this car at the moment, which is a real shame and a bit of a puzzler really after 2.5 hours of running quite well.
24-hour series esports always something to look at as far as battling, and we're absolutely blessed across all 4 categories at the moment. And at 992, this is Santeri Martikainen, Williams Esports Academy, under a little bit of pressure.
Very close in towards turn 1, Stowe corner, sorry. Santeri Martikainen.
You became American all of a sudden.
Just ahead of his former employers, by the way, Visceral Esports, and Alexander Teeb, who is in his wake. There it is, nose to tail. We've seen Simify come into the pit lane here, by the way, so Lucas Campo Morero is the new driver there for Simify, and they've actually been in for 7 laps, so I didn't mention that at the time, apologies, but we do now have the field sorted out in 992, if you like. These guys are going to go a lot longer, though. Here's the margin. Teeb looks up the inside into turn 3. He's barely alongside, and in fact wasn't quite. It would have been awkward contact between the two, and so he backs out of it and will look another time. He gets into the back of Martikainen, though. Very close between them. There's a 10-second time penalty, unfortunately, for Daniel Sommer for contact that I don't believe we've seen. That was with one of the
Carlisle,
oh, no, we have
was that already happened?
No, that was the Carlisle, yeah, you're right. So that's the 10-second time penalty. And that falls into line consistently with the other incident that was almost identical to that.
You guys called it at the time, and yeah, there's multiple stewards, and occasionally, you look at something, see it from different angles. There might be, some difference of opinion that they have to work out, but there's some things that happen. You go, pretty sure all 4 people are going to see that about the same, so it's a relatively short discussion at that point. You're just seeing if it ticks all the boxes per the rules and all of that.
And it certainly did. So 10 seconds for Sommer at his next stop, but luckily it came in late enough, I think, for him to not have had to just do it. The 444 team have got a penalty, by the way, for directly communicating with and personal messaging someone in the sim, in the sim. That's gridandgo.com esports, as we've got a change for the lead here in 992, by the way. Visceral Esports go down the inside. Santeri Martikainen has looked on the ropes with regards to that battle for some time, and that now finally that pass has been executed, and it looks like he's going to tuck into line. He doesn't even attempt to come back at Tiber on the way into the final chicane.
Do you think the direct personal message was polite and friendly, or slightly less so?
Well, I'm guessing not. The official, it's for communication with the number 20. Oh, it's gone down to a warning now. It's just changed. So that's interesting. Just I've been watching it.
Maybe it was polite.
Yeah, maybe they've decided, look, I was nice.
Are you busy on Valentine's Day?
Exactly. Also, I can't find a number 20.
No, I'm not.
Am I? Am I? I wonder if I'm. Yes, it's Door Esports. Yes, I am blind, as it turns out. So I couldn't find them through the field. Anyway, that's gone down to a warning now. That's not in the rules, by the way. You're not allowed to send messages in that manner to anybody, whether they're polite or not. So that's a slam dunk for race control, but it's gone down to a warning. And also a no further action as well for a 3-car contact earlier on. So not too many penalties coming through now, which is good, but plenty of things for race control to look at. This is Zenith Esports in the GT4 category. They have ended up in 3rd place. Alexandra Peregrina now at the wheel of that one, with Alessandro Quintai just behind. These two will become the leaders again, but they've been nose to tail for so long, and they've not overtaken each other for so long as well. It's hard to believe that they're really going to do anything now that they're in this position after another pit stop cycle.
Quick Google suggests 2008 was the last time a McLaren won the British Grand Prix.
Nice.
So there's some McLaren at Silverstone facts for you.
I guess that must be true as well. Did they really not win at any point in the early 2010s?
Well, 2014 to about this year, they didn't look at risk of winning anything. So then you just got to go, did they win during Sebastian Vettel's 4 dominant years, 2009 to 2013? No? Okay, then how about 2014? Mercedes strong basically since then, and now you're into the modern era. So it checks out in my mind.
Yeah, it does, but it's one of those ones that you have to sort of think, well, really? Especially about 2009, because they had an okay car then. But no, you're probably right. It's been a while. But there you go. They're getting closer.
2011, 2012, they had a decent car on some occasions, threatened for some race wins there.
Yeah, anybody could have won 2012. It was chaos, but I mean the season, not the race.
Maldonado did, so just to prove your point that anyone could.
I don't remember the race, by the way. I barely remember any British Grand Prix, to be honest with you. It's becoming too long ago, 2012. I don't remember it anymore. So there you go. I have to go and look it up, but there we go. They're in the lead anyway at the moment. Or they will be in GT4. Don't be fooled by X-Racer. I know they're only 6 seconds ahead of those two, but they have yet to stop, which kind of says all you need to know about their race. And their other car is down in 5th place despite not having stopped yet. So, as I say, that probably tells you all you need to know about their race so far. Visual Esports seem to have the measure of Williams Esports in 992. Santeri Martikainen outpaced by his former employers.
Yeah, we saw this come up behind, make a pass pretty early on as far as the opportunities presented themselves, and now almost breaking 1 second, which would be the drafting range in these cars as well, which is, we're not quite Circuit Spa-Francorchamps here, but you definitely have got 4 proper long straights around the lap as far as the Pit Straight, Wellington Straight, Old Pit Straight, and the Hangar Straight. I watched a video of Gordon Ramsay making a beef Wellington the other day, and now YouTube thinks that on every single occasion I want to watch a video of someone making beef Wellington.
I don't know what beef Wellington is, but
oh, I do now, man. It's all I see.
Oh dear, it does. It is like that sometimes. People get very worried. We're going well off topic now, but people get very worried about robots taking over. But they can't even work out your own hobbies. So I don't think you should be too. People should be too worried just yet about that. Apparently, Iku Murakala is gobsmacked. I don't know what a beef Wellington is. I don't know. I haven't met Iku in real life, so.
Look, it's not for the Australian and the Finn to call you unpatriotic and a British traitor. So we'll leave some Englishmen to hoist those words upon you.
Is it a British thing? Oh, okay. I thought it was Wellington as in New Zealand Wellington, like the city. But anyway, apparently not.
I'll give you a hint. A lot of places in New Zealand are named after things and people in the UK.
That is very true, and But it's not my first thought, but it is true. Yeah, okay, fair enough. Anyway, let's sidetrack Beef Wellington. Otherwise, I'll be exposed even more for my lack of cultured knowledge. 5th place is the battle on your screen right now. Daniel Sommer, the one ahead. He's been passed by Jürgen Frank fairly comprehensively here, and he's been caught by Tristan Iglesias very quickly. Surely the Simplify Esports driver is going to find this relatively easy.
I wonder if they just haven't picked up some invisible damage, like just cracked the front splitter or something and we can't see it, or scraped the floor badly across a curb or something.
Yeah, I mean, is it even possible to get so much floor damage anymore in that sense? It does seem like that kind of thing, because just out of nowhere, Sommer has gone from the lead to already 17 seconds behind. He was in the lead an hour ago. Oh no, and he's just sideswiped straight into, I think that was the Apex 1992 car. It was Harvey, you're correct, yeah. Artu Hankinen, who has been swiped into the wall, and that surely is only going to compound Daniel Sommer's problems.
I have a feeling like he was, alongside this 992 class car here, and then he was driving sort of in reaction to the GT3 car he was trying to defend against, but had sort of just mentally blocked out the other class car there as he made that move, and it might be sort of a 50-50 kind of thing, but it's all compounding to not looking great.
Simify go down the inside and they look like they're on their way through. That's not the surprise. This move certainly was in the main part of your screen. Oh, there's more contact at the bottom of your screen, by the way, but let's have a look at this. He's not quite clear yet, and he swipes.
Havud that moves, actually?
I don't know, really. I feel like the eventual contact is made when Sommer makes the final movement, but there was a bit of movement from Harvey on the straight, but it goes back to what we've talked about time and again in recent years. This Porsche Cup car is very, very quick.
Yeah, and the GT3s, really sort of haul it in off the corner exit and then don't clear it on the way down to Copse Corner. So they're still just sort of side by side there, hanging out, overlapping, and it restricts what line both of those cars can take for quite a while. And maybe one sort of moves in reaction to what the other is doing, moves in reaction to what Simify are doing, what line they're trying to take down the old pit straight there.
Alexia Lerman finally comes in from the lead in GT4, so we'll have a corrected order now there too. But Tristan Iglesias is through, and Daniel Sommer now continues to look on behind. I know he got overtaken on that last lap, but he did a 2-minute 3.7. I mean, that would be competitive with some of the 992 times. Alexander Teiber was 3/10 of a second quicker than Daniel Sommer on that last lap. That says a lot about where this car is at the moment, and I don't think it is, down to Sommer and his driving at the moment. I do think that there's got to be something going on here for them to lose this amount of time. It's got to be approaching the likes of 30 seconds in the last hour to those around him. Sabre Esports are only 7 seconds behind him, and then it will be Maniti and WSR Esports, who are all within the next 15 seconds. And if Sommer gets to the end of this, having not lost those places, then I think he's going to be pleased. He's going to be looking over his shoulder for the next half an hour.
Just watch the speed trace of both of these cars down the hangar straight there, and yeah, Sommer was in the slipstream and 2 kilometers an hour slower than Simify there, and obviously they're both Porsche GT3s. So I'm starting to lean towards maybe contact with Carla, contact with someone else. They might have just picked up a little bit of aerodynamic damage somewhere that's slowing them down. And if you pinpoint exactly one point where maybe the pace started to drop away from that car, I'd say they were with the lead within 1 second of it at that point of contact with Carla, and since then the pace hasn't been there.
That is true, but they were caught and passed before then, so
yeah, but they were still hanging out with the top 3, and there was a little bit of traffic initially where they lost that, and then the Mercedes seemed like it was good in a straight line to make the pass, even if the lap times were relatively equivalent.
Yeah, and I can believe it. I can. it's one that will rumble on, and we won't really get any answers until probably afterwards. But
so the Altus 992 pitting right now, I'm looking at how much time is left on the clock of 2 hours and 27, and it's asking them to do, you know, an hour 14, an hour 15 per stint to get to the end here.
I don't know. I reckon they can do that. But it is, it's a little bit closer than I was expecting for them. In fact, there are the top 3 currently in the 992 class. They're all trying to do this strategy of doing 4 stops today. Just
so
5
Altus
stints.
is the first of them to have to make this stop, make this call.
I think so. Well, saying that, Olympus Esports pitted 2 laps ago, and Geodesic pitted 2 laps ago also. I know they're a bit further down, but even so, they're in the top 10, in contention, sort of, and they pitted 2 laps ago, so, you know, that's over 2 hours and a half. That's really asking a lot. Well, we'll see with that regard. Oh, what is it? Simify. Where are they compared to Altus? They've still got some time to get out ahead here. Into 6th position has Morero, Lucas Cambra Morero, who's just gotten into that car now. Oscar Mangan stays at the wheel by the looks of things of the Altus Esports car, and Simify do get out ahead, although only just on that occasion. So they're doing something completely different. Dory Sports are doing something very different as well. Excuse me, that's the GT3 coming through on the 992s. That's why they're doing something different.
Probably why they're receiving such lovely direct messages.
Yeah, maybe. They are 16th. They're not even in the points at the moment. They've got to hope that someone else falls off in front of them, but with 2.5 hours to go, it is entirely possible. You're watching, by the way, the battle for 2nd on your screens right now. Drago Racing have started to really extend this margin out front. Ricardo Rico's driving very well. He put another 1/10 of a second into Beckham Jasir on this last lap, who hasn't been driving so badly, but he has been caught by Jonas Rutten now, and even now he's going to be under pressure into Stowe Corner.
It's exactly the inopportune time to catch a GT4 on the exit of that complex where you're trying to carry as much speed as possible. And for Beckham Jasir, it means he is immediately under pressure from Jonas Rutten.
He has to take a tight line on the exit of Stowe again, but Rutten has to change his line also on the way towards that chicane. So it won't be this time. But the longer he leaves this, the bigger the gap's going to get to Ricardo Rico. So there is a sense of urgency here. The gap's only 7.5 seconds, and that is crossable with 2 hours 25 remaining. He can get there, but he can't afford to spend ages making this move. Into turn 3 they go. Beckham Jasir holding on for now in the number 1 car. The reigning champions of Williams Esports. Not been a title defence they were hoping for just yet. They've not finished inside the top 5 of any race so far this season. A podium finish is looking like a possibility for them right now, but they'd much rather a race win. And I do wonder what they're going to do with Jasir, really, because they've given the first half of the race to Sotomuto, which is quite a lot, really. And it means that Jasir has got to do, at the very least, the next 2 hours. And if he's not up to scratch with those around him, then he could struggle.
Just those 2 drivers in session for the number 1 car as well, because I was going to bring it back to my point where it's like, he doesn't have to if they've got a 3rd driver.
True.
There being a maximum drive time, no minimum drive times.
Yeah, so realistically, in terms of stints, probably can't do any more than 4 stints in GT3. 70%, as I mentioned earlier, is what, 4 hours and 12 minutes driving, and so 4 stints in a GT3 should put you short of that. But you're right, they might be able to get Jasir out after 1 stint if they've got someone else to go into the car. And to be fair, right now he's holding his own. He's keeping Rutten behind fairly comfortably.
keeping an eye on the lap times that were just a tiny bit quicker than Drago Racing last time around. We're about to get crossing the start-finish line and see if it's starting to hold up Falcon Sim Racing team. Obviously, you get that just little bit of slipstream closing up the 1 second, sort of always makes your lap, flatters your lap time as you catch someone. But it's still pretty on pace from both of these drivers, underneath 2 minutes 1 on the lap time just completed.
That's good pace for both of those two.
Timing.RaceSpotTV today, isn't it?
Yes, it is. If you want to have a look yourself at home, indeed, you can have a look on there for all of the lap times. A lot of data for us today, including sector times and all sorts for us this afternoon. So
never enough. I need driver heartbeat
oh God.
and all that.
Well, I've had that in the past, but it's always seemed like sort of inaccurate, I should say, really. Heart rate monitors on occasion.
It means nothing as well, because, you know, unless you're measuring the heart rate of one Olympic sprinter against another Olympic sprinter, like 100 BPM for one person could mean something totally different than 100 BPM for another. Some people are just like, you know, you can have 20, 30 difference between what someone's resting heart rate is to someone else's.
Yeah, it is kind of odd. So it's difficult to read anything into it anyway, as you say. This is very close in GT4.
Actually, you can read one thing into it, and that's if it says 0, they're in trouble. That's about it.
That is a problem. Or indeed 300, that's also trouble. But I don't know if that's possible. I can just imagine it's a problem.
Through God and Monster Energy, everything is possible.
Oh dear. Yeah. Are they paying us for that?
No, but I might get it tattooed.
They should do. Gridandgo.com esports are the ones just up in front here, by the way, with Ashley Finch of WSR Esports Butt Kicker looking for a way through. This is the fight for 4th place in GT4. They're very much sort of on their own island here. Quarter of a minute up to the battle for the top 3 places, which is very close. Quarter of a minute back to the group for 6th place on back, which is also a bit of it's not quite a train, but there's not much in terms of incremental gaps there. So they're battling amongst themselves very much privately, almost. Back in TCR, Gio Cortese is just in front of Martin Hadlicek of Entropic PFBR into Brooklands, and looks like the Entropic car goes through with a nice move on the inside.
And these two have been close for a little while, and we're seeing the move there. And I think as far as endurance racing TCR goes, all of the drivers and teams are smart enough to know that trying to trade the position back and forth every single lap isn't going to be effective. So the fact that we've seen a move there, I think sort of indicating that one team's realised the other's a little bit quicker in this phase, because of course they've got a powerful slipstream as TCR cars. They're slower down the straight, so they spend more time on the straight, so they spend more time in the slipstream, even if it's the same distance.
Yeah, that's why the racing often stays so exciting, and the train actually stays formed for quite some time in TCR, but that's now long gone. Can be difficult to get away sometimes too. Maybe Entropic will feel the effects of that pretty soon. The 992 pit stops are well and truly underway now, and with less than 2 hours 20 to go, this will be the penultimate stops for those guys. We've already seen the penultimate stops of the TCRs, by the way, so plenty of stops still to go. Rafael Renhofer has gotten into the Share Esports car, and Visceral Esports have swapped out Alexander T before Vince Peters now, who's back at the wheel again. So we'll see now where Simify come out in relation to them, and also Valkyrie, who are doing something different on the strategy. Only 44 seconds in the pit lane for them last time.
Makes you want to stroke your chin beard in deep contemplation.
Makes you wonder what on earth they're doing, really. Joe Vega Goddestad is at the wheel a bit now. Can he get out ahead of them? No, I think is going to be the answer to that. And oh no, he will. Just about in time. They're exiting the pit lane and right behind Valkyrie, actually. So Visceral Esports for exit right there. And just going through your shot there was Valkyrie. there they are in the blue, orange and white. Valkyrie XP Enduro Racing into the lead of 992. However, they've still got 2 stops to go as well. They will be shorter stops than the final one for the other main contenders in this one. However, it is still a race lead, and Valkyrie hold it for the moment, as we were talking about earlier on. It's always fantastic to see different variations on strategy happening out there on the circuit. It's exactly what we're here for, and 992 has provided a lot of it.
Will be interesting how that plays into the tyre life if you're forced to extend some of these stints as well, knowing that that's very, very key to the performance of the 992s.
Keeping those in the window, as we heard from Thomas Cope, was particularly important. If there's any drivers watching or listening at the moment, by the way, want to come and have a chat, then make sure you get yourself in the RaceSpot TeamSpeak and the waiting room, so we can bring you in and have a little conversation about how the race is going so far. For you guys, we've already spoken to Thomas Cope, as I've said, and let's speak to a few more if we can before the end of the race in just over 2 hours and a quarter time. So enter one of those phases of the race where we're a bit more spread out now in terms of leaders. There was one stage about an hour ago where we had all 4 gaps below a second, but that is a rarity this deep into the race.
Yeah, gaps sometimes spread out throughout the race and then close up in the final stint. Is, you know, one team gets ahead by, you know, maybe slightly short filling on their way through the race, and then have to take a longish stop towards the end, while some of the other teams, you know, they went full tank every stop and then have a short fill towards the end. So when you've got these separations in the 992 class of, say, Valkyrie stopped 10 laps ago, the car behind them is, you know, 5 seconds back, but, you know, just stopped. You know, okay, well, Valkyrie going to need more fuel to get to the end. They're going to have some slightly longer stops remaining, and that will close up this class. So it's pretty normal for the accordion to open up in the early part of the race and then close again around about the final stops.
Yes, I always sort of think this about endurance races, especially it's this part of the race, the sort of middle, where it's sort of the most stretched it will be. Towards the end, even in an hour's time, it will be a lot closer, and we'll see and have a better picture of where we are a lot more in a few moments' time, in an hour or so, maybe 90 minutes' time, because still waiting for half the field, more than half, to make their penultimate stops of the day. They've made their final one. There is the Falcon Mercedes. Jonas Rutten has really been on a charge here. Less than a second now between him and Beckham Jasir. They're now nearly 10 seconds behind Ricardo Rico, who's still leading by quite some distance, but Rutten hasn't been able to get through on Williams quite as efficiently as maybe he would have hoped.
Yeah, he was at the bumper, and now he's dropped back a second, just a tiny bit as well, and the last lap for both of these cars in second and third was missing about half a second from their best, so it's likely that the traffic's gotten involved a little bit here. Meanwhile, you know, the outright leader, Drago Racing, Ricardo Rico, a lot more consistent in the lap times, it seems, and that's helping.
Does seem to be a 2:06 for him last time round. That was the fastest of anybody, and the only driver inside the top 10 to be below the 2-minute ones. Very quick pace from Ricardo Rico so far, who may well be going to the end as well. He does have the ability to do that with drive time. He wouldn't be exceeding the rules in that respect. He may well go for it as a result. Let's wait and see. Other battles in GT3. Well, this is the closest one. A second apart in this battle for second position. GT4 has that group covered by about 4 seconds, of course, but they're not nose to tail either. nor in TCR. So actually for the first time all race we haven't got a gap below 1 second, but considering it's taken us nearly 4 hours to get there, it's pretty impressive really.
Now I did see a really hot lap in GT3 earlier from the Simify Esports GT3, Tristan Iglesias, and I was thinking you can keep that up, he's a chance of getting Team 75, Bernhard, and maybe even getting towards the podium a little bit, but I don't know, now he's looking like he's got about the same pace as sort of 6th and 7th behind him.
It's leveling out. It is very level up in the midfield here. With regards to that, Daniel Sommer again 2 minute 3.4. Now 6.5 seconds behind Iglesias. Yeah, well, not looking so good. Roberto Ferrari probably the next candidate to go through. There he is in the Sebel BMW. On the way out of the loop now. Best placed of the BMWs now in 7th position. All 4 manufacturers represented in that top 7. It's even more impressively and closely spread earlier on when BS Competition were up there. Unfortunately for them, their connection problems have forced them down the field. Norby Kish is now at the wheel. As a result, they're now down in 15th position. There's also been a slightly long stop for Mac Performance SRT, who are now outside the top 10. That's over a minute's worth of a stop for them, and that is an unusually long stop in GT3.
Sorry, which car was that again?
The Mac Performance car in 11th now, the number 99, Mark Calvert. Minute long stop.
No penalty for them.
Yeah, the penalty served in a separate box anyway, so that wouldn't have added to their stop time, but nevertheless.
Depends what, particularly what timing software you're using. I've seen different.
That's true. Okay. The car 17 has got a 10-second time penalty, which I've not seen before. That's the Braden Werner car, WSR Esports book kicker, not leaving racing room to the number 89. That was BS Competition earlier on. And 5 seconds time penalty to Drago Racing, the overall race leaders, for contact with car 121 through turn 12. This race is certainly not over yet.
Did I say that Drago Racing were a little bit quicker through the traffic? I think I did. Maybe a little too quick through the traffic, perhaps.
Yeah. I don't remember seeing that contact. I've got to be honest, that was reportedly 8 minutes ago that was reported to the stewards. I don't know how long ago it happened, though, in the grand scheme of things. I'm willing to bet that was very recently, that incident for Drago Racing. Getting into contact with the 121 in the TCR standings. That is the Entropic PFBR car. As by the way, there is a stop for Team Hoysingwell right now in TCR. Fabian Siegman gets back at the wheel of that one. That's another interesting category. We're not really sure where that's going to go.
Yeah, Entropic PFBR car with the, oh gosh, I'm going to embarrass myself if I'm wrong here, Czech flag on one rear wing end plate and the Finnish flag on the other.
I didn't realise they had different flags. They are a Czech registered team, but they do have an even split of Czech and Finnish drivers, so I wouldn't be, that seems like a reasonable, what would it be called? A reasonable assumption to make. PFBR is the Finnish part of it, Ika reminds us. As I said, Miku Malkavara and Timo Toika are entered into that car, but it's only Martin Kadlacik and Martin Siratek driving today. I wonder what language they speak when they're cross-communicating, those four.
Hungarian.
Roughly in the middle. Polish, maybe. I don't know.
Actually, Hungarian's probably too easy for Finns to learn. Yeah, maybe Arabic.
Just make everyone learn a new language. I wonder if it's one of those things I don't know about whether Czech is spoken particularly more in Finland than I realised or not. But I don't know. English is the language they'll use. English says obviously. What do you mean obviously? I
thought it was pretty obvious. That's why I was throwing out stupid suggestions.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I don't like to assume people can speak English because it makes it seem like I just expect it of people when they're not from England, and that seems a bit. I don't know what the word is for it, but it seems it's wrong.
You don't want to be a Anglo-centric, presumptuous, whatever.
Yeah.
Another bit of just a little,
Yes.
always just that little balk coming off Chapel Curve, second place. Great slipstream off third, but you're restricted what lane you can take because you're still side by side with a 992 class car. And I did not think Falcon looked like they were desiring to make the pass there, as they just tried to bump Williams past the traffic to get them both clear. They're looking at that race lead and going, hang on, if there's a 5-second penalty out for the race leader, let's move forward.
Yeah, we can possibly get to at least halve that gap. That's what it would do for the moment. And the pit stop is fast approaching, so if Rudson wants to get ahead for that phase, then he needs to do it pretty quickly. Into turn 2, there's going to be no chance here. The Racer GT4 will put paid to that, not that he was close enough anyway. Can he get to the apex in time for 4? Not really, and he's going to be squeezed. He'll sneak by, but another lap goes by where he can't get through on the Williams car, and this is holding him back a little bit. And while this battle's been going on, he's lost another 2 seconds to Drago Racing, which is exactly what I was saying earlier on. You need to get it done quickly so that you don't lose this time.
Simify and Williams Academy 992 class cars. Of course, now it's easier than ever to confuse GT3s with 992 with the Cup cars because they're both on the same chassis.
So similar on speed as well. So Williams are really a long way behind Visceral now. 7 seconds
So
more than.
This looks like we're going to see the penalty for Drago Racing.
Here we go. Into Maggots and Beckett's, the Entropic PFBR car ahead. Round the outside through the first pot and into for the next. That one is a controversial one. That's going to be one of those ones where the TCR car thinks, well, I can't hold this line any tighter, so please give me some more room. And the GT3 thinks, well, we're doing our own thing around the outside, mind your own business and all that kind of thing. It's one of those ones where they're going to blame each other, unfortunately, that one.
Oh, it's this bit here where
I mean, Drago Racing's
trying to hold them to the left-hand side of the road so that they can open up their own run through Chapel and onto the Hangar Straight. And the TCR car's going, well, can you be on the right-hand side of the track? Can you give us a little bit more room here? Is what it's about.
Yeah, I don't think that penalty is undeserved, if I'm honest with you. I know it's, but there we are. We'll have disagreement about that. Someone in the YouTube chat and I, because I don't think it's deserved. But there we are. I mean, yeah, the Drago Racing car basically held its own racing line through there, and when you're lapping someone, you can't do that. So that for me is not undeserved. But the fact that it's only 5 seconds as well suggests that, you know, it's not a majorly thing done wrong. Entropic, after all, didn't lose that much time as a result, but there was something done wrong. So I think 5 seconds is in the right region for that.
So it's like, how do you measure whether room was given? Is it, oh, there's a car width there, or are you measuring relative to the center line of the road, or are you measuring relative to the normal racing line, being aware that the racing line of a GT3 versus a front-wheel drive TCR through a complex of corners like that be radically different.
Exactly, yeah. It's very difficult to know where to judge it in that bed, and that's why I'm not signing up to be a steward for any league in the near future, because it's a very difficult job indeed. Beckham Jasir still holding Rutten at bay. 2 hours 3 to go, and that means we're not too far away from more pit stops here in GT3. We're coming to the end of 25 laps or so now for the likes of Jasir and Rutten, and it's still very close between these two. Almost nothing to choose between them all over again. But Jasir still holding it at arm's length, and I don't even remember a side-by-side moment between these two.
Falcon Sim Racing, they pushed Williams Esports GT3 when there was a bit of traffic earlier, rather than try to take it as an opportunity to pass them. So I think you've got a little bit of cooperation here, second and third, but it's not yet helping them get within that magical 5 seconds of Drago Racing's Ferrari.
That's the important gap to the race leader, the one that everyone's focused on. And this part is going to be tricky as well. 992 Impulse car just in front of them now. Impulse Racing only running 9th place. Adam Katarski back at the wheel again after starting that car. He's now in the eye line of Beckham Jasir, going past the GT4. Rutten gets a run on both of them. Here he goes, very much up the tailpipes now through Maggotts and Beckett's. Maybe there'll be a chance on the hanger straight.
Still within 2 car lengths coming onto the hanger straight, and without too much traffic. Here's our friends in TCR again.
Yes,
there's 3 of them on screen, so that's fully a third of the class.
It is, yes. Only 10 in the field at the start of the day, and the Euro SBR car is unfortunately out. In fact, we've had 8 retirements so far today. We haven't really had time to go through them at any point.
It has some interesting implications on the points as well, because the point structure is points down to 15 for every class. So with 20 GT3s that are started, if you're running 18th and you DNF, there's no difference between whether you'd finished 18th or you DNF. But the difference between running 10th and scoring points in TCR versus a DNF, the TCRs are very, very incentivized to always try to see out every race, whereas your bottom 5 in GT3 are sort of can go a little bit more win it or bin it.
Exactly, yeah, and that's that 10th place, by the way, worth 6 points. As long as you complete 60% of the race. Have Euro SBR done that? They're 31 laps down at the moment, which means they did 80 odd. Is that 60% of? No, probably not actually. Oh well, it's their class winner, isn't it? So that's even harder to work out. Anyway, I'll leave that to other people. It's going to be close anyway, as to whether they get points or not. Meanwhile, Jonas Rutten has finally got through. It's taken him a while, and it's cost him about 3 seconds of gap to Ricardo Rico as well. But he is now through, and look at the gap that he's pulled already. That shows you all you need to know. He has been quicker here.
Great opportunity to flex your muscle here through the sequence of corners and apexes, and if you've got more grip, you really gain time through the corners and then off the corner onto the hanger straight. King then at Falcon Sim Racing teams speed 237, 242, 246, 248, 248 kilometers an hour. I think the largest number I saw from them there at the end of the hanger straight. And then I'll try to take a look at Daniel Sommer this time around as well, because I'm pretty confident that Porsche is missing straight line speed, and that's what's starting to cost him.
Yes, still 6th place, and still 6 seconds ahead of Roberto Ferrari actually, and the last lap was a 2-minute 0.3 from Sommer, so his pace is fluctuating again now, and I don't really understand why. It's not making very much sense to me anymore. He gained a second on Ferrari on that last lap.
I guess what happens in the next pit stop for the number 24 Team 75 burnout by CMIC GT3 will be pretty telling.
It will, yeah. Although they've already had, well, yeah, that's true. I was going to say they've already had one pit stop where they've already had that contact.
I mean, sometimes you go, it's 15 seconds of repairs, I don't see any damage, it's not worth taking. And then you have a stint like this, and you go, actually, we should have, maybe we will, or we'll see what they do as far as the pit stop length and the driving order.
Yeah, that is true. We'll see what happens when they come down pit lane. In fact, we've not seen very many pit stops above 42 odd seconds in GT3, but that's exactly to be expected. This will be the penultimate stops for these guys, by the way, in the race. And the GT4s will be in for their penultimate stops, and that will lead us very nicely into the final ones. It's pretty much going to be constant, actually, for the next hour and a half or so. There's going to be a lot of people in pit lane on a very sort of frequent basis before the very end here. Final tanks of fuel, final tyre changes being made.
Penultimate, not to be confused with Ultimate Pen, which is the Fisher Zero Gravity Space Pen. The only pen that's been used in space because it's got a charged pressurized cartridge.
I did not know that. You won't be surprised to learn. And I didn't even think about the fact you'd have to use a different pen in space, but I guess you would, yeah. Gravity.
Ballpoint is made from tungsten carbide and precisely fitted in order to avoid leaks.
Why do you know so much about pens?
I don't know, I just read about it at one point and then thought I'd just look it up then and educate everyone about space pens.
Right, okay. Oh dear, who's off the road here for GT4? It's Raw Esports. Thankfully it's been a while since we've seen someone off the road, but unfortunately Thomas Strucci has put an end to that now in the number 488. Looks on the exit of Luffield. There's nobody immediately around him when we joined him there, but that doesn't mean he wasn't assisted into the grass in the end. Let's see. Right into Brooklands with the Olympus Esports car just up in front. Through Luffield. Look like he's just going to get on the power a bit too soon.
Grass on the inside
gets
as well.
On the grass, yeah.
And depending on how the differential is, etc., it's possible that getting the inside tyre on the grass spins it up, as well as just, you know, the GT4s not being quite as precise in their suspension as well. You see they're a little bit more vulnerable to hitting the bump wrong and continuing to bounce for a little bit, landing awkwardly, and that, you know, losing grip in that bounce and getting into a slide that's difficult to recover from.
Yeah, and unfortunately for Strucci's ended up in that situation there. So we'll go back to GT3, where the cars are a little bit faster. And Roberto Ferrari stays ahead of Alex Bennett here for 6th position. It's a battle that may well be short-lived, I'm fearing.
Dana Summers into the pit lane for the Team 75 Bernard by SimRC. So we are seeing a lot more GT3 pit stops begin to unfold at the moment, as well as things being pretty congested on track. Into the penalty box goes Daniel Sommer as well.
Yes, he'll have that penalty served with the after the contact with Carlart. So Bennett's just held back slightly there in the traffic, and so he's got to work his way back through again. One of the Mercedes, the BMW in front will get down the inside of one of the Porsche 992s, and so that's another move and another car between the two of them, and the battle sort of kept at arm's length for now, but plenty of pit stoppers now, Sommer being one of them. Simify in, Tomasz Grunkotter getting back at the wheel as well now for the final 2 hours of this race. Tristan Iglesias is staying in for the Simify car, and then the two WSR cars are going to be in here as well. There's Beckham Jasir on his way out. The reigning champions have been into the pit lane. Back out again, 4 seconds or so ahead of Leon Penn, who has also made a stop. That's a smaller gap than I was expecting to see.
The second greatest pen.
Leon Penn. Yeah, he got into that car for the final 2 hours of the race as well. So it seems a lot of these GT3s are splitting it 3 hours and 3 hours, which makes sense.
You know what team's not? Team 75 Bernhard by CMIC's number 24 as Tobias Grundkotter got in there to replace Daniel Sommer.
So he's now behind McFarlane, who's also stopped, but he's not taken a longer stop or anything. He's just still struggling.
Had the penalty as well in that.
True.
That stop, if you recall. So that adds, well, a 10-second penalty adds sort of 15 seconds because you come to a stop in the penalty box, count the time, then accelerate back up to the pit lane speed limit, and then head towards your pit stall and then do your pit service as well. So coming to the stop, serving the time, and then getting back up to speed all adds a little more. Earlier in the race, I said pit lane speed limit was 55 kilometers an hour, which it's not. It's 80 kilometers an hour. So you do, obviously lose a bit of time decelerating down to 80, accelerating back up to 80. I said an incorrect pit lane speed limit because I read it somewhere where I thought I could trust. Do you know where I read it? The driver's briefing.
Oh no. That's not... I thought you were going to say iRacing then, which would be worse, arguably.
There's never any information in info boxes for cars or tracks that's inaccurate to how the vehicle is modelled in the sim. That never happens, Ewan O'Leary.
I was setting you up exactly to say that, because I knew you were going to. So yes. No, that never happens, you're right. Anyway, well, for those that don't know, we'll let you sort of figure it out. For yourself.
The last time Twitter was fun for me, Ewan.
Yes. Simify back out onto the circuit again behind Team 35. Then I think that was the case before the stops. Although maybe not. Penn and Iglesias are certainly a lot closer together than they were beforehand. And now on the way into Brooklands, he's too far away for a move. So we're still waiting for the top three to come in. Sebo will probably come out behind these guys, but the top two will stay as they are. Otherwise, the gaps as we've got them right now are looking as we will see them. Into the pit lane as well for Jonas Rutten. So this is 10 minutes past the hour, and this surely is going to save him a little bit of fueling at this final stop, but even more so for Ricardo Rico, who is going longer again.
Yeah, went longer in some of the earlier stints as well. Already had, a lap or so advantage in places. Decently clean track in front of him now. He's gotten past the Zenith McLaren, who maybe wasn't fully happy about it all, but it means that this lap, maybe the next, will be good as well for Drago Racing Ricardo Rico. Remember, with that penalty, and we've already just spoke about, they've got to serve it now. They can't, wait till the end of the race and have it added to their post-race time. So it might end up being, close enough to 10 seconds as far as decelerating, stopping, counting to 5, making sure you count, 5.5 seconds, not 4.5 seconds, because 4.5 seconds is not 5. 5.5 counts as clearing the penalty. So it could end up being relatively close.
Damon Woods.
Ricardo Rico.
Damon Woods gets into the Falcon Sim Racing team car now. And so he's back out again. Ricardo Rico still waiting for his pit stop at this stage. Will it be 1 lap longer than Woods or 2 is the question, really.
Just need a Damon Lake or Valley to complete the set with Damon Hill.
Oh yeah, Damon Hill, yeah. These things never occur to me. I've got to be honest, but anyway, there we are. So Drago Racing will continue on out on the circuit. We will update you as to what's going on there. But let's take a little ride on board, shall we, with Damon Woods? Damon Woods for the next couple of moments. He's currently running third. He will decrease that gap. It's not a minute. It'll be a lot closer than that when Drago Racing serve their penalty and serve their pit stop in a few moments' time. But let's listen into the Mercedes and Damon Woods getting up to speed. And that was Damon Woods getting up to speed, and boy did he need to as well. This battle for the race win is on. Drago Racing get out just ahead by 1 second. This is going to be a close race to the end. Ricardo Rico versus Damon Woods, just a second between them. Great to go on Paul within there as well, just to see what it's like on the outlap there, and the first flyer as well, because it is a very sort of a difficult one when you're trying to get up to speed, but also trying to still be quick and basically undercut Drago Racing, which is what he was doing there for a couple of laps.
Box time only 1 second difference between first and second there, but the lane time 10 seconds longer for Drago Racing as they served that 5 second penalty, which goes to what I say that, you know, there's the time penalty and then another 5 seconds basically as, you know, leeway to making sure you're over, not under the penalty time, and decelerating and accelerating to 80 kilometers an hour. So for Drago Racing, yeah, the 5 second penalty, quote unquote, it's a 10 second penalty. You have 90 minutes within the race to serve any penalty that's issued to you. And it means that penalties issued in the final 90 minutes of the race can be added to your post-race time. And for the reasons I've just explained, you'd much rather add 5 seconds to your post-race time than have to serve 5 seconds in the penalty box, where it's 10 seconds.
Yeah, it's certainly more than what you're allocated. So, in that respect, Drago Racing, of course, didn't have a choice, but we're getting towards that stage where you will be able to forget about the penalty for the next 90 minutes or so. And, well, not forget about it, but at least not have to serve it yourself. It will just be automatically applied at the end.
And it'd be awkward for us to explain it were it not for how many times points, podiums, wins in Formula One in the last couple of years have been won by, oh, he's got a 5 second penalty, so if Lando Norris can just get within 5 seconds, he'll stand on the podium of the Austrian Grand Prix.
Yes.
People are well familiar with it now.
Yeah, it creates those moments, certainly. We may well get some of them as well. We've still got penalties flying in. The 69 Drago Racing car obviously has served their latest one, but that was half an hour ago now. The latest penalty has just come in for Impulse and their GT3. 15 seconds worth of a time penalty for them. It is a repeat incident, so they've got more seconds than they otherwise would be allocated. They made a quite late lunge down the inside of a slower car earlier on, got a penalty for it, and now they've got another one for a similar thing from the sounds of it, and that means their penalty is sort of bigger than it otherwise would be. That's creating more problems for Impulse, I'm afraid, and that somewhat explains why they're down in 13th position at the moment in the race. Plenty of battles going on the circuit right now, by the way. Leon Penn is only a second or so ahead of Tristan Iglesias. We've got Ross McFarlane and Tobias Grunkotter battling for 8th place, and Linkfist versus Kiss as well for 10th. There's a lot going on in GT3.
And again, because it's the class with the most cars in it, your 58 entries is a split of 20 GT3s, 13 992s, 15 GT4s, and 10 TCRs. The sort of law of throwing more darts at a dartboard, the chance of any dart being close to another dart increases. The chance of any of them being on the dartboard increases for me.
I did have a dartboard in my later childhood, and the area around it was quite something to see, because yeah, you're right, it's quite a challenge to even hit the thing.
I think if you give someone, you know, a dart set for Christmas, you've got to also give them a plaster repair kit.
Yes.
It's only the
advised.
kind thing.
Yeah. Based on my experience anyway, that should definitely be advised. Based on what's happened to the wall at my parents' house, which is still unrepaired, despite the fact I don't live there anymore. Anyway, that's a separate issue. Battle for 10th place here is a bit misleading, really. Norby Kiss is closing on Lucas Lindqvist, but he has been out there for 12 laps longer, and unfortunately, due to the timing of Phil Denez's disconnection in this race, this car is off strategy. It's not only lost the time from that disconnection, it's also doing 6 stops in the race rather than 5. It's really set them back in this race, which they were otherwise doing very well in.
Yeah, I don't see any way, unfortunately, this BS competition car gets another 40 minutes out of the stint. They're already past halfway in it, having now completed 18 laps for what's normally 30 laps of fuel for these cars. So it does mean, you know, a big stop and a splash and dash, or you try to cut it up some other way. There's a guaranteed 2 more trips through the pit lane at 80 kilometers an hour for VS competition.
Yeah. It's a difficult day for them, one to remember. 100 minutes remaining then in the 6 hours of Silverstone. In the 24/8 Series Esports, it is still up in the air as to who is going to win, who's going to finish where, in lots of positions as well. GridandGo.com Esports, Johan Royer just ahead of Ashley Finch here for 4th place in the GT4 standings. As I said earlier, these guys are very much on their own in their own world. Now they've got more than 20 seconds either side of them. They really can take their time in this battle amongst themselves.
Now we've seen that there's a facelift to the road-going Aston Martin Vantage that has made its way to the Aston Martin GT3 car. No hint of when that might make its way to the GT4 car. Probably for next year. Weird situation there where they have homologated the GT3 car, raced it at Daytona, but the road car hasn't been officially revealed yet.
Is that... that didn't used to be legal, but I don't know.
I think it probably only is because we're talking about an Evo kit to an already homologated base.
True, but Ford's got away with it entirely with the GT.
The homologation rules and waivers for GTE though are different to GT3. Although, yeah, there is some similarity as far as, you know, minimum number of road cars and all of that.
Yes.
For homologation.
Yeah, but in the end, the organisers got their script in that race eventually, didn't they? So that's they'll be pleased.
And isn't there nothing you hate more than cars with non-functioning position lights in the final hour of an endurance race?
Oh,
drives me mad. I don't think you can penalise someone enough for that.
I remember that. Yeah. Very fishy, but anyway, that's what made me dislike the Ford GT so much. I dislike the car as a result of not that incident in particular. The whole thing, right from the, you could see it happening, couldn't you? Right from Silverstone at the start of the season, right till the summer, you could just see it happening, and then it did. And it's I dislike the car as a result. So there you are. I know it's not the car's fault, but I'm holding it against it, I'm afraid. Yeah,
it is a shame though, because I remember the first time I saw like a picture of it, no one had done sort of flying buttresses, that sort of rear end styling to that point, and you look at it and you go, where's half of the rear end of that thing?
Yeah.
And now there's even a little bit of that styling in the Ferrari 296 that we see on the road here in this race and some other cars. That sort of treatment around the rear engine cover and the rear wheels, and, you know, ducting around the rear engine thing, a little bit more common. But at the time in 2016, 2017, whenever they revealed that, it was crazy.
Yeah, it was. Sort of bringing prototype sort of ideas to GT racing almost. And you're right, that it does feel the same with that Ferrari somewhat, just with slightly less sandbagging. Stupefied trying to overtaking Leon Penn at the moment. That's Tristan Iglesias, but he got it all wrong. Maggots and Beckett's there. Got straight in front of that Mercedes as well in GT4, which is the driver of which is probably not going to be very pleased, but he's still not very far away. He's still only 15 seconds off the lead, for goodness sake. It's still such a close race, despite the fact he's down in 5th place. only a quarter of a minute off the lead.
And the leader 1.5 seconds quicker the previous lap to the one just completed than Falcon Sim Racing. Damon Wood seems to be getting a little more of the wrong side of the traffic lately, and Ricardo Rico laying down in this stint what he laid down in the previous as well.
He is pulling out an advantage all over again. Is it a race-winning advantage in this one? It may well be. This is an interesting one, a bit further back. Now, Tobias Grundkotter has found a bit of speed in this Porsche all of a sudden. He was leading the race 2 hours ago. He's now 36 seconds off of the lead, and he's going steaming down the inside of absolutely everybody. That was probably too late on the brakes, and Ross McFarlane is going to argue with him about it, but Grundkotter doesn't have a moment to waste. He goes straight down the inside. He'll cop the flashes of the lights from everybody behind, but he doesn't hit anybody, and he goes through into the next position, which is 8th in this race.
Potentially only not hitting anyone from the evasive actions of the Havu 992 there as well, who've maybe copped a hit here and there as well. It came absolutely steaming in there, and this is the view from on board.
Take a look at this. Through turn 1, he was closing, and he knew right from this moment that he's going to do it, and goodness me, was he late on the brakes there. I think you're right. They probably only made it on the corner because those around him were so nice.
He's definitely going to be able to outbrake the TCR car that I think was seeing everything that was, appearing and leaving the inside line open. Definitely, as far as just outbraking WSR Esports, had it covered. It's just the presence of Havu there, which we saw from the onboard. You're almost blinded to. You couldn't see him through the GT3 or any of the other traffic, and then just sort of, oh, I'm barreling at speed towards the apex here, and a little chance of contact there.
Well, thankfully, disaster averted, really. I mean, the battle may not be over here. Grundkotter is not exactly far away from McFarlane. Here's another view at it in slow motion. Look at how much later he's braking. The speed difference is remarkable.
Look at that. Havu turn in and then turn out of it as they see 75 coming in. And they were never actually that close. Now I look at it. But you see Havu start to turn in and they go, actually, I'll go straight for a bit here. I value my life.
Exactly.
I want to live another day to eat more Coty pizza or something.
Havu currently running in 10th place, which is what they're protecting. Why are Maniti racing black into the pit lane and have been for a good 4 laps now in 992? We're in the top 10 position. Havu were in the top 10 as a result of problems for Maxime Marriott. I'm not sure whether it's disconnections or whether they've retired here due to one thing or another. But
well, Marriott's left, but it's a manual disconnection after the car's been parked. So you assume a problem of some other nature, and they've kind of gone and potentially called it quits there.
Well, they've completed the correct amount of laps to be classified, so they will get the points for 11th. And probably knowing that they can't actually do any better than 11th, they've decided, well, is there much point in us continuing on? There may have been. They may want to rue that later if they find out that someone ahead of them fell off the road towards the end, but that's not what they're worried about. They are retired from this race now, so that's another retirement by the looks of it to add to our list. That will be 9. In 992 we've already seen the Apex 1 and the Waverley Racing team out of the race, so that's from 14 cars at the start of the day down to 13 down to 10 in 992. In GT3 we've had the Movano Corsa car, the Hydrace Geodesic Racing car. Excuse me, they're not all GT3s. Movano are. ATR ESPORTS or GT3, Astro Racing and Obsidian, all GT3s. They're all out of the race. The only GT4 to retire so far is Hydrace Geodesic Racing, and the only TCR to retire so far is E-Race PR. So it's been GT3 and 992, interestingly, retiring the most, which is...
That comes back to what we kind of spoke about, though, that for example, TCR, you want to be you know, a classified finish as well. Even if you do pick up some damage, you keep going. And then the other thing to note, exciting news for Draw Esports, who are now ahead of the 992 leader as a GT3. So they are 2 laps and some down on the outright race leader, but no longer out of place and trying to pass other cars in separate class for position.
I mean, the reason it's interesting to me that GT3 and 992 have had the most retirements is the fact that a lot of the discussion in endurance racing is about the fastest classes being or completely terrorising the slower ones, and you know, the slower traffic complaining about that.
Trademarked.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, gonna pass, let me pass, going to die.
Exactly. Yeah. There's a lot of discussion about that, but it's interesting that the top class. The top class is multiple. The top 2 are the ones that have seen the most retirements. So there you are. Let's go to GT4 now with SimRC leading. That's not representative really of where we are. Instead, the fact that Simone Passoni has taken the lead is now. I find this very interesting here. Movano were third before all of this. They've tried to jump both of the 2 in front of them. 07 Racing were seconds. They were not really thinking about Movano, I don't think. They were thinking about jumping Zenith, so they've gone slightly shorter on this fuel stop. But they thought they were getting the lead. They've still not got the lead. They're still second, but they're behind Movano now instead of Zenith. And maybe Zenith weren't expecting anything, or maybe they have just accepted that they were going to lose the lead in that pit stop cycle, and so they dropped to third. It's all changed in GT4.
They've got more leeway around when they stop, how much fuel they take than GT3, for example. And so, yeah, with that, they're playing a little bit of games with how much fuel to take as they then head into their final stops. SimRC from out front of this category, the pit lane, and that will see this Movano Corsa GT4 go through as scored GT4 leader.
There you go. Confirmed officially for the first time. So, with such big differences in fuel fill, I think that Passoni will probably be out on the circuit for what? Another 45 minutes or so? 45 minutes to go. We're suddenly going to see those final pit stops, and we're going to know which of them has come out on top. I mean, it's neither here or there really, because all of them have almost the same amount of fuel to put in those final 2 stops. They were all covered by 5 seconds, the 3 of them, and so, you know, does it really matter which way around they've done this? I mean, very minutely it will, but surely not a lot.
So you end up with Movano Corsa having stopped 4 laps ago, 07 having stopped a lap ago, Zenith having stopped a lap ago, and then you wonder, when does the final stop come in?
Yeah.
And that's to get to the end, isn't it, for a GT4? That's to get to the end for a GT4. So yeah,
Well,
stop from Movano Corsa GT4 leading the way.
Well, no, they're not going to the end from now, but I mean they're going to the next pit stop where they will be going to the end from there. So
You'll be going to the end for a TCR stopping now.
it would be, yeah, and that is soon, and that is something we'll go and focus on a couple of moments time, because oh no, well, some of them, well, no, okay, we are getting towards that point, yeah, correct. So we'll keep an eye on that too. But in GT4, yeah, it is interesting here. There is one more stop to go, but the only difference, I guess, is the fact that Movano pitted earlier. And the reason I mention that is because unless they had a bit of fuel still in the tank and they decided they wanted to cut that stint a couple of laps short, then they will have a couple of seconds, maybe longer, over the course of those final 2 stops of fuel to put in. The other 2 are completely offset with each other. They've got no difference at all with Zenith and 07, so that's very interesting too, with regards to that. I'm just very much looking forward to seeing how this is going to pan out, to be honest, because there's a lot to consider here, and still very unknown in GT4 and TCR who's going to come out on top with all these strategies. There is at least some variation now at the end of the race.
of the traffic there, which presented no impedance to the GT4s.
Back to GT3 with Leon Penn and Tristan Iglesias. They're somewhat keeping with the guys in front of them, despite fighting amongst themselves for fourth. They're actually catching the overall race leader, Ricardo Rico. They're now 12 and 13 seconds off him, as opposed to 15. So these two are putting their hat in the ring for an end of race challenge here too. It's been such a remarkably close race. We're over 4.5 hours into this, and there's still very, very small gaps, very little to separate some of these teams.
Yeah, Iglesias in that semi car is one of the few I've seen, you know, as I glance across the timing board going, oh, that lap was quicker than the race leader, and then, you know, they might lose a little bit of it the next lap and then gain it back another bit. But there's only, a handful of cars that get down to lap times in this stint as quick as what your race leaders, Drago Racing, are doing, and Simify have been one of them at points, and clearly matching the speed of the number 75 here as well. So both of them have a chance to move forward, especially if the weather or the conditions or something comes back to the Porsches. And partly cloudy today. We've had a little bit more cloud, and the track temp has dropped just a tiny little fraction. It comes and goes, and maybe there's some point of that cycle where the Porsche hits a sweet spot.
Maybe we are getting towards the back end of that now, as the sun will begin to set. Not that it got particularly high in the first place, but we are getting towards the evening now. It will be about 3:30 virtual standard time, probably 3:45 maybe. Getting towards that end of the day now in England, the Midlands. Now then,
top 3 afternoon tea foods.
I don't have afternoon tea. I don't know. That's such a stereotypical English question, isn't it?
Never scones with a bit of cream and jam. Never ever.
I don't really eat cream. No.
You're missing out, dude. On that and beef Wellington.
I'll have beef Wellington. Yeah, I'll have a voyage of discovery tonight when I finish this. I'll have beef Wellington followed by a scone with cream on it. But I have tried a scone with cream in it, but I just don't like it, so I won't do that. But I need to source a beef Wellington from somewhere. I've never seen one though in real life, or not.
Apparently,
in real
why
life.
there's so many videos of people making them is that they are a little difficult, a little fiddly to make. So
Maybe not.
Yes, and they don't even look that good. So they look like a lot of effort for something that's nice but not amazing.
Well, sometimes food tastes better than it looks. So it could be one of them. But yeah, maybe I won't. Sounds like a bit of a faff to me. I'm not really into faffing when I'm cooking. Just bang it in the oven for 20 minutes and it'll be fine. That's my philosophy. Anyway, let's back to the race. Still 80 minutes to go or so, with Leon Penn still ahead of Tristan Iglesias. Still 3.5 seconds for the lead as well. It's bubbling away nicely. Still a long time in relative terms to go, but final pit stops next are probably going to come from TCR, and then 992 very quickly after that. Still waiting for the leaders actually in TCR to make their way down pit lane. Hoisingveld at the moment are only just over 30 seconds behind Impulse, but they have another stop to make yet. So I wonder how close they're going to be by the end, if indeed they are going to be in the lead at all. That was Valkyrie making things awkward for Simplify Esports in GT3.
I don't think it's necessarily a 992 making things awkward, other than just GT3's passing a 992 is always just a little awkward.
No, it is, yeah. I'm not assigning any blame, but it is just very awkward, and they're so similar on speed.
With the exception of Loop and Village here, there's not that many slow corners around Silverstone. So in the quick corners, like Cops and Stowe and all of that, you're not going to go around the outside of one. and then in a straight line you're not that much quicker than one. So where you are quicker, you can't pass. Where you can pass, you're not quicker.
Yeah, we did see a good example of that earlier on as well, when the Apex 1 car was being lapped through Maggots and Beckett's. It was as quick as the GT3s through there. Very much a problem for everybody really in GT3. Now Ricardo Rico's given or gained another second here in GT3. Damon Woods now 4.5 behind. Beckham just here 4.5 behind him. Liam Penn 4.5 behind him. Very nicely synced up and incremental in GT3 for now, but still very close. Still a lot of work to do here for Drago Racing if they want to take their second race win of the season so far. They won the opener at Spa, but this is a different proposition here at Silverstone, and it's probably the last circuit of its kind really. I think it'll be a bit of a stretch to call Barcelona similar to this one. I mean, we've got Monza and Barcelona sort of Grand Prix Grade 1 style tracks to go if you're going to mark it on that, but in terms of a style of racetrack, this one is not really like Monza. There aren't enough straights, but not really like Barcelona because there are not enough corners. It's sort of a cross between the two, well, not a cross between the two, but a sort of middle ground between the two, if you like.
Yeah, and so you go, oh, you know, high average speed around here, high average speed around Monza, but Monza's got more big stops, slow corners, and we've seen, you know, for example, at turn 3 there at the Village, that the GT3s have got quite a bit more braking performance through there. So if they're side by side into a big braking zone, they get clear quite easily, and that's basically the only big braking zone on the lap is there. Whereas at Monza, you know, first chicane, second chicane, even into the Lesmos perhaps, a little bit more opportunity to pass in big stopping zones.
Yeah. And of course I purposely left the Nordschleifer out because it is a beast of its own, not really bound by comparison. So TCR final pit stops are beginning. Impulse Racing have even taken on a driver change actually for this final hour and 18. Martin Ascher is going to take on that run to the flag. So he is one of the first to make his final stop, although RD Simsport have already done so. And I reckon Waverley Racing Team are probably quite close to making it to the end, although might be a touch too far for them. The top three certainly have to stop again in this race, and the real interest is Huysingveld. They're the quickest out there on the circuit, but they've made an extra stop compared to everyone else today. Can they make up the time required of them to win this race?
Yeah, so that's Impulse pitting after a stint of 41 laps, and there's 39 to go for the GT3 race leader, so you're thinking more like 35, maybe even 34 for TCRs left in this race. So then looking at when Wave Italy and some of those stopped, you've got to imagine they knew they could get to the end after that.
You would have thought so. Zenith here making things very difficult for Valkyrie, as they're trying to run their own race, of course, here. Oh, and Impulse off into the grass there through Aintree. They're all looking for positions here. This is Impulse looking for a move down the inside, you'd imagine, but they're not going to find it on the way into 5th place. And Zenith deep into the corners again. Another interesting comparison between 992 and GT4 this time in where these cars make their lap speed. The GT4 very quick on the way into corners. In 992, you seem to be tiptoeing on the way in.
Different ways to look after the tyres as well, as far as what the speed's like throughout the stint. The Cup car with no traction control, no ABS, and even if you're not spinning up the tyres or locking them up, it does seem to go through them a little more than maybe a GT4 would. So late into a stint for a 992 and a GT4 on some nice tyres, you can see how the GT4 can hold its own through some of the corners but is missing the better part of 20 kilometers an hour in a straight line.
It's a good point as well, actually. These two classes are opposite ends of their stints. GT4s having just come out for the penultimate time. The 992s are about to go in for the final time. I'm not sure anybody has decisively made their last stop yet, other than hoisting. Excuse me, they don't even have a 992. HydroRace Geodesic Racing was the one I was looking for there, and they maybe have made their last stop, but they've already done 4 laps on this stint, so surely that is too far. And yeah, I shouldn't even be floating that theory. 1 hour 25, surely way too far.
Well, it says 4 laps into their stint. Longest stint I can see from that class is 35 laps. So maybe they magic up 36, and therefore they've got 32 more. Tough but not impossible, but it's not going to be quick to try to, save 2 more laps of fuel. No,
that is not going to be quick. Impulse are really losing time here, by the way, to Valkyrie, who are on a different strategy here, of course, as are Simify, it's worth remembering. So everyone's on 1 stop to go here, including Valkyrie, but they're on a lot newer tyres. The problem that Valkyrie have got, really, if they want to break into the top 4 and finish higher than this 5th position they're currently in, is the 52-second margin to share eSports. Surely that, even with new tyres, you're not making up that level of gap between 2 cars at this stage.
You're not counting on having, pace and performance to do it. You're, counting on, let's see out the race to the best of our ability, and, what happens as far as penalties or contact or anything else for our rivals is what is. We just, go to the end best we can. Altus eSports are pitting. And Carlos Fenolosa will be the one to see them to be.
Yeah, Carlos Fenolosa into the Altus eSports car. He shared with Oscar Mangan today. That will be just about enough, or late enough for this to be the final stop in 992 for Altus eSports. So that's their pit stops taken care of, and a 4-stop race complete for them.
So the question then for a 992 is, how many times in a stint do you get lapped by the outright race leader? Is it 1? Is it 2? Is it 3? Because the outright race leader has 37 more laps to go, and again we're looking at a 992 stint as being about 35. So Altus are banking on, we're going to get lapped by the outright leader twice between now and the end. HydroRace Geodesic Racing are banking on getting maybe 5.
Yeah. That's not going to happen, I don't think, by the way. 3 seconds a lap for 37 laps is what? Maybe 1 time an hour. But, I mean, they're only 4 laps off the lead right now. They're about to be lapped for the 4th time, I believe, is by the overall leader. We're just about 5 hours into the race, so I reckon they will go 1 more lap down, I think, yes. But nothing more than that. And some of the leaders actually may not go another lap down at all. We're still yet to see Scherer, Williams and Vissel go 4 laps down. So just speaking once again to the similarity on pace between those 2 classes, it's not even 1 per hour. It's even less than that now. GT3 to 992.
Competition either getting lapped or trying to get their lap back. Very unfortunate for a very quick car that circumstances out of their control kind of initially took them out of the fight. Whatever it was for Phil Dinez, I mean, you can say internet issues, but it could still be power, a blackout, anything like that. Anything that takes down your computer. It could even just be a crash as well. Yeah. There's a multitude of things that it could be that are either mostly out of your control or entirely out of your control.
Yeah, certainly. This is the battle for 4th place again. Simi-Fi still trying to find their way through on the pen, and this is probably the closest we've seen actually. Tristan Iglesias looks right round the outside here, but no, if he can stay there he'll have the inside for Luffield, but he just knew that that was an ever diminishing gap, and he didn't decide to go all out trying to find it, and so still behind. We've seen this so much out of Simi-Fi today. They've been stuck behind Maniti Racing for so long in the first couple of hours. I think it was in the third hour where they finally had their spin and they were finally released, but they didn't. They went backwards to be released, if you see what I mean. It wasn't particularly beneficial for them, and now they're stuck behind the Team 75 car here. Again, must be very frustrating for them to not be able to find their way past anybody.
Massively different lines through there, and it's just Tristan Iglesias trying to set up an exit into the slipstream to get towards your best chance of overtaking. Like the Williams Esports car, not that far up the road from these guys as well. They're in good pace right now when we get more cloud cover, and their Porsche brethren in the other class are having a couple of their last stops. Vince Peters, Visceral Esports, making what's definitely no saving required final stop of the race for that team.
Yeah, that's confirmed for them. Just a case of how long are the stops? Does anyone do anything strange, all of that kind of thing? Because he is pitting earliest out of the front three. That's the thing worth noting. He is pitting
bit of a tyre
earliest.
undercut that you can do
True.
now heading into the final stint as well. So their previous stint 35 laps, they've called it after 33 to get new boots on here, and they were fighting with Williams Esports Academy, weren't they? So they're trying to get an undercut on the 901, still being driven by Santeri Martikainen.
And out goes Vince Peters in third place. Still ahead of Valkyrie, actually, who are still yet to make their final stop, and they've come out ahead of Valkyrie. That says all you need to know about which strategy prevailed here today in 992. It was the four-stop strategy. Pitting as few times as possible has been the call, and that maybe doesn't put Team Huisenveld's TCR strategy into particularly good viewing here, because with 30 seconds, they've got about 10 laps until they come into the pit lane. That is going to take them quite a while in TCR, but nevertheless, they'll have to take on around half a tank of fuel, and I think they'll come out behind, maybe even off the podium. It's an uncharacteristically difficult day for Team Huisenveld by the looks of it.
Could be about when you get separated from the train early on in the race, and then there's a really long form sort of fuel saving thing that goes on in TCR as well, and not all of the Veloster teams have been entirely happy as well either this round. So the combination of all of that, not quite the dominant team we've sometimes seen them. At the two strongest teams in TCR across multiple seasons of 24-hour series esports, it's been Team Huisenfeld and it's been SimRC. So two very teams have been very strong in TCR for as long as it's been part of this championship.
Yeah, no SimRC this time though, leaving the floor free for Team Huisenfeld to do their thing, and so far they have done. They've not finished below second all season long, although Impulse have yet to finish off the podium also, and are in prime position to take that race lead very shortly. I say very shortly.
Traffic for Visceral's 992 there as well, knowing that this is critical laps for them, trying to undercut class leader Williams Esports Academy.
Homing in on the flag in GT4 as well. This is the fight for fourth place. GridandGo.com Esports and Steam Ledger has held on to this for a very long time. Eric Grove now looking for a way through. Defence from Ledger. And it's going to be outside line for WSR Esports. Butt kicker a long way round at Stowe Corner. And surely he's not going to be able to... Well, he has held it there. Eric Grove with the inside line into the final chicane. That was very close. Both of them fully committed on the brakes. Side to side contact. And Steam Ledger with the inside line is just going to get now done round the outside with the better traction from Grove, who gives extra room just in case there was going to be contact. Though he was technically off the road. I wonder if he'll get in trouble for that.
I'm winding it back a couple corners. Stowe's an odd little corner, the way the camber is. When you're on that wider line, there's a little bit less off camber than there is on the apex, but it's very, very subtle to the point where, you know, the best racing line, if you've got a bit of downforce, is that perfect arc. But in a car with little downforce, going side by side, pinching the other driver to the inside, you can carry good speed around the outside as well. There are some corners that are sort of, you know, well banked at the apex and not around the outside, where you can't go around the outside. But Stowe's got a little bit of the opposite going on.
Now, the important moment in 992. Williams and Scherer are into the pit lane with Vince Peters stuck behind Valkyrie. Could this be holding them back from a race win and stopping them from getting out in the lead? It's very close at the moment. Let's see. Kamil Grabowski gets into the Williams Esports Academy car. Has Santeri Martikainen done enough? Doesn't look like it. Vince Peters might well take the lead here, despite being caught behind this GT4 into turn 1. He doesn't need the extra speed here. He's got the lead comfortably, and it will be by over 10 seconds to Kamil Grabowski as well. Visual Esports have played this very well indeed, and with an hour to go have given themselves a rather large advantage.
Yeah, looking back at Williams Esports Academy, only just going into Village and the Loop now, and not really with a significant enough tyre age offset either. That's sort of the genius of stopping 2-3 laps earlier, is you get a couple of magic laps to undercut, but then throughout the rest of this stint, when you're on 23 lap old tyres and they're on 26 lap old tyres, you're not going to feel massively disadvantaged at that point, unless there's, you know, a real minefield of a cliff at some point in the tyres where.
Fabian Siegmund's already in here. Wasn't expecting to see that for a little while, but Siegmund has made his final stop now. Where's he going to come out? He's third, just ahead of Obsidian. It's going to be quite close as to whether he gets out ahead there or not, but he is going to manage it. And he's around 15 seconds down on the lead, maybe 18 seconds actually, 17, 18 seconds down on the lead. So it's a pretty big gap to Impulse, but Team Huizenveld and Fabian Siegmund have given themselves more than an hour to close those margins, and they've given themselves every opportunity to do so. Oh, as we've got side by side finally for fourth. Zimified down the inside, but their line far too narrow to execute the move.
Rubens Barrichello in a Williams at Hungaroring, squeezed up against the pit wall there in way off the racing line. But, that's the fight. The GT3 here, Tristan Iglesias Zimified not able to get ahead just yet. You can still see two cars up the road, the next battle for position as well, so you're going, I'm quicker, let me through, we can catch them maybe. At the same time, you don't want to be having too much battling when there is another position up the road that you can spot as well.
So the frustration continues for Tristan Iglesias, and all of a sudden they were closing on Drago Racing. That has gone away now. No longer are they anywhere near really into Cop's corner. It means that Leon Penn's going to be slightly held up now by Iglesias, but sorry, by the 992, but it pulls out the way. It's the geodesic car, which is pretty far out of contention anyway, and so they'll both slide through and hold a bit of an advantage now. So it's positive news for the two GT3s. Well, once again, we were going to get another demonstration of the 992 car's high-speed prowess, but not this time. Into Cop's corner they go again.
I was watching the helicopter view just then down the straight, thinking, okay, 0.2 of a second, how much is Iglesias going to close up in the slipstream? But he didn't, and he's starting to fuel save a little bit as well. He thought, nah, not quite close enough to attack, going to go fuel save.
Now, here we go. Yeah, Maniti Racing under pressure from Team 75. Who could have seen this coming a few hours ago? Or a couple of hours ago, I should say. Team 75 in the lead, but struggling. All of a sudden, more than half a minute off the lead now. They're not going to return to that top step, but they are going to battle for this 7th position. That was aggressive. In the end, they were off the road, but they were pushed there by Maniti. And so, Tobias Grunkotter will take that. And I think he's going to be able to run with it as well. I didn't see anything particularly wrong with that. It was just huge aggression shown by both sides.
We had a Porsche 1822 for a second there, and it happens the driver down the inside wants to get in super hot. The other driver's still around the outside, and guess what? Just one car went and says, nope, I'll still have the inside for the right-hander, thank you. That's the purpose of going around the outside of Vale, is to have the inside for Club there, and yeah, there'll be a bit of blue paint on the green car, a bit of green paint on the blue car. But I think that's the kind of hard racing that you hope you don't want to see in the first hour, but you hope comes out in the final hour.
Exactly. And we're about there anyway, so we'll let them off. 1 hour to go here at Silverstone in the 24H Series Esports Championship. It's round 3 here of our season. Still a long way to go after this one indeed. 24 hours of racing remaining coming up in the next 3 Sunday. Well, not the next 3 Sundays, sorry. The next 3 first Sundays of every month, we'll have another 24H Series Esports race for you on RaceSpotTV. So make sure you come join us for that. It's been fun here this afternoon, and we've still got an hour of racing to go with all 4 classes, I would say, not really settled. I mean, none of these class leaders can really say for sure that they've definitely won this race just yet. There's still a lot to do here, and we're still in that region where one mistake, something going wrong, something small going wrong, and the race lead would change.
Let's not forget about our 26 viewers on VCO Esports Twitch either.
I didn't know we were on VCO Esports today, but I probably should have done. I saw VCO tweet earlier today about this race, so fair enough. Some people prefer Twitch, I suppose. It's not my platform personally.
It can be sort of device dependent as well. As you get a little bit of 3-wide split there, and then coming onto the Wellington Straight, they'll hopefully sort them all out. You know, depending on your connection in your device, sometimes one just plays smoother or nicer than the other.
Fair enough. I've never experienced that, but given the choice, I would go for YouTube. But I understand it's personal preference. I saw, and generally the consensus seems to be that people prefer Twitch for some reason. I don't know why, but anyway, it's I don't like it quite as much, but never mind. Into Cop's corner for this battle for 4th place again. Semi-fight, trying to stay as close as possible here for this, and there's a big flash of the lights now. The WSR Esports car's not going to get out of the way particularly eagerly, but they're going to have to, and they return the favour with the flash of the lights. Everyone's getting agitated now in the final hour.
Yeah, 24-hour series Esports 6 hours of Silverstone, brought to you by Replacement Bulbs.
You could make some money there. New headlights, some needed at the end of the day. Not that it will be dark, by the way. It is getting a bit hazy though, if you can use that word in the 3rd of March.
I drove a car where they had the low beam bulbs in, but not the high beam bulbs. So it's like, all right, you can always be seen in the mirrors, but you can't flash your headlights at anyone. It's like, I want it the other way around, dude. Like,
to be fair, some cars on the public roads look like they do only have that setting, to be honest.
What? Well, the other way around.
Yeah. It's just blinding sometimes. Anyway, I've not driven for a long time, so it's fine.
Did the headlights flash the low beam bulbs? By the way, I couldn't flash the headlights, and I was like, oh, come on. What am I paying you all this money for, dude?
This is the Impulse Racing TCR, this is a actually sorted class here, so this is the only class that is running right now, how it might well at the end of the race. And so these gaps at the moment have to come down now or never, kind of at the moment now. Fabian Siegmann on the last lap lost 2 tenths to Martin Ashford, but he did gain 2 tenths, or instead 7 tenths, with Martin Siratek in the Entropic PFBR car. So there may be a battle for second place coming here, and maybe for fourth as well, because Wayne Whitley are catching Obsidian. But in terms of the race lead, Push Racing are looking pretty good. Yep. I told someone needs to pit still. I'm not sure who. The Wave Italy ETCR. I thought it was going to be tight for them. They probably do, yeah. Okay, so Wave Italy will be in again. That battle for fourth will pale into insignificance in the end, and their only job now is to get out ahead of RD Simsport.
Two
Meanwhile,
GT3s on the lane for their final stops, which is both Sabelt Esports, but also Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC's Leon Penn in the 75 car, which well, is that more like the Porsche coloured one, and the other one's more the Team 75 coloured one?
well,
One's
sure
red and
one.
blue, and one's got the sort of 75 years of Porsche tribute.
And I've seen both of those liveries in real life, so I'm not sure which one's really we're supposed to say is more like real life, to be honest. I've seen them both, I'm pretty sure.
I like the 75 more because it's got a bigger Velton's logo, which leads me to my word of the day. The word of the day is Reinheitsgebot.
What does that mean?
It's their it's the law about what ingredients you can put in German beer.
Oh, the law. Okay. I guess you've got to have a law about that kind of thing.
Is that what I'm talking about? Of course, the 75, sort of white, black, and then the colourful behind the 75 years of Porsche logo.
Yeah, I do like this livery. It's not bad, but I just think I think I prefer the 24. Really, there's not much in it, if I'm honest. They're both nice cars. And there is what you were referencing there. You can see the number 75 on it too. I'm glad they've done it. Can you imagine if they put this livery on the number 24 car? That would be so infuriating. Thankfully, they've done it with the number 75 too. So there's a nice look at that car. Yeah, it looks very nice indeed. And they look like they're on their way to a top 5 finish as well. Whether they can finish ahead of Simify Esports though is another question, and we're about to find out because Tristan Iglesias is on pit lane.
And so is Williams Esports GT3 Beckham Jasier. So we're going to see another flurry of final stops here. I think that's Simify just getting going. No, it's the Simify 992. I nearly got tricked as I looked through the fence. So then creates a separation between Falcon Sim Racing and Williams Esports in GT3, and we've still got not too long before we then see Drago Racing, Falcon's final stops, and we know what the battle to the end looks like for GT3 as well.
Maniti Racing continuing on, and so they'll be on the podium briefly, but that won't last, I wouldn't imagine. I didn't think of that, but that was good, yeah. Nicholas Last is driving, by the way, for those that didn't quite get it. I wasn't even going for that, but I'm quite proud that I unintentionally did. So there we are. Sotomuto's on his way out then. He should be ahead of Jürgen Frank, as it is now, actually. Not the previous driver, Leon Penn. And Tristan Iglesias is out as well. So the slightly longer stint, going slightly deeper into the race, has put Iglesias ahead of Frank by quite some distance. And in the end, the frustration that Simify would have felt being stuck behind them for so long has actually paled into insignificance in the end, because they've beaten them roundly in the pit stops anyway.
And of course, this final pit stop is when it does start to get a little bit more interesting, because you've got teams pitting, 55 minutes to go, 52 minutes to go, 50 minutes to go. Suddenly you do have to make a decision on how much fuel to take, because you're not taking, an hour and 5 minutes of fuel, an hour, 2 minutes of fuel, you're not taking 60 minutes of fuel. You're going, how many laps do we think this race will go? How much reserve do we want to have? Do we want to, take 2 seconds more of fuel and push hard to the end, or do we want to try to cut it really fine and maybe just need to save a little bit as we go through the traffic in this final stint? The final stop is where it really does get interesting, and I did point out just the little savings some of the GT3 teams were trying to make in the last stint. Some of them might still do the same here as well.
Maybe. Race control have some more penalties, and unfortunately it's for the 20 Door Esports GT3. They have had a very difficult afternoon, I'm afraid. They're already 16th, 2 laps down. That's only going to compound their problems. That's for track limits, by the way. 50 off tracks for them. So that's the 25 seconds for them. Waverley Racing Team's TCR have also got a 10-second time penalty for contact now as well. And I'll find out who that was with. I think that was a while ago, wasn't it? I'm not sure. But anyway, I can't find it. So anyway, that means that, or that Maniti Racing pit stop means that this order is pretty much sorted, but Drago Racing and Falcon Sim Racing Team have to come down pit lane first before we can really say that with certainty. Unfortunately for the neutral and for us, our race lead battle may well not transpire. Damon Woods is now 6.5 seconds behind. He's just been slowly, painfully bleeding time to Ricardo Rico in the lead.
Unless he's been mega saving fuel and he's going to get all of it back in a quicker final stop, we don't expect that to happen, seeing as Drago Racing went 2 laps longer in the previous stint, has been sort of 2 laps later, needing less fuel to get to the end potentially. Damon Woods is in the pit lane now, so we think Ricardo Rico probably 2 laps longer, but the stopwatch on this final stop for Falcon Sim Racing Team will be pretty important.
Now then, pit stop for Damon Woods. Time to see what that means for the race here. Well, they're going to be ahead of Sotomuto, you would imagine. And if not, then they've pulled off something very special. Seems that Woods is actually getting out the car. Jonas Russen's going to get back in again. And I do think that Russen may have been slightly quicker. So, maybe that's their throw of the dice to try and win this 6 hours of Silverstone. There is the reigning champions #1 car of Williams Esports. Only one car in this season, by the way. Certainly up towards the front in GT3 for now, as opposed to last season where they did split their allegiances. Now Falcon Sim Racing already on their way. That's quite some gap. That's a bigger gap, but you've got to remember, Drago Racing stop, is it going to be even shorter than that?
Yeah, I've got that timed at 34 seconds for Falcon Sim Racing Team. Williams went 37. A full stop is sort of 41, 42, and obviously we're into this sort of really only 3/4 of a stint left to get to the checkered flag with 48 minutes to go. So, yeah, could be as short as 30 seconds for Drago Racing, but they have the advantage to play it safe as well, and if they just match Falcon Sim Racing, they'll still have a couple of seconds lead and have no worries about, you know, needing to conserve or anything. So that probably informs how much risk you take when you know you had a 6, 7, 8 second advantage going into the final round of stops.
And then after that we'll get into the most interesting, in my opinion, battle of them all, the GT4 battle. There is another lap for Ricardo Rico. That's 2 laps longer now than Falcon Sim Racing Team, but that's normally what we see. So effectively he'll put 3/4 of a tank in and be done with it as Tobias Gruncutter tries to get past the Maniti Racing car right now, side by side with Nicholas Last. And it's Nicholas Last who prevails in that one. 7th position for these two, with Lucas Prada not even that far behind actually for WSR. Nice for Maniti, now 7th place for them.
Maniti on their first flying lap of this final stint as well. For Nicholas Last, who stayed in the car. Tobias Gruncutter also stayed in the Team 75 Bernhard by SimRC number 24, blue and red car. Plenty of traffic approaching the longest sequence of corners where you don't want to be trapped behind traffic.
That was Obsidian and Waverley Racing Team, but and it is a fight, but it will get split apart by pit stops, as we know later on, although it will be very late. Now then, can Gruncutter get a good enough run here to go through? Well, the fact that Williams Esports Academy are right in front here is really going to help Nicholas Last. He'll get the slipstream from that car and they'll run all nose to tail on the way in towards Stowe Corner. In fact, all 4 classes are here on your screen. TCR followed by GT4, then 992 and 2 GT3s, all looking for a way through. Nicholas Last goes free wide down the inside. Got to be careful doing that. The X-Racer Mercedes on the outside there. barely given any room, but they get through, and Nicholas Last did or showed the right amount of aggression just at the right time, and Grunkotter does as well to get through.
Could have been pretty messy coming into Vale there as well, but I think the GT4 did their best to stay well out of the way, and Williams Esports Academy 992 obviously don't want to take too much risk right now either, as they're second in category, heading towards a good points day, and you don't want to. They don't have a whole lot to gain and plenty to lose as well by getting tangled up in a GT3 fight.
Drago Racing have carried on again. Is it normally 3 laps, or are they just extending this one, I guess?
This checks out because they're on to the 31st lap, and their last stint was 31 laps as well.
Okay.
The difference is they were 2 laps beyond Falcon Sim Racing last stint, and now they've gone and done 31 again to Falcon Sim Racing's 30. So now at the end of this, they're 3 laps further down the road, but it's just the continuation of them on each stint running longer, which builds sort of progressively stop to stop to stop.
Okay, so no real mystery in that one. Figure that one out. Mivano have made their final stop in GT4, and they are the first to do so actually. That's why they've got Eric Grove right behind them. It's Fraser Williamson now at the wheel, and Grove is in the black and white WSR Esports butt kicker car just in behind the Aston Martin you can see there. So that is 4th place, and the battle, at least Williamson came out ahead of Grove, or at least I think he did, because he can't afford in this first part of a new stint to be held up behind when he's fighting for a potential race win.
Yeah, Williamson's last lap just fractionally slower than Grove's. That would suggest he did come out in front, and then it's closed up to this, and then WSR Esports butt kicker needing to stop in the next 10 laps or so.
They will need to stop again, as will everybody else in GT4. Yes, everyone else in GT4. Geeks Energy Fiercely Forward are in with Frederick Schwartz. So that's a duck out of 10th place for them. And now Ricardo Rico's in. Well, I think we've already decided what is going to happen here in this phase, but Rutten is driving very quickly and very well at the moment. He was actually only 1/10 away from his car's best lap of the race so far on that previous one. He's clearly very quick, and Manuel Troncoso is going to get at the wheel of this one. So it's going to be Troncoso and Rutten to go to the flag here. A short stint at the end of just 43 minutes for Drago Racing. Do they get out ahead of Falcon Sim Racing? It will be a surprise if not.
Stopwatch is up to 25 seconds of fuel on Drago Racing, and I was sort of eyeballing it as they're probably going to need about 30 or so, which is now. And now just going at 32 seconds of fueling. So that seems like a pretty safe number for Drago Racing to not need to worry about that number or the lap count towards the end of the race here, but still rejoin with a lead. Sort of wait for them to trip the timing beam to get a great idea of exactly how much of a lead it is, but they don't appear to have lost much of anything from it, and they've got a pretty safe fuel number as well for Manuel Troncoso to see if he can bring this one home.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, he's been left with a big job. There's a pretty similar gap to what we saw before that pit stop phase, in all honesty. He can't complain about having lost time in the pit stops. We saw Ricardo Rica do a very good job on low fuel there to stay away from Rutten, who's put in some very good times in the meantime. Another 2-minute point 4 this time on the last lap. Everybody's going pretty quick at the moment, by the way. Actually, Muto with a 2-minute point 5, Justin Iglesias with a 2-minute point 7, Nicholas Last a 2-minute point 7 as well, which has kept him ahead of Grunkotter for the moment. Yeah, maybe it's not all over in GT3, but for Rutten to close that margin, he does need quite some gap. He needs roughly half a second a lap, in all honesty, and that is a big amount of time to close at this level.
Yeah, so the car's coming out of their final stop with new tyres, but not a completely full tank of fuel, more like 80%, 70% a tank of fuel. combination with a bit more cloud, combination with getting deeper into the afternoon, the sun getting lower, track cooling off again just a little bit more. And so we're seeing some really, really hot lap times at the moment, and also the track's just a little clearer than it was with a few retirements. It's a little less busy out there.
Alessio Bernardini is in. So the GT4 final pit stops are going to really transpire now. 07 Racing into the pit lane. Movano Corsa GT have already taken their final stop. That's Fraser Williamson, who's now at the wheel there. Alessandro Quintai is going to get in there. And he goes up on the jacks for some new tyres, leaving Alexander Peregrina to lead for Zenith Esports now. He's not been in for a while. It looks like he's taken
30
that
laps
car
on
to
the
the
last stint, just started lap 27 here, so you won't have to wait too long.
Okay.
I wouldn't hold my breath for 8 minutes, but I wouldn't say it's an outrageously long amount of time.
Just slightly longer than you can hold your breath for. Now, Quintai
Yeah,
out
by about
and
7 minutes 30 seconds.
out of the pit lane, a long way ahead of Fraser Williamson here. There is the Movano car with a couple of GT3s right ahead, and there, just in the distance, is Quintai. So 07 Racing have revolted back ahead of the 401, the reigning champions, although admittedly Movano have gained a bit of time in this whole sequence. So the gap only just over 3 seconds. I think they were a bit further adrift than that beforehand, although maybe not even. Maybe Movano have lost out a little bit here, because the gap's actually closer to 4 here. Maybe they've lost a little bit, but Movano certainly aren't going to be in the lead. Will 07 Racing be in the lead, or will it be Zenith Esports who will have to defend from the front in the final half hour?
And the potential problem for 07 here is they've got Grid and Go directly in front of them, who haven't made that final stop yet. So I'll be hoping that Grid and Go either get out of the way or have enough pace to not get in the way at the moment. Definitely not in the way of 07 as they try to warm up a new set of tyres and get into this stint. But it could become a problem across the next 5 laps if the tyres are not there for Grid and Go.
Yeah, there is a danger of getting stuck there and losing some very precious time, especially while we're waiting for Zenith to come in. It's very difficult to know sort of what you should be doing and what lap time you should be doing, and what the actual situation is when that car is a long way ahead of you and you're waiting for that final stop. It's an unnerving moment. The battle in GT3 for 7th place not relenting either. These two will be going to the end of the race, of course, Boniti Racing and Team 75, and for now it looks like they'll be fighting to the end as well. There will still be some positions to settle by the looks of things, even after these final pit stops have been completed.
Traverse Porsche, 7th and 8th. So key spotting marker I'm going for here is the 992 cars just have bright white headlights, whereas at this time of day you've got the coloured LEDs in the fixtures for the GT3 machines, as well as them being wider.
Now, they don't necessarily pick out on the cameras quite so well than the sort of white lights, the higher beam lights, if you want to call it that. I don't really know what you'd say, but there you go. Don't really seem to be picking anything out, although it's still very light on the circuit, I guess, isn't it?
And then of course the new generation Cup car's also gone to basically a full GT3 size swan neck mounted rear wing. As while there, the GT3s had gotten the big high swan neck mount rear wings, and the Cup car hadn't quite gotten there yet, but now it has. So they're very similar dimensions, level of aerodynamics on them.
Yeah, I personally think the Porsche Cup car should be a bit slower, to be honest with you. But anyway, I prefer the old one. That's probably a debate for another time now, in the last half an hour. But anyway, it certainly gives more of a feel of a GT car, no doubt about that. Nicholas Last still 7th here. And I believe that might... Oh no, that's not a battle, excuse me, I've misidentified that. That's the Visceral car. It's going through the bottom of shot, and so that's the leader going 4 laps down to these guys. That shows you how close they are in relative terms here. To only be 4 laps down after this length of race, 5.5 hours is very impressive indeed. But a particular problem for these two, because we know how awkward it can be to pass a 992, and they've got to do it twice here, with no doubt other traffic involved within that by the time they actually get round to it. But even though they can see them, it won't be for another sector or so yet.
You do have this sequence of slow corners here, though, that are rare around the lap of modern Silverstone Grand Prix layout. That does really separate GT3 from the Cup cars. Since Peter's in the Cup car leading category and in a sticky situation here, trying to put a lap on Geodesic, also being aware of this battle looming up behind him as well.
4 Porsches in the line through Luffield. There's just over half an hour to go at Silverstone. Nicholas Last having a couple of problems again here with this, and hopefully that doesn't affect anything in this battle. Has a half look up the inside, doesn't commit. Probably a good idea too. Does he clear one before Maggots and Beckett's and not the other? That could really be problematic for Grundkotter here. He's going to try and follow through. The leader won't want to be involved in this at all. The 992 leader, side by side through Maggots and Beckett's. Grundkotter has to go around the outside through the second pot. Even downforce wise, the 992 car can hold its own in the high speed corners, certainly. Now there's flashes of the lights again. Another TCR just up in front here. This could be a big mess on the way towards the braking zone. Now Nicholas Last goes down the inside. That was decisive, and that's given him some daylight now.
Yeah, a little messy through Maggots, Beckett's, etc. But Maniti trying to use the traffic as best they can, putting TCR car, putting Hydro Race, Geodesic Racing between themselves and Team 75 Bernard by CMRC's Grundkotter. And now we're going to fan out for 3 wide on the pit straight. Of course we are. I did see 4 wide earlier on for Trago Racing, as well as they tried to make sure they got past a couple of cars and got to the inside of the first corner, Abbey.
They have survived very well so far of Trago Racing, and they're still leading this race, of course. Tomasz Grundkotter now, though, a second and more behind Nicholas Last. That may well be the last we see of that battle now, in terms of nose to tail action. Looking more difficult for them to get back on terms. Now, this is interesting. Tristan Iglesias is not settling at 4th place. He's gone past Jürgen Frank in the pit stops. That's not a battle for position just behind him, but he does have Sotomuto just up in front here for 3rd, so maybe the final position on the podium in this race is still up for discussion.
The Williams pace not so hot across the last stint, so Simify catching them. Falcon Sim Racing being able to pull away from them now, 12 seconds ahead of where Williams Esports GT3 is at the moment.
Gap finally getting a bit bigger here inside the top positions. It's only taken them 5.5 hours or so, but I guess that's to be expected when those final stops are made. In terms of cars on the lead lap, by the way, we've still got a good 12 on the lead lap. High Performance SRT, the final of those. They may well go down one by the end of this. They've dropped 6 places so far in this race after qualifying well. It's not particularly been the best race for them after that promise early on. Now Zenith Esports are in. Alexander Peregrina with the final pit stop for the GT4s that is going to change a race leading position. Steve Ledger's still yet to pit as well, by the way, for gridandgo.com esports, but he will do. 07 Racing still behind Ledger. So can Pellegrina get ahead of this car, the 07 Racing car, when they exit here in a few moments' time? The gap was only 30 seconds beforehand, but of course you do miss some of the final corner when you make your way in here, and Pellegrina's still in. Zenith Esports have led almost all day, but they're going to drop to at least third place.
Still got a
Pellegrino.
long roll down the pit lane at the pit lane speed limit before they even think about appearing. So now just leaving the pit lane, the McLaren of Zenith Esports, and yeah, there they are. Their key competitors sail on past.
Mivano miles ahead as well, 7 seconds. Very big gaps for this stage, and unfortunately for Zenith Esports, after leading for so long, it looks like they are going to be heartbroken at the end here. Alessandro Quintai now leads the race then, and Fraser Williamson 3 seconds ahead, or behind, excuse me. That's not an unclosable margin with half an hour to go. You never know. As we've got a warning for Entropic PFBR for a late defensive move on the BS Competition GT3. So, of course, got to be smart when being overtaken in traffic. You can't block the faster traffic, though.
Just the 30 minutes left on the clock and expecting a straight fight to the end. In much of these categories now, we've just seen the end of the last pit stop for the GT4 lead. GT3 also sort of settled with some fights to the end, like Simify, who have gotten past. No, they haven't. Again, I've made the same mistake.
It's easy to do. The fact they look exactly the same as well is...
It's a copy-paste of the livery too that does it.
They have literally copy and pasted.
Can we get a slow-mo as they go past each other?
There they are. I wonder how easy they're going to be able to make this. Oh, Sotomuto flashes the lights, but that's not going to move them out the way. And a big dive down the inside of one of the TCRs. That was at the Entropic car again, getting shovelled out wide. And there will be a 992 Cook car separating these two for third position at the moment. It could be a bit of a frustrating stint for Iglesias because he hasn't found overtaking very easy in this race.
There we go. Not identical twins, but definitely siblings not separated by too many years.
Yeah.
One of them's just that little bit wider.
Very nice.
And therefore faster.
Yes, therefore faster. Especially on the aerodynamics, and there you go, through into the sights now of Sotomuto, but still too far back here for now. We'll have to wait for that to develop. There's third place through on your screen. Other things going on, of course, the Grundkart battle still ongoing, but the battle for 9th place in GT4 for whatever reason has really perked up now. X-Racer are going to get it by the end because they're the only one who've stopped. And on cue, Racer Esports team and Sebo Esports both come into the pit lane nose to tails. So this is a pit lane battle now in the final half an hour.
Yeah, and we had Grid and Go not that long ago get out of the way of the lead battle there as well. So last GT4 stops rolling in. This is really in no tyre splash and dash territory now with 27 minutes to go. And don't see either of those cars going up on their respective air jacks, although we will get a driver change.
That is
Interesting.
odd. Yeah. Leonardo Marquez, excuse me, and upon the jacks for Alessio Santonze. We'll check in with them again later. Grundkotter looks to the inside. Oh, that's a late one. Wow, that was close as well. Nicholas Last gave just about enough room. He's sort of half let Grundkotter see the inside there. There's no real point doing that. You might as well not show him the inside or do it fully, because no point in a half car width. But Grundkotter did the same as well. He wasn't nearly convinced enough, or didn't go through with enough conviction there to try and make a move. There was too much hanging back there, and so this battle for 7th and 8th will rumble on. Out of Chapel they'll go now. If Grundkotter's got a good enough run here, then there'll be a chance, but that's too big of a gap there. Who prevailed in 10th place then for between those two. Well, for whatever reason, Marquez has come out 15 seconds behind Alessio Santonzi, and that is down to a longer pit stop time. I wonder if the 402 had a penalty still outstanding, though I didn't see one. It's just taken them a very long time through pit lane, so unfortunately that battle in GT4 is going to be no more, and those two will likely go to the flag in the positions that they're in right now.
Keep in mind also that a driver change takes 30 seconds, so if your fuel's underneath 30 seconds and you do a driver change, you'll end up waiting on the driver change, not any of the other service as well.
That is true.
But again, the Ricari Sports stop was like 38 seconds or something, so yep, not sure. Also didn't see the tyre change going on there, so weirdness with that late final stop.
Very much so. Orange tarmac, very much the order of the day now through the first sector. It's getting very low in the sky now, indeed, is the sun. And the sun very much setting on this race as well. 25 minutes remaining now. Grundkotter in the wheel tracks of Maniti Racing. And he's going to start to get more desperate as we go along here with regards to making this move. They'll both slip through on Huisingveld. Only one of them will be able to get back onto the racing line. But I'd imagine they'll both be slowed up here through Maggots and Beckett's. And that will keep them
side by side
together. Oh, they are side by side. I don't know how Grundkotter's managed that, but he's gotten a great exit off of Kopp's corner. Slight contact through the first part there. They'll give each other nice room through the second part, though, and this is good racing between them. Oh, no, it's not quite. Spoke too soon, far too soon. They're both in the wall, and Maniti Racing will come out the other side ahead. Although not damage, though. They've got damage. Grundkotter can continue, but Nicholas Last is damaged.
So it all starts back at Kopp's. You know, they're going around the TCR car. Nicholas Last goes, okay, here's a great opportunity. I'm ahead to open up the corner and be able to take more angle through Kopp's than the driver behind me. But he ended up a little wide of the apex. So Grundkotter got a great line through there. And then they were absolutely side by side going into Maggots and then through Beckett's. And it's just as they're approaching Chapel, there's still just 3 inches of overlap left, and the driver in front goes, well, that means I've got the corner, and the driver behind goes, this is a great opportunity to stay in it, and they make contact and both end up in the wall. When we go to a replay of it, it's the helicopter shot that tells the best story.
Yeah, we were there at the time. I'm very puzzled as to how Grundkotter even got a run through Kopp's, to be honest, considering he didn't have such a good line, but maybe
he got to the apex. Nicholas Last was too. He came across in front of the TCR car to try to open up the full width of the corner, but he did it too late. So he ends up going out and he just ends up wide of the apex there.
So he's wide anyway. He's trying to open the corner. He just gets wide anyway. Here goes Grundkotter down the inside, and this part is good racing. This first bit. This is good side-by-side racing, just about the right amount of room given. I mean, right on the limit. But then I'm afraid Grundkotter does push it over the limit. Last is still alongside him. He's still got to give the room, and the two of them make contact. Grundkotter spins again, straight into Nicholas Last. Grundkotter's lucky to get away with damage. Last unlucky to get it himself. I mean, it says it all about sort of race cars in a way, doesn't it? You can have the same crash twice, but the same things might not break.
Yeah, all of Grundkotter's damage was sort of on the front and around the front wheels and the front wheel arches, whereas obviously you've got to have one of your rear wheels out of alignment to get that level of crabbing that Maniti had. So they had an impact to, I think, the left rear wheel that knocked that out, and that's one of the wheels that the steering wheel doesn't control, so you can't straighten it up.
Very, very difficult to drive.
Although there are 4-wheel steered Porsche 911s, just not the race car.
It's just not it, really. So they've returned to pit lane. So there are two big winners I can see from this. First of them is Lucas Prada in the WSR Esports Bookkicker number 16 car. Now that's the 10th place they've gained today, and they're now into 7th after overtaking both of those two, who were in the wall when Prada was going through Chapel. So he's now into 7th place, for them. But also, Door Esports have soldiered on for quite some time in this race. Jonas Vanna is at the wheel of the number 20 car right now. They've had penalty after penalty. They're 3 laps down, but they are on, and they were 16th and out of the points previously, but now they are about to get into the points. And for all of their efforts today, they will get a single point, I believe, because Maniti Racing are about to also go 3 laps down. With Vanna still out there on the circuit, that should mean Door Esports will get to 15th and they'll get a single point out of the day. So the fact they've continued on for quite so long has meant they've been rewarded with a point, and that's exactly why you do continue on right to the end in these races.
Yeah, Door Esports need 2 more laps to get ahead of Maniti Racing Green, who are currently parked in pit lane in their pit stall. Trying to look if any of the drivers from Maniti have gone, so whether they think that car might get out for just a couple more laps if it's sort of 5 minutes, 10 minutes of repairs instead of 30 minutes of repairs. But when I see rear suspension damage like that, I don't imagine a quick fix.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. Karen Havertz is in from the lead in, well, not the lead, but quite a high position in Sim RC and the GT4 category. Penultimate driver to have to make a stop. X-Racer have still got a stop to make, and there goes Banner into 15th place, by the way. So there's your point for Door Esports. Now, that was a short stop from Havertz, but he will be still behind Eric Grove, will he? Yes, just about. So Grove gets into 5th place, and there, tantalisingly close, was Karim Havertz, who is now 6th. So not the best day for SimRC, considering they've won 2 in a row to this date. They'll be surprised with how today has gone in some ways, I reckon. I mean, I'm surprised they're down in 6th at the moment, but they've sort of made the most of a bad situation here. They've qualified down in 10th place. They've at least gained places from there. But other than that, it's been difficult for them at Silverstone, and I can't put my finger on why.
Would you put your finger on the Aston Martin?
Well, maybe, but they're losing to 2 Aston Martins right now. So I feel like that can't be, and they've dragged the Aston Martin to 2 first places so far, so it can't be that bad. I suppose there has been an iRacing update since the last race, but still.
I didn't think that'd be it. But you've got a lot of moving parts. I was looking that, Grid and Go are the best placed Aston Martin at the moment, and so across, I think honestly, GT4 car to GT4 car, you have more variance than in GT3. You go, okay, this track's more suited to this GT3 car, this track's more suited to that GT3 car, because this one is a kilometre an hour faster in a straight line, and this one takes 1 kilometre more through fast corners or whatever. Whereas GT4 car to GT4 car, I think, while they all shake out at approximately the same speed, there is more variation in the gearing, in their straight line speeds, in how they handle curbs and different types of corners. That it might be a great car at some tracks and not so good at others. And then the other moving part is, of course, the round-to-round balance of performance.
Yeah, always being adjusted, of course. iRacing updates tinker with things too. And is there going to be one before the next round in 4 weeks? I think the iRacing update is a week before the next race, is it? Or is it in the week of the race, I think? On the 3rd of March? Yeah, that seems right. Don't quote me on that, but that seems to be the case. So that can always tinker with things, and depending on what there are updates on, then that can disrupt stuff. Raw Esports have got a 10-second time penalty for making contact with one of the TCRs. That was the Entropic PFBR car, which has been hit quite a few times so far today. The Team 75 number 24 car as well has been dished out a penalty for contact with the 78. That was the Maniti car. That's the contact we just saw. Gruncutter gets a 15-second time penalty for it, but frustratingly for Maniti, they've got 45 seconds behind them, so it actually won't matter to the number 24 car at all.
Yeah, so that from the incident we saw here at this part of the track a couple laps ago, and race control thinking that Sim RC didn't leave enough room to their left-hand side out of Chapel Corner. It was one of those ones where it was really, really close, and if they were 3 inches further ahead, it'd be a, decent move slamming the door shut, but instead there was just a little nose of Manishi still in there.
There was. So, this is getting closer here between these two in GT4, and it's side by side for 8th place. Ville Pennanen and Jeremy Rouleau fighting for this position. It's Waverley versus X-Racer, and once again, all 4 classes of car are on your screen right now. Oh,
position once here, haven't they? Because Waverley's gotten in front of X-Racer, and X-Racer are now trying to come back for it, and you're seeing a lot of moves down the Hangar straight.
Yeah, so Rouleau, well, these two actually came in pit lane at on the same lap, but Rouleau is now through, and as they fight here, they're embarking on the battle for 2nd place in TCR. That is the 2 touring cars you can see just up in front there. Hoistingville might well be able to get themselves a 2nd place by the end of today then, by the looks of things, and it looks like the Waverley car will go through and separate themselves with some lap cars. That will help, and it should mean that Jeremy Rouleau will hold on to that position.
Trying to have a dive there, the X-Racer machine at the Hoistingveld TCR. TCR cars are pretty good in those big stopping zones, and it's really traction from the apex to the exit and down the straights where the GT4s are quicker, not necessarily on the brakes in a straight line and tipping it in towards the apex. That's where the TCR cars, which you can see have got a little bit more, they're slower road cars that have had more done to them than the GT4s, which are very similar to the road cars without any, extra wings or extensions.
They are certainly more similar, and it kind of drives like feels like a road car sometimes when you're driving it.
For a brief moment, the Australian Production Car Challenge had GT4 cars also racing in it on road tyres, so on treaded road semi-slicks on GT4 cars, and it was so fun to watch because you never see a GT4 on tyres that bad. It was brilliant.
You do forget how much tyres really make a difference in motorsport, by the way. It's a very important factor. Now, that was very wide for Martin Siratek, and Siegman might well fancy his chances immediately, and he might well just go straight through here, and he does. So Siratek had to give space there to, I think it was the Dragon Racing race leader actually, and he's going to dive straight back down the inside again, right in front of the BS competition BMW. Fabian Siegman has to hang it round the outside of both of them. He'll defend again into the Vale chicane, but this is the fight for 2nd place in TCR right to the end of this race. Siegman has completed his quest for 2nd position. He's not quite going to get the race lead or the race win, but his alternative strategy has at least got him the runners-up spot for now.
And it's just really good awareness of the traffic, what the speed's like for the other classes of car, to put yourself in a position there where you don't get impeded, don't get put offline, get a good run, and then a little bit of a slipstream off one of the GT3s as well, down the Hangar straight to go up in a second. It was a little more classic wheel-to-wheel battling through Stowe after that.
That was Jonas Rutten down the inside there, very late on the brakes, and just about put it up in time, but I did think for a moment that he wasn't going to. Goes around the outside of Aintree as well, and so negotiates those two. Now that Siegman's ahead, I'm not sure Siratek's going to be able to do a whole lot about this now.
No, not looking like it. But the great thing about 4 categories of racing in 24-hour Series eSports is there's always another one, and potentially even a bigger fish here amongst the GT4s.
Side by side between WSR and SimRC. So Karim Havertz has finally caught up now and is alongside Eric Grove for this 5th position. Outside through the first part, he sends it into the first part of Vale and gives the space on the outside through the second part, but barely needed to. It was the first part of the chicane that really won him that battle. That really sending it through helped him out endlessly. So he's through into the top 5 now. And all of a sudden Tim Orsi are thinking this is not such a bad day after all. They won the first 2 races, as I say, but a top 5 would be absolutely fine. They defend again on the way towards turn 3. That kind of suggests that this battle is certainly not over yet.
Simasi having stopped a little bit more recently. And
did they tyres though?
well, that's the thing I was just about to say. I think we saw some GT4 stops 20 minutes ago where it didn't look like they took tyres. So the Karim Havertz is looking like he's got more grip. Whatever the source of that, whether they've looked after the tyres nicer and their setup is better to the tyres in this sort of, second bit of the stint or whatever, that Sim RC car certainly looked like particularly sort of trying to go around the outside of the tight left-hander at Vale to get the inside of the right-hander at Club, like it was almost in a different class than WSR Esports. You can see Eric Groves clearly driving the car well for the grip he's got, but Hav was around the outside to take the inside. Just looked like he had more.
It looked fantastic as well. Mac Performance then are clinging on to this top 10 right at the end now. After the demise of Maniti Racing, they've got a chance to finish inside that top 10, but Norby Kish would very much like to for BS Competition. This would be a sign that they're still doing okay, despite the disconnection earlier on for the effective championship leaders. They want a top 10 at the very least. Losing out to a lot of their main rivals, or those who are going to be their main rivals in this season. They are going to be very eager to make this pass for 10th position, and to be fair to them, they've done a very good job. I think the way that they recovered from the disconnection and the speed at which they recovered from the disconnection was fantastic. We saw that Fildenez didn't drive again. In fact, I'll be glad, of course, there's no minimum, as we've talked about, in terms of driving time. But there is a maximum. So Ruben Bonga got back into the car, but couldn't stay in for very much longer. And Norby Kish has gotten in for the end here, and that has really saved them. One of the very few 3-driver teams in GT3 here today. Slightly forced upon them, but they've done a very good job, and a top 10 would be a great result considering everything that's happened.
Yeah, I'm looking up and down, and there are only 2 other teams that have used 3 drivers. Team Hoising felt 48 in GT3, where Rene Lenz, Eric Enders, and Sandro Petraziello, butchered that, all drove in the Hoisingfeld 48. And then 3 drivers have been in the X-Racer 413. Vela Peninen to Acaletto and Alexia Loma.
I always get nervous about saying these Finnish names when I keep.
Do you know what's not helping me? I'm reading off my little screen, and it's rendering each name at like 4 pixels high. So I can't even like read all the damn letters.
Yeah, that's not particularly helpful. Oh dear! Wow. Speaking of not particularly helpful, that was all across the road in front of Norby Kish, and thankfully he did just lift out of that. But if he'd have kept his foot in it, there would have been a clattering. And of the rear end of those in front. So out of Chapel, he's right in the slipstream, tucking in as much as that BMW possibly can behind a Porsche. Closes in, good straight line speed clearly on this for Norby Kish, and he's going to look to the inside even. Later on the brakes, indeed he's fully ahead on the way in towards Stoke Corner. My Performance would have wanted this top 10, but BS Competition almost sort of need it. With regards to their ambition and their confidence at the end of this one. Calvert tries to go around the outside again through the first part to give him the inside at the second. We've seen that come off well before, but not this time. Norby Kish has made it work, and surely with 6 minutes to go and possibly 4 laps to go, he is going to hold on to that top 10 for the end.
we speak about that disconnect, but you see in some of these shots, BS competition are only just off the lead lap in class as well. 2 minutes 5 seconds behind Drago Racing on a 2 minute 1 second lap. There is your overall leader. And talking about 2 minute laps, with the amount of time on the clock, I suspect that means 4 more to go. There would have been sort of give or take 10 seconds on that when they crossed the start finish line. Was it under or over 6 minutes on the clock? It's just a little bit over, and it is going to mean the white flag, not IMSA, will wave on Drago Racing with about 10 seconds left on the clock.
I forgot about that. Although iRacing has in the past thrown the checker flag early, I've got to say.
It's also thrown it late, but
Yeah.
it's for once you understand when, where, how, and why iRacing calculates and throws the white and checkered flags. You know, it makes sense. It is deterministic, but you've got to know that, you know, iRacing will never wave the checkered flag without having waved the white flag.
Yeah.
So then you've got to go, okay, when does it wave the white flag? And that's based off an average of, like, the 3 laps leading into when the white flag is waved. So if it is a race where everyone has to pit, like, 4 or 5 laps before the checkered flag should wave, iRacing can get confused about what the average lap speed is and throw the white flag late.
Yeah, I mean, it sometimes seems to defy logic to me, but it should be comfortable enough this time, right? It's actually close to 20 seconds, isn't it? I thought it was 10 as well, but it's close to 20, so this will be 3 to go now.
The remaining laps will be like 2 minutes 1, 2 minutes 2, maybe a little bit of traffic, 2 minutes 3. So it will be around 10 seconds on the clock when the white flag waves.
I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay, understood.
That's as far as my crystal ball goes. I can look about 4 minutes into the future.
We'll give it a go. More traffic for Manuel Troncoso to deal with, but it's been a good drive from him overall. I did fear slightly, actually, that Rutten was going to really chase him down in this stint, and he has closed by a few seconds, but he's only taken off a third of this gap. Still 6 seconds, which is not comfortable, really, but it is a gap that he's currently having to nurse to the end of this one. And as I say, he's driven well. He's come into the car under big pressure for a very short stint, an unusually short stint actually at the end of the race, but he's withstood this, weathered the storm well, and it looks like Drago Racing could be on their way to a second race win of the season.
Seems pretty pre-planned potentially as well, because the end of the stint for Rutten is going to see him having completed 89 laps of the race to his teammates 90.
Yes, nice and equal fair share, if you like. Number 16 car is going to have 10 seconds time penalty for contact now, so Lucas Prada will lose out on 7th place after all. Tobias Grundkotter, well, no, actually, he would have lost it, but Grundkotter's got 15 seconds of a penalty, so he's not going to lose it in the end. In fact, it will only extend. So both of those two teams in 7th and 8th will lose time with penalties and still not lose any positions. But it's a bit bizarre, but that's the way it's worked out in GT3. There is the end of the third last lap. 2 to go for Manuel Troncoso in the Drago Racing Ferrari. And the MA70 TCR makes its way out from I don't know where. That was off the road by a long way.
I want to guess too much curb at Abbey, speared to the right, ended up in the runoff. At a guess how you would end up that far out in the left-hander, but time will tell. And again, talking about when the white flag will wave with just 10 seconds left on the clock. Some teams in 992 GT4 TCR sort of at their final stop would have taken a little bit of a gamble on how much fuel they took based on how long will the race go because of the overall leader, and now we know it is going to be long.
It is going to be a little bit longer than maybe some were expecting today. Is that going to wreak havoc with anybody in the end. Well, this is MA70 Esports. Wow, that's a big spin. And they've just about saved it. I reckon those tyres are feeling a bit old now for the number 170.
Was my detective work close enough?
I think we can give that one to you.
It wasn't apex curb though. It was either bad trail braking on the way in or curb from the turn-in point. The slide happened earlier than I thought. It was leaving 4 black lines well before it got to the apex.
It wasn't a bad prediction in the end though, so we'll take that. 30 seconds remaining. The white flag I don't believe has been shown, but this part always does make me nervous anyway. No, with plenty of time remaining, Manuel Troncoso is going to come over the line to now take the white flag in this race. One more time around the Silverstone circuit for Drago Racing, for them to take another famous win, and they dearly need it as well, as this championship is still absolutely wide open. The 24H Series Esports Championship continues to entertain. That there's still no consensus, especially in GT3. Who really is the best team? It really depends which weekends, who turns up with what and how well they go. And we've seen only 2 different race winners, of course, but the amount of different positions some of these teams have finished in has been wild so far. It's been up and down for everybody.
Now, if our friend Peter Mackay was commentating races, Control might have considered throwing the checkered flag just to try to make him look silly in front of a large audience. But yeah, you talk about another win on the cards here for Drago Racing. The championship does stay wide open though, because of the extra points that are available in the double-length season finale at Barcelona. It keeps a lot of drivers and teams in play until that final race of the season.
That is absolutely fantastic. Once again for the 2nd year in a row. Now into Maggots and Beckett's for the final time. Troncoso trailing the Share Esport Porsche. Currently running in 3rd place, by the way. Vince Peters is really slowing down on this last lap. I hope he's got enough fuel, because that gap is only 3.5 seconds and it's only 2.5 in GT4 as well. In fact, the biggest gap between 1st and 2nd in any class is 11 seconds out there on the circuit at the moment. However, all 4 leaders seem fairly safe and sound at this stage. Into the final chicane, there's just one more bit of lap traffic for Manuel Troncoso to deal with. He dives down the inside of Scherer and now will be able to take the checkered flag. It's Drago Racing in the Ferrari 296 who take the 6 hours of Silverstone in the 24H Series Esports Championship. A flash of the lights, a celebration for the Ferrari team who take their 2nd race win of the season. Just over 7 seconds is the margin at the end. In fact, it's got up to just under 5 to Falcon Sim Racing Team, who gave it a very good go at the end. Now in 992, will Vince Peters make it? I think he just about is, but the gap continues to decrease.
Outright leader was between himself and Williams, wasn't it? So he's on a lap all to his own now?
Is he?
Not sure.
Okay.
Maybe not.
No, not quite. Not quite. The leader just passed Scherer. That means the top 2, I think, are on a lap of their own. And Vince Peters is still slowing down. 2.8 seconds now, the gap. It looks like Impulse Racing are going to be the next to cross the line. But look at this. Vince Peters is coughing and spluttering to a win here. Look at him even shortening the distance of the track on the way towards Maggots and Beckett's. That's not the optimal line. He's lifting off entirely through here, but no such problems in TCR, no fuel problems here. It was the ideal strategy taken on by Impulse Racing. Martin Asher with the pleasure of taking their car over the line for the TCR win here at Silverstone. A flash of the lights and a weave in celebration for Asher. They took the ideal strategy over Team Huizenveld, who made one extra stop, which didn't quite pay off. 07 Racing strategy also paid off fantastically well. A very small margin at the end of just over 2 seconds, but Alessandro Quintai takes the car over the line, and it's Mercedes at Silverstone who take the win here. And Vince Peters is slowing right to the line. A second it is, but Visceral Esports with a puff out of the cheeks at the end, I'm sure. They just about make it to the end. This race probably 1 lap longer than they were hoping for.
You could see the nose pitch down between the final corner and the checkered flag. It coughed and spluttered for Vince Peters, but he was clearly managing the remaining fuel all the way to the end on that final lap. Got sent maybe one lap longer than they were expecting. In the end, the final stint, 35 laps for Visceral Esports, but a 33 for Williams Esports Academy, who made their final stop a little bit later. But that charge needed to come maybe a lap earlier. Drago Racing are well pleased with themselves with another win.
Nice burnout. No fuel problems for them, certainly. Manuel Troncoso with the pleasure of taking Drago Racing to another win. It's Falcon Sim Racing and Williams Esports join them on the podium. Simify, the first Porsche team in fourth. Jürgen Frank brought Team 75 home for a top five, and Estebo Esports another very consistent run to sixth. WSR Esports Butt Kicker will remain seventh despite their 10-second penalty at the end, because Team 75 number 24 had a 15-second time penalty. Neither of those will lose any positions as a result of those. Lucas Lindqvist brought WSR Esports Butt Kicker number 17 to a top 10. And PS Competition recovered well from their disconnection to finish in 10th. Also, one lap down was My Performance SRT. One lap down with Impulse Racing, Team Oysenveld and Lipa Esports. Door Esports were 3 laps down with Jonas Vanner. Their persistence paid off. They were awarded 1 point for that one. Maniti Racing's late crash, unfortunately, DNF'd them. And no points either for Movano Corsa, ATRS Esports, Astro Racing and Obsidian Racing. With 992, David, here are the results coming up for them.
Yep, 173 laps completed by the 992 class winners, Visceral Esports, by just 1 second, and they lost 2.5 seconds on that final lap to Williams Esports Academy. Super close, but they measured it just right. Visceral Esports win. In third, then Shera Esports, Altus Esports, Valerie Bonswell Racing, Olympus Esports in sixth, then Simify, Impulse Racing, Hydra Race Geodesic Racing, and Havu as 10th. Just an extra lap down. That class completed by Retirees Maniti Racing, Apex One, and Wave Italy Racing Team.
And then in GT4, we've got a double Mercedes at the front. 07 Racing beating Movano Corsa by 2.3 seconds to the line. And actually Zenith Esports got onto the same lap as them as well, despite leading a long way. Only third. 3 Aston Martins next. It was GridandGo.com Esports that won out there. Had a Sim RC, the previous championship leaders, and they will remain so with that 5th position. WSR Esports Butt Kicker just trailed them in 6th place. Then it was Impulse Racing 7th, that of Wave Italy Racing Team. The 2 X-Racer cars rounded out the top 10 in GT4. Then Geeks Energy fiercely forward, also 1 lap down. Saber Esports Racer Esports Team with Raw Esports 2 laps down. Hydra Race Geodesic Racing may be classified. I can't quite do the maths on that on the fly. They finished 78 laps down in 15th place in GT4.
Over in the TCR class, the race winners Impulse Racing completed 160 laps, and it was pretty competitive here in the end as well, as you see 4 cars within just about 20 seconds. So Impulse Racing the winners from Team Hoisting Belts. Entropic PFBR there in third, Obsidian 4th, Wave Italy Racing Team, RD Simsport and Race4Cat Motorsport the wrong side of the outright winner to the TCR class winners. Sometimes you get scored a lap down when you were in fact within a lap of your class leader, but just where the outright winner was, you ended up completing 1 less lap. Also classified finishes in 8th, MA70 Esports, and then Carla in 9th, Urace BR 10th there, 78 laps, and just like my compatriot Ewan O'Leary here, my comrade, I will not do the maths live on air as to whether they get points, but that's your goal in a 10-car class like TCR, to hopefully complete enough laps to pick up those points. Whether you're 10th, you don't want to be a DNF.
Yeah, you need 60%. Is 100 60% of 170? I can't quite work it out, to be honest with you. But
and remembering it's relative to their class, where the leader of
yeah.
TCR did 160 laps.
Very true. So that is making life even more difficult. So we're not going to do that. Instead, what we are going to do is chat to some of these drivers after the race, starting with the overall race winners, and we'll bring them in together, shall we? Why not? Manuel Troncoso and Ricardo Rico here together. Welcome into the both of you. Good to have you with us. First of all, Manuel, you took the car over the line at the end there, and you got in fairly late as well. When you exited the pit lane for the for the final time there, and you had a bit of a lead, did you think you could hold on? What were your thoughts at that point? I think Manuel's just trying to get his mic to work at the moment. Ricardo, we can hear Ricardo. We'll speak to you. Can we? Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, we can hear Manuel now, I think. Manuel, can you hear us? Maybe not.
Okay, work with me. No worries.
We'll talk to you, Ricardo, instead. What was it like for you at the end there? You weren't driving, of course, but you were watching on. Did you have confidence that you were going to hold on?
Yes, of course. I trust my teammate so much. I knew he could do it. He could get the car to the finish line, and he did.
And that's 2 race wins for you guys now, but also a 0-point score as well in there, which is, obviously not what you guys wanted. What are your expectations for the rest of the season now, starting with Monza?
We don't expect too much in Monza because Ferrari won't be too strong there. It depends on the balance of performance too, so let's see. But yeah, we aspire to everything. We want to win. We want to win every race. We want to be the championship. But the other teams also want to win, so we will fight for it.
And it's a new car, so how is the Ferrari to drive?
It's curious. It's like it's a good car in fast corners, but you feel like you're losing the rear constantly. So it's very hard to drive, but it's enjoyable. Let's say like that.
Absolutely. Congratulations to yourself, Ricardo and Manuel, as well, for the victory here tonight. Thanks very much for coming to chat to us, and we look forward to seeing you at the next round.
Thanks to you guys and for the streaming. And I wanted to thank also my team and all my teammates and the guys on the team to all the work we do together. See you later, guys. Thanks
very much. Ricardo Rico and Manuel Troncoso there joining us after the race here at Silverstone tonight. Let's also chat to the 992 class winner as well. I'm very interested to hear what Vince Peters has to say after that one. Vince, can you hear us?
Yes, loud and clear.
Hello, good to hear from you. That was quite close at the end. Were you running out of fuel by any chance?
Maybe, yeah. I was so... Yeah, 10 laps before the end I asked Alexander, where is the GT3 leader? And he said, yeah, he's gonna end up right on our tail. So I said, that's probably an extra lap then. And that turned out to be the case, so I had to save 3 liters, I think, in 10 laps or so.
And just how much, I mean, we saw how much the gap was coming down, but how much did that actually hold you back in terms of lap time? How much were you losing a lap to have to do that?
Yeah, in the beginning I was losing only 1 second, but by the end Camille was really flying. He was doing 2 high 2s. So I started to worry, and then the last lap I exited Meckes and Beckett's with 1 liter left, and I was like, oh shit, maybe that's not really gonna work. But in the end, yeah, it was just right perfect.
It worked out well in the end. Congratulations, Vince, and the team on that one, and thanks for coming to chat to us as well.
Cheers, bye-bye.
Thanks very much. Vince Peters there. Very happy. I apologise for his
retroactive language warning. Yeah, sure. But he was under an immense amount of pressure at the end. That final lap of the race by Williams Esports Academy trying to pursue him was quicker than Visceral's Esports' fastest lap of the race. So not only were they needing to save, as he said, but Williams Esports Academy were hounding.
Yeah, and again, no apologies for the language in that one. Let's chat now to the GT4 winners. Alessio Bernardini and Alex Kantai join us now. Welcome to you both. Good to have you with us. First of all, Alessio, how was that race for you from your perspective? I mean, it was very close between the top 3 for a very long time, but you managed to come out on top. What do you think it was that gave you guys the win here? Oh, we can't hear Alessio at the moment. I don't know why. Alex, can we hear you? Hello? Oh, no, we can. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I was saying, I would say finally. Our first race, and yeah, such a big achievement.
And Alex as well. Just can we hear from Alex as well? Hello.
Yeah, I'm here.
Hello. We can hear you as well. What was that sort of last point in the race like in terms of that final pit stop as well? Because I've got to admit, I didn't know who was going to come out on top. I know you guys maybe have more of an idea since you're in the car, but did you have much of an idea of who was going to be where when you exited the pit lane for the final time?
Yeah, the last two pits we split the fuel, so we changed tires last pit, so we managed to go out the pit in the first position. So after that, it was a management race.
Yeah, and you managed it very well to go on to win. Congratulations to both of you for winning GT4 today, and thanks very much for coming to chat to us as well.
Oh, thank you very much. Bye bye.
Thanks very much. Alessio Bernardini there and Alessandro Quintai, race winners in GT4. And we've got one more as well to chat with our TCR winner, Martin Asher of Impulse Racing. Welcome in, Martin. Good to have you with us. It's another win for Impulse Racing in the 24/8 Series Esports, a second win of the season. Were you worried about Huizenveld at all throughout that race? Because they did something different to everybody else from quite early on in that one. I wasn't sure how it was going to work out. Were you sure? Did you know what was going to happen with them towards the end?
Well, luckily we went and prepared strategy good for this one, because for TCR it was really close on doing those double runs on the front tires. That's also why we didn't do it at the first run, but in the end it would be beneficial. And when we saw Huizenveld do this strategy, it was for us key to not lose more than 10 seconds when they did a pit stop. Then we knew we would be kind of safe. And yeah, luckily Norbert had a giga pace in his stints, already starting off well in the first one, and in the third stint he hit the gap correctly. So yeah, basically for me it was keeping it clean and a bit of pace, and there we are, we won. So.
And that's the second time you guys have finished 1 and 2, you being Impulse and Huizenveld, of course. Is it just a two-horse race in the TCR Championship this season, or do you think there's other competitors who are going to fight with you?
Ooh, I think it's very, very close in this field, and we have a good flow. Huizenveld as well, so at the moment we are close in the championship in the points. But as you've seen, Wave P5, they don't underestimate them, because they got some troubles or penalties, and they had maybe even maybe a little bit more pace as us. So and a lot 2-3 more teams who can win here. So. Don't count them out yet, especially with that last race with double points.
Yeah, we're of course not only or not very far, sorry, away from that now. Martin, congratulations on the win here tonight in TCR, and thanks very much for coming to chat to us.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much, Martin Asher there in the 1-2-2 TCR, winning here at the 6 Hours of Silverstone. Next time out, we'll be at Monza. It'll be the 3rd of March, just in 4 weeks' time, for our next round of the championship. And for the next 3 first Sundays in each month, we will be here on RaceSpotTV for the final rounds of this championship. But we're at the halfway mark, not in terms of hours, but in terms of rounds. We've done 3 out of 6 here in the 24/8 Series Esports Championship, and I very much hope you will join us for the rest of them. For now, though, it's time for us to sign off here from Silverstone. Thanks so much to everyone who's been tuned in and chatting along with us throughout the course of the day. It's been great entertainment once again over the course of 6 hours. But from myself, Ewan O'Leary, David Haynes alongside me for the second half of the race, Lorenzo Bonda for the first, and Iku Murakala, who's been behind the cameras all day long as well. It's goodbye from all of us at RaceSpotTV.